Ya izliyorum. Evet. Nasıl nasıl? Çünkü daha bakınca ben de tuttum ya. Tuttum. Çok sen de zaten bir kere tuttum. Game itu banget sih sungai kota. Aslinya off level video. Apa lagi? Nanti kita open lah. Oke, baba action ya. Open lagi. Open lagi. Yes.
start? So very good morning to everybody here, everybody online, and Kiran sir. It's day 2. We had a very interesting sessions yesterday. To start with today, we are talking about Site at 50. It's a commemorative plenary session, and my name is Meera K. Desai. You can Google me, so I'm not going to introduce myself. Neither I think I need to introduce both the other people on panel, but still to kind of take it forward, we have with us Kiran Karnik sir, who is a kind of a legend. I don't think I need to kind of talk about him, but still for the young people in the audience, he is a kind of a columnist and author of 4 books, and he's with number of non-profit and corporate organizations. He's presently a chairperson of HelpAge India. He's also was a president of India Habitat Center, and he's recognized for his work in IT. He was also a president of NASSCOM. He's been part of number of scientific advisory councils to Prime Minister and National Innovation Council. He's also on a number of corporate boards and boards of Reserve Bank of India, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Jodhpur, Ahmedabad University, and also founding chair of IIITD, Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology. Sir started his career with atomic energy and spent 2 decades at ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization. That's what we are going to talk about today as a part of SITE. And then he also was with, he was also a CEO of Discovery Channel and Animal Planet in India and South Asia. And he also was a founding director of Consortium for Educational Communications, CEC, also countrywide classroom of UGC and its ICT initiative. And he also been kind of recognized as within award of Padma Shri, which is the highest award in terms of the India. And we have another person. I'll request Professor Dr. B.P. Sanjay, senior professor from Manipal Institute of Communication, to kind of come on dais. And I don't think I need to introduce Sanjay sir, but those who are from outside, he is a distinguished senior professor, and he's the person behind why we are here today. He has over 4 decades of research experience. He has contributed to political economy of communication, C4D, technology transfer, and journalism education. He had been a director of Institute of Indian Institute of Mass Communication, IIMC, and also he's been a founding vice chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu. Sir has earned his PhD from Simon Fraser, Canada, and he has been part of number of national and international academic bodies. Right now also he's part of ICA India chapter as well as regional hub at Manipal. So to start with our session on Site at 50, I'm sure some of you are kind of old enough to be aware about what Site was. And for those who were kind of not born, I also was not born, to be very honest, when the processes for Site started. Just to kind of give a little context, and then we'll go to Kiran sir, and then we'll go to Sanjay sir. The reason I'm saying that I was not born is because it's 1962 that they started talking about ISRO. ISRO started as a Indian National Committee for Space Research, and it's really unfortunate that 3 people who can be considered very, very important for SITE, when SITE is at 50, are not around with us. Vikram Sarabhai, who left us in 1971, before the SITE experiment actually took place. Professor Yashpal, who left us in 2017, who also was a kind of a person behind that. And even Sir Arthur Clarke, who is considered to be the person who gave an imagination of geostationary satellite, which became a base for SITE. So Arthur Clarke has kind of told SITE as the greatest communication experiment in the history of humankind. So It's a kind of a very interesting project. I'll not go into trivias of what it was, but what kind of, as a student, I think all of us have studied SITE because you didn't have a choice. It was a part of your curriculum and you had to do that. But when I was kind of looking at it now, being like on the other side of the table, I realized that it was a time of emergency in India. Indira Gandhi had declared emergency in June 1975, and SITE started in August 1975. So just imagine that if in today's time and age, if you'd say that the Prime Minister has declared an emergency and an educational experiment has to take place, I don't think it would have taken place. It would have halted. But in that time and age, I think that is something very interesting. I personally felt is very interesting. There are a number of firsts with SITE. Nobody in the world had thought about using satellites for educational television or instructional television. So SITE kind of raised this whole process about mass education and rural outreach. And also this whole business of direct penetration to villages, which is something today probably a lot of people would wish to do for different reasons. At that point in time, they thought about doing that. And another interesting trivia is that 80% of the villages that were covered in SITE did not have electricity. So just imagine that you are thinking about a project of satellite television in a situation when there is no electricity. So with collaboration with NASA, they actually had set up solar cell and battery operated TV sets also. So what SITE did for India is something very amazing. It established India as one of the techno-social kind of power, because a lot of people did a lot of things for SITE. It's not a kind of a single, it was a vision, but the reality is that it kind of took a lot of resources, all kind of resources to kind of run it. And it's a huge experiment. So to reaching out to 2,400 villages in 6 states and about 20 districts is kind of huge. So it tested India for its software. And I was just saying in the morning that I didn't know that 1975 pass out batch of FTII, Film and Television Institute of India, where the entire batch made content for SITE. So just imagine that's such an interesting thing for a kind of a society where such kind of a collaboration of academic, technological, social, intellectual, and economical resources. Because it's to kind of achieve that is kind of amazing to kind of do. And there is a money, obviously, that has come, huge amount of money from United Nations, $500,000 and subsequently 1.5 million US. And UNICEF had commissioned Shyam Benegal to do 21 films for, 21 film modules for SITE. So basically SITE ran with 2 broad things, ETV and ITV, as they called it, educational television and instructional television. And they only did broadcast for 4 hours. But the reality is that content was far superior. Like even if today you kind of go back and look at it, I don't think we have that kind of content coming in Indian television. How I become part of this story is I walked into something that is called Development Educational Communication Unit in Indian Space Research Organization in 1990. I was a student in 1988 when Kiran sir and a lot of others from ISRO used to be my teachers. And then I walked in, worked under them for about 2 years. The another very important person who is responsible for a lot of anthropological work during SITE is Professor Dr. Binod C. Agrawal, who was my guide. And I think because of him, I'm standing here in Manipal. What SITE created is also the audiences, television audiences in India, because before SITE, television was a new medium. So today when we all kind of talk about social media and all that, SITE kind of creates this new paradigm of viewership, which I think was first for us. Was it a great thing? One can always debate, because anything and everything can be criticized. But the reality is that it brought in some new things in Indian scenario. It made Indian satellite capability is much higher. In 1982 onwards, we created INSET series. So ISRO created satellites, which probably if SAI would not have happened, they would not have done. Way back in 1992, ISRO did experiments like one-way video, two-way audio. Look, I was a kind of research assistant, and we went and studied, because today, like, it's very normal that we are all kind of connected. We still know the challenges of being connected and syntheticness of being connected. But the reality is that at that time, they had a one classroom in ISRO, which would telecast lessons for adult education, and a person can ask questions from the other remote classes. And there was a first experiment in 1992 that I was a research assistant, and we went around asking people, are they learning anything? Is it making sense? They also kind of developed a training and development communication channel. They created EduSet in 2004, which also was a kind of a development. So basically, we'll kind of come back to personal stories. But just for you to kind of recognize that while there were challenges, television viewership dropped. They started off with about 200, 600 people in front of one TV set, which is not visible in that sense for the term, to kind of 60, 80 people in front of TV. So viewership in terms of numbers dropped. One of the kind of criticism of site is that was it worth to put so much of resources for kind of something like this. But the reality is that it led to a lot of other things which one has to kind of recognize, that the village got electricity because of site. So that's something which one has to kind of recognize, that those villages were not connected and they became connected. Also the huge challenge of infrastructure, repairs and maintenance, because I subsequently became part of something called Jabua Development Communication Project, which was more or less on the same framework of site. And that also had the same issues in terms of to put a TV set and keeping it running for kind of years is something which is challenging. So that is the another thing. And then why did site stopped in a year is also very interesting, because the NASA, which was responsible for putting a ATS satellite in the sky, decided not to kind of, so they dropped it. I think both of them are senior to me and they would kind of tell more stories about it. But if I understand correctly, US decided not to support the project. So after a year, that project closed. So it ran between August 1st, 1975 to 31st July, 1976. And it kind of had put all the operational responsibilities on ISRO, and therefore ISRO did amazing things which probably India had kind of not done before, and for that site kind of is still remembered. And one of the most important thing, which is a part of our own kind of theme of this conference, is the whole business of disrupting. The site brought in a communication research model of formative process and summative research, which did not exist before that. So people who were doing production were not doing research. Like I worked with EMRC, Educational Media Research Center, and I remember way back in 1991, when there were always fights between production people and researchers, because production people said, you don't understand. And research people say, you're not doing it right. And there's always this operational tussle. But site created a model of formative process and summative research, which did not exist before that. And it is today still being practiced. Now, like I did some communication briefs, and today when I have advertising professionals coming to my class, they talk about client briefs. So the names changed, but the concept and the context remains the same, of kind of reaching out to people. So I'll stop there, and I'll kind of request Kiran sir to kind of take over. Over to you, Kiran sir.
Thank you. I hope I'm clearly audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very much.
Okay. Well, thank you for that generous introduction to me and to site. You have helped me by taking off some of the stuff that was on my plate. But I want to thank Sanjay, ICA, and the Manipal Institute for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. I remember site from the old times, and this has brought back nostalgia. I wish I could have joined all of you. And Sanjay, thank you once again for thinking of this and for inviting me. It's indeed seminal that we should mark 50 years. And it's very good that you're doing this. Though to me personally, it's a bit unfortunate that others have not taken it. But I'm so delighted that you've taken the lead and put this together. So once again, thank you to ICA, Manipal, and to Sanjay personally for having done this. Having said that, I want to make this as brief as I can, which is always difficult, but let me try and keep this to 15 to 20 minutes at the most. And I hope that is okay. I was told about 15, 20, so I'll try and stick to that, if not less. So we have some time, depending on how it's organized, for any questions or other comments. And Sanjay will add a great deal to it. Before I get to the communication research part, which is something I want to focus on, given your interests and where we are in terms of this whole seminar, I want to spend just a few moments more on SITE. You already heard a lot of it. Let me add 2 or 3 bits of trivia historically and then talk a little bit more about SITE, the vision, and what it tried to do. First, a little bit more of the trivia. One was, this was emergency, as was mentioned, but it was also post-1971. And for those of you, I see from the audience, most of you may be too young to remember, to know, or even to be born then, but some of you may have read about it. 1971 was Bangladesh. And the Indo-US relations were probably at the lowest ever right from independence then, because as, again, some of you will recall, some may have read, they sent an aircraft carrier into the Bay of Bengal, almost threatening us. And India stood firm and said, we are going ahead. But relations were really nosedive. And everyone, but everyone, expected that this great Indo-US collaboration for this experiment, which was originally to start in 1974, was a goner. It's not going to happen. But I think thanks to the foresight of our own foreign policy, and importantly, the personal connections which Dr. Vikram Sarabhai had with key people, scientists in NASA, and higher up the hierarchy in the administration, made sure that this was in some sense firewalled from all the other things that were happening between India and the US at that time. So 74 became 75 because of a delay on the satellite front, and it was yet on course right through. There was never a doubt that it's going to be derailed or stopped. Though at one time, and again, a bit of trivia, the government of India was keen to know that, if for whatever reason, SITE doesn't happen, what's going to be the sunk cost, the infructuous cost. And I remember spending a few days with colleagues working on what might be the cost if the experiment doesn't happen, what would be a sunk and be irretrievable in some sense. So that's a bit of trivia on the side. The other one I do want to mention is, I think 3 people were mentioned, Vikram Sarabhai, Yashpal, and Arthur Clarke. And I'm glad you mentioned Vinod Agarwal, because I was about to remind you that from the research point of view, Vinod was a very key figure, a dear friend, a colleague for many years, and a guide I know to some, if not many of you, a guide in a formal sense and a guide in an informal sense to many others. But he drove this forward, and he was the key man. And it was a pleasure for me to have worked with him for close to 20 years before I left ISRO. And he continued on the research path, and a bit more on research as almost a tribute to him. I not mention him, but a bit more. And the other person I want to mention, a key person whom you did not mention, and who's worth mentioning because he was the former program manager for SITE, is Professor Chitnis. And again, some of you I know you would have met him, and Sanjay knows him too. And I'm delighted to tell you that he is not only around and kicking, so to say, but very active intellectually. Physically, he's down, and will be 100 this year. So as we mark 50 years of SITE, it's a centenary celebration for Professor Chitnis, who was the person, you might say the CEO of SITE, working with Yashpal and Chairman ISRO. But he was the person who drove it all, and think of him very much now. Okay, a few quick things on SITE, a little more beside what you heard. One was already mentioned, 2,400 villages, 6 states, unelectrified villages, remote places, and I should mention again a bit of interesting sidelight. There were places in North Bihar where we had installed sets as part of the 400 sets that were in Bihar, where in the monsoon, and I can mention this now, the only way for our maintenance teams to get there was to cross into Nepal and then get there. There was no way they could go from Indian territory. So some of those side rights which were sort of permitted and allowed with, feasible boundaries and somewhat fungible boundaries going across. Also, I'm glad you mentioned it. Fantastic job by the young engineers who made sure that, believe it or not, the uptime, what we used to call the MTBF, the mean time between failure for TV sets, in remote villages in Bihar, in Orissa, and elsewhere, was better than that in urban India. We showed it with actual figures, and that was because the maintenance teams were all in their early 20s, dedicated, motivated, hardworking, really pushed and made sure the sets worked. And in fact, they worked better, partly because some of them were run off batteries, where there was minimal to no voltage fluctuation, unlike mains power, which would go on and off all over India, including in urban India, where it would suddenly switch off the TV set, some fuse would go. Remember, those were days of tube sets. There was no solid state set. And we were the first in sight to get in solid state transistorized TV sets. Just sidelights. Final sidelight I want to mention, a very important one which some of you would have read about, some of you may have actually researched, is in addition, you might say, add on to sight, which we were very keen on. And let me mention a bit of background because I think it's important as part of the vision and philosophy of sight. You know, some of us, and this included Vikram Sarabhai in the early days, were concerned that while satellites provided a fantastic opportunity to reach remote parts of the country and get there directly without requirement of ground infrastructure, of repeaters, which TV stations are required, etc., it also meant that potentially you could centralize everything. You could broadcast from one single point and reach the whole country. And some of us felt uneasy in terms of philosophy and ideology of India then, which was diversity. Unity, but yes, unity in diversity. And we worried what potentially a future satellite system with highly integrated central point, single point of origin could possibly do. So we thought of something else and thought of decentralizing. And that was the start of what some of you may have read of, the PEAGE experiment, where we set up India's first rural TV transmitter in Kheda district in a village called PEAGE in Gujarat. And also it provided an interesting development side, right? Because whereas all the other states that were picked for sight, the districts in those states were amongst the most backward in that state and indeed in the country, some of them as in Orissa and Bihar, as I mentioned. Relatively speaking, Kheda district in Gujarat was a much more prosperous place economically. The administration was far more agile and efficient, if I may use that as an actual truth. And third, we had the strong support of an existing ground network of cooperatives, thanks to Amul, and we worked with Dr. Kurian and his team closely. And I mention all this because in many ways, Kheda as the first example of decentralized local rural communication with participatory content was path-breaking in many, many ways. But that's a separate story. Just wanted to mention that as a sidelight. Okay, let me move on for a moment or two on Vikram Sarabhai's vision and then talk a little bit about research. You know, his vision was technology for development. And a personal footnote, when I joined, I was all of 21 and joined there after an MBA, which most people thought is completely mad to go and join atomic energy and work on that and space. But I was frankly fired up by Dr. Sarabhai's vision of using technology for development. Not widely done, not even thought of, not even spoken of then. Technology was always looked at best for economic progress, not for the kind of social change and development that we had in mind. Because to us, and I say us because it's a collective team that worked with Dr. Sarabhai, development included social development, which began with social change in a country that was very iniquitous and highly divided socially. So social change, including structural changes, were key to economic development and not a sidelight, not a spin-off, not something that may or may not happen. And we saw this happening elsewhere in the world, where economic development took place, but the social inequities, the oppression, the systems of hierarchy stayed in place. And our attempt was to break free. And this was Vikram Sarabhai's attempt to say, how can technology do what we often talk of today? When we say digital divide, we say digital bridges. How could technology build bridges to not just connect rural and urban, not just connect maybe well-off and the poor, not just connect people with administration, but importantly, build a bridge that will equalize economic, social, and other differences. And this is where some of the research comes in. Our research showed very clearly that among the biggest inequities is the information inequity. And don't think of today where everybody has a cell phone. Think of days in 1975 where those who couldn't read and write were completely cut off from information. They had no source of information except radio. Television hardly existed then. They couldn't read posters. not everything was illustratable, and therefore they were cut off, and they had no idea of what was happening except by word of mouth, which is often distorted. And here one was attempting to bring in information equality by taking information not just on new agricultural crops or health information, but including things like minimum wages, the rights of those who are there, the equality between people to remote parts of the country. So in that sense, and think back 50 years, this was almost revolutionary. And I think that's an important part to recognize. And this came certainly from Vikram Sarabhai's vision, but also from his creating an involvement of those who were socially more sensitive. And it's true that many scientists, especially in those times, were, but I think the social scientists and researchers played an important part in this sensitization and this putting on agenda things like social change. And I think that's very important. The other part I want to mention is the Vikram Sarabhai legacy of following the scientific method. So, a proper scientific method, hypothesis, test, pilot project, evaluate, prove, iterate, change. And it may seem, just talking in retrospect of things, but if you look systematically, we started with something called Krishi Darshan. That was the first thing I was involved in, which was a pilot project around Delhi to do agricultural broadcasts, which are not around them, and see what impact it had. The reason for doing this was to establish that TV could be used for development and can actually be used. So a proper experiment was done with TV sets, even in those days, that was 1970, installed in Panchayat Ghars around Delhi, villages around Delhi, which are now part of the urban agglomeration of Delhi. And I think of them now as the villages I visited in places some of you may be familiar with Delhi, like Mehrauli, which is right in the middle now, and which seemed far away. Even the Qutub Minar seemed, outskirts. And this was done, it was evaluated by a third party in a proper scientific independent party evaluation method. And we were able to establish, and this was the days when India was doing ship to lip in terms of food, having tremendous agriculture shortages. So agriculture was important. And we were able to establish that the new agricultural revolution brought about by Dr. Swaminathan and his team at ICA could actually fructify on the ground. And we showed this through research. Following Krishi Darshan, which established TV as a mode for carrying information, creating change in the field, moved on to SITE, saying we now want to establish the feasibility of the technology itself, that satellite broadcasting as a way to reach remote parts is feasible in India with Indian equipment, with maintenance, with bad power and so on. So that was the second step. And then it led on, as was mentioned later, to INSAT in the 1980s. So I think it was a transition which was very methodologically sound, scientifically established route of going and investing into what you want to do. And that was part of the vision and thinking of Vikram Sarabhai early on. And technologically, for those who are interested in technology, think of SITE as a prelude to DTH. Today, DTH is so common. We talk of direct to home with small dishes. And SITE was the first in 1975, the first in the world. Interestingly, this was using a borrowed satellite where intention was an experiment for only 1 year. It was a short life satellite, first of its kind, a massive structure with a 30-foot antenna in space, which enabled us to receive signals comparatively easily for those days. Otherwise, you needed very big dishes on the ground. This was a 10-foot simple chicken wire mesh, as we called it, kind of antenna, which seems huge by today's DTH standards, but it was small enough then to be able to receive signals. And NASA did this as a technological experiment, more pushed towards defense communication, where big communication satellites could be used for linking to remote areas. And they didn't know what to do with the satellite. That was when Vikram Sarabhai came up with the idea that, hey, lend it to us, we'll try it out and do something useful by doing educational developmental broadcasts. And as I mentioned earlier, his connections with NASA, between his charisma, his personal contact, his standing as a scientist, he was able to persuade them that move it from over the US, where they had earlier positioned it after it's launched, move it over India so we can use it for a year. And we'd have loved to do more, but the satellite life itself was short, so we said a 1-year experiment. So that is site, that is Vikram Sarabhai, and the inclusiveness part, which I do want to mention, involved going out to the remote villages, as I mentioned, the backward parts of the country, and very importantly, to make this accessible by putting the TV sets either in panchayat ghars or in schools, which are neutral territory where all castes and all people could and did assemble. So yeah, I think you mentioned, you're right, initial audiences, the novelty effect of people who had never seen a moving picture in their life, they'd never seen a film, was such that it attracted the whole village. And slowly people came seeing what kind of program, where, what would they do. Another important part of the inclusiveness was that in those days, though we were broadcasting from a single point mainly in Delhi, we could do it from Ahmedabad also, the programs were made in each area in the language and often the dialect of the area. So there was decentralized in terms of content. And then there was half an hour of a common program in Hindi, what we called common program, which you might call as a national program now, or a national program. And that's why I want to bring back, mention Page again for a moment. The concept was, can you decentralize and yet bring something common, the unity in diversity theme, by saying this is what I like to call integrated decentralization. So you decentralize, but then integrate them all into common network for a while. And that integration in content was the 30 minutes of common or national program. The rest was very local as you could make it. Okay, let me move a little bit to the research. I'm taking more time than I intended to. Just a few words, because I know Sanjay will speak and tell you a lot more on the research. This was very exciting because it was the first time that such an experiment was being taken on, and we felt that it's critical to not just evaluate it thoroughly to understand the impact, but to go through all the ways that a research team could help. So yes, formative research, audience profiles, needs assessment, process research, feedback, script testing, pilot program testing, and of course a summative evaluation to see that overall, in terms of totality, what was it? Important part of the methodology was, of course, a lot of sociology, a lot of statistics, a lot of saying what kind of data and pick it up, but importantly, also deep anthropological research and insight coming partly from Vinod's own background and partly from the feeling that we need to understand in depth these processes. So an anthropologist lived in a village in each of these 6 different areas for more than 15 months, the full 12 months of the experiment, a few months before, a few months after, just to observe, to be a non-participant observer in the process, to see what is happening in the village. Are people changing? How do they get together? What are the dynamics? Do different castes mix? Do you see a change happening? Now, 1 year is a very short period for such change, but yet we derived tremendous amount of insights from these deep anthropological studies, some of which helped us to understand what the data in terms of large surveys were showing us, and some of which were unique insights of great value, especially to content producers and policymakers, but also just understanding the process of communication itself. In all this, there was third-party involvement, though the teams were in ISRO. We had people, advisors, consultants from outside, looking in, assessing methodology, assessing approaches, understanding what we're doing and giving a go-ahead each time. So a lot of experts involved. I don't want to mention names because many of them were the top experts of that time. The same thing on content. Not only our in-house team, then you're right, we picked up almost, I remember going to a film institute and they didn't understand what this whole new TV thing is about, but they were all excited. And we picked up people who have then, some of whom have become big stars in their own way, sometimes in the movie world of Bollywood or elsewhere, including a good friend from Assam, some in deeper documentary and other areas. They all established themselves very well. When they joined, they were young people who had never seen a TV camera. This was a film institute, remember, in those days, and they all went through a thorough film training, and this was pretty new to them. So we shot early on, partly in film, partly on videotape, but this was new. That's a passing thing. But on the research side, this was unique, and I'm glad it was mentioned that we created teams which worked together. This was exceptional because never been done before. We had content experts who were, for our science programs, for example, scientists. And I think the excitement in that time that was created, and this is credit to top leadership and top leaders like Vikram Sarabhai, Professor Yashpal, and Professor Chitnis, got in the best scientists. Again, I won't mention names, but we got the top scientists of the country, especially for a studio in Bombay where we were making science education programs. The top scientists from TIFR or Atomic Energy came in and spent time actually writing the briefs, which were mentioned, looking at the script, suggesting changes, checking factually, suggesting analogies and simpler examples which would be there. We had researchers and we had, of course, the program producers. So it was a team that combined creative people, people who understood the medium and content, people who understood the audience, which were researchers, and people who understood the content, which were the content experts working together. Something unique which has carried on in some ways, not in other ways. And then, of course, we had teams of researchers that assessed and evaluated separately. This, I think, led the way to a lot more work moving on in the research area in different ways. And I want to end in the next few minutes by talking a little bit about what has happened post that. DECU was mentioned, Development Educational Communication Unit, very unique, the only space organization in the world to have social scientists. Now some of them have a smattering of 4 or 5 years, 120 plus at the peak in-house, plus a lot of people working outside. And I think it created a unique and very special ethos where even the core engineers and technologists began to take interest and understand the kind of social dimensions of what we were trying to do. Very, very important for an applications-oriented space agency, which we were, I hope yet are, and not a technologically oriented one. Everything we did was related to applications. The technology development was driven by what application was possible and therefore what technology would be required. So the pacing point was applications. Technology followed that in terms of what the requirement was. This is the Baba Sarabhai philosophy where applications paces technology. Of course, after that, a lot of interesting things, a lot of water has flown down many, many rivers, even in dry rivers. And things have moved on to different media beyond television. Interpersonal media now is where we use a lot of it then on the ground as supportive to TV programs, folk forms of various kinds involving and getting advice from experts from around the country, some interpersonal stuff, actually going and extension workers working with them, and TV. And then we attempted in later years, as was mentioned, to make the one-way process of television broadcasting a little more participatory by getting questions back. And we found this was the hypothesis that if you get questions back from 10 classrooms, it will represent 90% of the questions that anybody, anywhere in the country might have. So trying out stuff like that. Now, of course, social media has overtaken all that. The interesting experiments with a strong focus now on what has been called behavior change communication. And I think SITE laid the groundwork for that kind of thing. At that time, we rarely called it behavior change communication. We're aiming at behavior change, but now it's become almost a field in itself. And very recently, one of the organizations I've been involved with did a whole series of programs, again, using great researchers, some of whom had worked on SITE, but who are now abroad in the US universities, working with the team there to create a whole series of programs aiming at behavior change related to young adolescents and recently married women related to reproductive health and so on. Very successful, very nice, and I think very effective. And they do acknowledge some of those researchers, like Sanjay, were then young people involved at the very early stages of what was SITE research. And they acknowledge that SITE was what drove them into this and got them on. So I'm happy to see the connection from 50 years back to what is happening. We did this series last year for women and health. So lots of that. Social media now has opened up all kinds of new possibilities. And as far as research is concerned, artificial intelligence has made data analysis quicker, faster. The new tools, no longer pen and paper, no pencil, enter it directly into your tablet, goes into a central point. By the end of the day, you have full tabulation, sliced and diced by whatever way you want, by gender, by community, by caste, by region, all done there super fast. And I think that's part of the change that technology has brought and will increasingly bring to researchers. And I would urge all the researchers listening in on this to really look at how they can leverage this. Don't let it dominate you, but it's a huge opportunity to see what more can be opened up. The fact that you can do so much more analysis simply, easily, quickly, and cheaply. How can you use it? What can you do with it? I think that's very, very critical to, in some sense, rejuvenate the whole area of communication for development, which went through a peak, then went through a trough, I would say, for a while, picked up again, and it's moving on now. And I'm not up to date, but I would hope that with this new thing, we can rejuvenate it and give it a completely new life and take it on to the next stage. And, look at things that are possible. I'm very excited about it. I've been trying with the education institutions I'm involved with to get them excited about doing things like something which is unique to culture. So we can't borrow from abroad AI models, things like how do crowds behave, very culture specific. And I think for us, it's critical. Every time you read of some terrible tragedy, most recently the one in Bangalore about a crowd becoming a stampede and, 11 people dead right there. And you realize that, had you had some good way of modeling how crowds behave, maybe you could have done something. Use the social media to send messages, to nudge them, to move them out, to get them to go off, move from one place to the other. I think the integration of such research with technology and with social media has phenomenal potential. And I've been pushing hard where one institution are able to do it partly to do integrating social sciences with the new technology. So we run a course on computer science and social science, CS plus SS. And I would look for a new field like computational biology, computational mathematics, to say computational sociology, and see what can you do from crowd and mob behavior and see what you can do. So just one example. I think many possibilities, new excitement with new technology. And I'm hoping that the whole field of communication for development will lead us and take off from here and go on. Let me stop there. I've taken at least a few minutes more than I intended to. But thank you all very much. And again, my apologies for not being there in person. I'd love to come and meet all of you and many friends, many younger people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's kind of wonderful, and we missed you here because obviously it would have been a kind of a. But I still recollect hearing you at IIITD at ICA inauguration. So it's fascinating, and I'm not sure you remember me, but I worked under you once upon a time. So thank you so much for sparing time. I would request Sanjay sir to kind of take it forward from there.
Thank you, Meera, and thank you, Kiran, for that historical and contemporary perspective on the site. It's been a kind of a personal fascination for me to talk about and to discuss about site. And when I proposed this to Kiran, he said that do you really want to do it? Site, whoever remembers that, but I had to persuade him to place the whole site experiment in perspective, which he has done. And Meera has also laid the introduction for her own experience with the post-site situation and what she thinks of the experiment and so on. What I'll try and do is to look at site not necessarily from any other great significant perspective, but also to recall the kind of formative enthusiasm and involvement we as master students in Bangalore University had when the experiment was still being debated. 1974, when we got into the program, as Kiran mentioned, there was a lot of uncertainties. But for us, there was a kind of an enthusiasm that something is in the offing. It is also appropriate for me to recall and remember and pay my respects to Professor K. Eapen, who had a great rapport with kinds of Professor Yashpal, Chitnis, Binod Agarwal, Bella Modi, and others. And he was able to kind of, bid for and bring perhaps the only university-led independent evaluation of site. The other agency was Planning Commission, which in a way could be looked at as a kind of a cousin to the space application and DECO efforts in terms of their approach and their thinking. So one of the things that Professor Eapen insisted was, it was also an emergency, and probably also he exercised his academic role as, leader, and insisted that no master's thesis can be taken up without framing it in the context of site. So no democracy, no freedom, and also the climate and the political situation at that particular point in time, which Meera and Kiran have recalled, was internal emergency. But for us, it was a kind of, God sent, because, I don't think many of us had the wherewithal and the intellectual ability to think out of the box and go up to Eapen and say that, no, I want to work on something else, I don't want to work on site. But nevertheless, 6 projects and, at least 10 other interventions took place by the Bangalore University team on site. Eapen, of course, as some of you senior members here know, was a critical communication scholar. I mean, he did not necessarily fall into the enthusiastic trap of saying that technology is the beginning and end of all. So we had that benefit of certain critical questions in our mind. For example, when some of us wrote to Professor Eapen saying that television is not functioning in this particular villages, there are days that sometimes the custodian is not available, he's locking up the TV and he's not available in the place he should be. What should we do? And those days were the time of inland letters. We did not have SMS, we did not have WhatsApp, and inland letter took about 4 or 5 days later. Promptly, in his own handwriting, Eapen wrote to some of us that, look here, the fact that you are in a village and amidst this exciting experiment is not to necessarily only think of television and what it do. You also have to think about the context in which such media function in developing situations. I want you to look at the other factors and other variables that are, hampering the, functioning of television in the villages. So that was, one set of exposure we had in the site, and if I have to fit it into what Meera and Kiran said, it was the process-oriented study that we undertook. It was not a summative that probably the JDCP and other projects took about. So we were very much in the process of the experiment, and true to the methodology that was available to us, many of us took up what we call as an evaluation of the objectives as matched with the realities on ground, and we did our own master study, and we somehow got our degrees, and our degrees still carry the title that we worked on site. And that's a very significant historical moment for me in its 50th year. And I also recall my academic journey of 50 years along with site. The next important stage was, this is also for emerging scholars, not so much for senior academics who have already developed their own thought process and what they are thinking and what they are doing. The other process was, could site be studied more intensively and, from a critical perspective, from a policy perspective. Now, this was not something that came during my study at site in Bangalore University. This is something that came about when I was planning to pursue my PhD, where one of the things that we had to write, which even now is a practice in many universities, including our own universities, is the statement of purpose, which you have to send for prospective consideration of PhD admission. And PhD admissions those days also meant a bit of a support, right, as graduate support or teaching assistant support. So when I proposed, my first cut proposal to, those days we could also write directly to the professors. When I sent my proposal to Bill Melody, institutional economist of repute, and studied intensively the information societies, paradigm and societies. The reply came after 17 or 18 days. Then he said that, look here, Sanjay, I mean, the proposal is very good, but I think that you're better off going to Stanford or Berkeley, where the innovation kind of development and change is very active. My interest is of a different kind. But he also said that he will give me 3 to 4 months to come up with another proposal if I wish to continue to work under him. That was the time when I had to work, and there was a lot of debates that were going on in the country about is space sector development and is space sector agenda good at all for India. There were a lot of business and other articles talking about how India is actually engaging in a gamble with regard to the space development and race. Though some of these kind of catchy headlines and magazine articles, I took a interest in that, and by that time I was also exposed to certain literature about the notion of technology in terms of its lack of neutrality as well as its kind of impact. So some readings I had done. So I combined all that and talked about technology and space development and the notion of media-centric modernization paradigm. I proposed it to Bill Melody, and fortunately both Dallas and Bill Melody were excited with that kind of a proposal. And there I was back in Simon Fraser University in 1984 when I was given an opportunity to pursue PhD, and straight away from day one, I was completely engaged in looking at site in the context of what I would call as the context of technology development, that is United States, and the context of deployment, that is India. Now, it was also kind of, the era when, India's science and technology policies were being molded in now not so popular Nehruvian framework of, science, technology development, institutional development, and so on. So one of the things that happened was, the conflict between, the civilian and military applications of space technology as against the UN mandated application of space for peaceful uses. Now that was something that, was at the back of my mind when I started looking at television and the context of its development, and where all it had kind of, generated its argument and rationale. And very few instances, except isolated instances in Canada or the Rocky Mountain, gave that kind of extended logic about television's use for development. And that was something that I was able to kind of, articulate in terms of how did the rationale and reasoning of television for development come about. That's just the technology part of it. But the other factor that was at the back of my mind was also to try and look at um, how is the policy formulated whenever we are going in for a major, some of us might think that site after all is just a 1-year experiment. But site had a lot of planning, as Kiran mentioned, etc. It's an offshoot of 1969, and in fact, the DAE and NASA agreement was kind of contemplated as early as 1969 itself. So there is a long 10 to 15 years history before the actual experiment began. So the context of technology development that is US was that part of the US commercial policies in the space sector was dictated by the fact that they already had extraordinary terrestrial development. So satellite for them was not of any immediate application. So there was a concern within the NASA as to how are they going to, demonstrate communication satellite. The ATS-6, as Meera and Kiran have mentioned, was supposed to be one of the most advanced communication satellites at that particular point in time. Probably there are other advanced technologies. But this debate of, there were only 3 or 4 large contexts that NASA and USA could think of major deployment. One was, of course, Brazil. China was a strict no-no in terms of the Cold War dynamics. So that left, Brazil and India as probable areas of how the satellite potential could be, demonstrated or developed or whatever you call it. But as has already been hinted, the post-71 context of India was very different in terms of geopolitical. And if you go through the oral histories of NASA and look at what Arnold Prutkin and others have talked about, there was a very clear hesitation in the mind of NASA and the administration as to whether they should actually park the satellite in India. By that time, there was also a very, what people, historians talk about as a very unsavory episode of the Voice of America transmitter episode in India, where Voice of America was prepared to give the transmitter to India at 1 rupee, to be based in Calcutta. And all that they said was, while you can do your programs, we will use it for our own regional kind of transmission, because they wanted a, so India Parliament had said a strict no to that, and that was also, has been articulated in the documents that I was able to do for my own study. So the context of technology development was rooted in certain amount of geopolitics. But transcending the geopolitical consideration, all that NASA also wanted at one point in time was that, look here, let us not be seen as wanting to go to India. Let somebody from India articulate that they need the satellite. Now, here is the kind of a situation where I've seen documents which say that whatever internal memos, don't go for it now. Let somebody, they did not name, but the implication was very clear. Somebody asked for it, and then we will kind of, these are very, what should I say, internal memos. How much of significance we want to attach to them is a different matter. But ultimately, it shaped up that India articulated, and we had very strong policy articulations, beginning from Department of Electronics to Professor Vikram Sarabhai, who, as Krishi Darshan and other things, were able to kind of, rationalize. Because Meera mentioned the techno-rationality argument, the kind of need that India had for satellite. But there was also kind of a domestic compulsion, because All India Radio at that particular point in time wanted to develop television on a terrestrial basis. Because terrestrial basis meant, because the whole expansion of broadcasting was on a terrestrial basis. So it took some time, and some of the policy documents of the persuasion of how All India Radio's master plan looked at terrestrial versus Sarabhai's and the space sector's argument for television. There was a bit of a dialectic relationship on that particular point in time. And Sarabhai's personality, what it is, has already been mentioned, who could reach up to the highest corridors of power in India and also highest corridors of science and technology bureaucracy, both in US as well as many other countries, prevailed, and satellite finally was declared as one of the options for demonstrating the application of television for development. Now, this is the whole process of institutional relationship from the 1938 Congress argument of whether television is a good moral force or not in society, to the articulation of the Indo-US Memorandum of Understanding. One can dissect and look through the documents to see how the rationale evolved. Because rationale of policy making doesn't necessarily involve always, as my supervisors have said, they're not explicit statements which come out as press releases, but the institutional processes of how it is articulated is also one aspect of study that we need to probably engage in. So SITE was a kind of a mix of both development, deployment, and development. In between, we also had what should be the social science research tradition. Meera has mentioned, Kiran has mentioned, there was a very strong, one of the textbook case description of SITE has been its social science orientation. And once again, recalling Epan brought all the social scientists associated with SITE to the classroom in Bangalore University to talk about what SITE meant. And that is when, we started reading the likes of Lerner or Sham. There was a kind of a particular, I'm talking about 1975. Today, if you talk about Lerner and Sham, who, why, etc., all these things will come up. But we have to look at it from the point of view as students. We are only kind of, guided by the master books and the sources that we are all given. So that social science tradition had a very strong modernization framework. But the critical political economy perspective, not that it was not missing, but when the evaluation came up to say that television after all it was 1 year experiment, and that 1 year experiment also unfortunately took place in the internal emergency. The complete experiment was in the height of internal emergency, where one aspect that could be demonstrated was only information. News was already under the control of the ministry, so news was an objective, but news could be kind of as usual, and in the heydays of state control was something that they. In fact, later when we play the documentary and Kiran mentioned about Professor E.V. Chitnis, I had the occasion to send somebody in 2021 to interview him at Pune residence. That clip will be played in the documentary that we are going to take. And one of the questions that the researcher asked was, sir, you're all space scientists, you're all from Space Application Center. Wasn't there some kind of what should I say, anti-satellite in the minds of the powers that be? And Chitnis in 2020 says that, look here, why would they say? Mrs. Gandhi wanted a certain kind of a centralized power. There was a mention of 1971. So why would a politician not want something of a central medium of communication that in one shot can reach the entire country? Sometimes we always think that political leaders are not experienced enough, but political leadership also sees the value in technology. It's that part of, political motive. The second part was the Advertiser Standards Council was also looking at a viable medium for nationwide commercial reach. They didn't say it in as many words. So the subsequent transition of the lament that many of us had, that television moved away from a development perspective to a highly commercial, is one set of an argument coming purely from an academic school of thought. But we also have to understand that there were a lot of relationships which also was looking at, advertising. By then, Doordarshan had been separated from radio, and there was a lot of advertising potential, etc. So that part of the commercial underpinnings of expansion of television in the INSAT phase is something also we have to recognize. The other point is, did something happen with regard to development in education? Thankfully, that stream of thinking in government policies continued. Although it was kind of, pitted one against the other, that was something that policymakers always questioned, but they never gave up the institutional mechanisms for promoting development in education. For example, the entire system of primary school, the SCRTs to the UGC Consortium for Education was all kind of, formulated in the framework of education and technology for development. And so that was a parallel pursuit till such time INSAT had the capacity to give a dedicated satellite for educational purposes. And that was something that we also have to look at. So in 2020, when we wanted to pay our tributes to Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, I had organized a webinar, like Kiran also spoke on that occasion, and we had Arvind Singhal and others speaking in that. So the continuity of academic discourse on communication of or development in terms of research traditions took on many different dimensions. One was, of course, the critical political economy perspective, which few of us have kind of, Vinod sometimes says that we made a political capital out of political economy, but we continued in that mold of thinking in terms of questioning policies and programs. But the other side was a strong sociological and critical analysis of television analysis in terms of women's gender representation. And also, there was a very strong tradition of literature, which we call it as the pro-development soap operas kind of a research, which was, the Hum Log Hum Log and Bunyad were kind of, crystallized as in terms of the Latin American model of Simplementa Maria, which was used for the sewing machine in the Singer company, how it came. There are a lot of research traditions which came. I'm not trying to say that reduction is to say that sight is the axis of no. What happened in the course of development of television in India was different kinds of research traditions. Then, of course, there was a whole lot of work on children, on gender. But somehow we also missed the opportunity of structurally analyzing the marginalized, the minority, etc., in the discourse at that particular point in time. Post-construction of the work of people like Arvind Rajgopal and others who have looked at politics, secularism, nationalism, post-television, we have had some kind of discussion on that. The last point that I would like to say is that there is a kind of dangling paradigm in the exercise of sight, which is lots of literature on the missing dynamics of development in developing countries. So all the reports of UNESCO, UNICEF, ITU, etc., always talk about this missing. They talk about information. Is it information missing? Is it the medium for information that is missing, either radio or television? And later, much later, in the committee work of Maitland and others, they talked about telecommunications as missing. Why SITE is kind of referred to it was, one of the three objectives of SITE was, one of course was television, second was telecommunication, and the third was meteorology and weather forecasting. Both television and telecom by 1980 had been crystallized as national policies. Of course, Sam Pitroda and others came later in terms of the mission orientation to telecom. But by 1980 and 1979, a decision had been taken that the basis of infrastructure development for television, that is broadcasting, and for telecommunication would be communication satellites. That's one of the reasons why the INSAT series is operationalized, and Space Application Center and ISRO are playing a very active role in the development and deployment of satellites. We have our own indigenous, all that is there. That's part of the scientific literature that is available to everybody. So my tribute or commemorative take on SITE at 50 is partially recalling my own academic journey, which significantly began in one way or the other with SITE. And it also gave me my further academic justification in terms of my PhD work on institutional relationships in the transfer of communication technology satellite. I did it in the reference to INSAT, but the prelude to INSAT was very much SITE. And subsequently, when both in University of Hyderabad and elsewhere, we were trying to develop courses for communication and development. Vinod and myself, we decided that communication and development could be a two-part course. We developed it in two independent courses. One is the process and the basic methodology. Second one is, of course, the political economy and the critical aspect. So academically, a framework of SITE has generated substantial academic discourses. Being emotionally involved with it in terms of my own background, I might want to say that everything about us is SITE. No, I don't want to say it at 50, but just for the emerging scholars and also for scholars who have thought about many other issues, to say that SITE is an axis upon which both communication for development and communications revolution and ICT for D discourses have developed significantly, not only in India, but if you read any textbook on communication for development, there cannot be a footnote or a reference on SITE. Finally, I would like to thank Kiran also, because Kiran and Romesh Chandra have a fantastic UNESCO monograph called Planning for SITE. It's available in the UNESCO document research, and both of them have very well articulated the entire process, the formulation of the agreement. Thank you, Kiran, for that basic monograph that even now I kind of refer to it. And with those few words, I think we move on. And if Kiran is around, maybe if the floor has some questions, we can take. Or to me or to Meera, if you have some questions, we'll take before we begin to play the short SITE documentary that we have worked on. Thank you. Kiran, would you like to reflect on some thoughts?
No, sure. Wait for any questions if there are any, Sanjay.
Yeah. Any questions to Kiran?
Yeah, I was just listening to all of you, and very inspiring. It talks about technology should be used to solve real problems of the man and society, as whatever you have been talking about, and it should not really be treated like an elite tool which is in control of some of the people. And earlier, from what I have understood, that SITE has done a lot of marriage of the folk arts that we had, and to enable everybody to reach further, like things like Krishi Darshan. I remember seeing it as a child. So, how do we as academicians ensure that, now that the times have changed, but the technology is so much more available to everybody, and with so much data availability to a lot of people, actually, even in the remotest possible places, that we ensure that we reach them with the correct things, rather than so many of those WhatsApp videos which keeps being circulated and keeps being used and played and shared so much often than the real thing, which should kind of make sure that, how do we as academicians ensure that, we have something which is like which the objective was to begin with.
Sanjay, if I can just make a brief response and you can add to that. Very difficult question. I don't think there's any easy answer. The kinds of things going on. I didn't mention that. I had it in my notes saying, many of us dreamt when technology took off, saying this is now going to be democratization. Because especially with the internet and now with social media's early days, we thought with everybody being a possible content provider, you're really equalizing the playing field, democratizing it. But in fact, what seems to happen is quite the opposite. The surfeit of information has, first of all, brought in gatekeepers who curate, put it together, because there's so much you don't know what to do. So you get gatekeepers. Some of them are good, they curate good stuff. Some of them are bad. And then you get now, armies of trollers who drive things and trends. And then finally you end up with echo chambers where you're listening to views which you agree with, and the social media algorithms feed you what you like to hear. That's the standard algorithm. So you hear more and more of what you're convinced about, and just reinforcing a bias or a stereotype or fake news. The good part of it is that technology can take care of some of this also by immediately exposing, finding out what is fake. Even a photoshopped image can be with AI figured out, and you point out that this is not correct, it's wrong. The problem is, as economists will tell you, that bad money tends to drive good money out of the market. So the fake stuff tends even now to drive out the genuine. But I think it's an ongoing battle where technology has a role to play. Just one final comment overall, not specifically to your question per se, but to your earlier comment on academics and the role. I think it's very important for academics to continue to look at something which I think SITE is a good example. Early on itself, this same technology could have been used for the elite to reach out with special programs, to do what DTH does today, complete commercialization. And yet the system design, starting with the set being a community set, to it being in a place which is accessible, to what kind of content is made and put out, made the difference. So it's not that technology are bits and pieces, how you put them together. The system design part, which must crucially involve social scientists. If you leave it to technologists alone, they get driven by what happened to the LPT revolution in India in the 80s. Many of us thought first when LPTs were conceived that this is the PEAGE model, where you're replicating decentralized TV transmission. But it soon became highly centralized and just a way of taking common message out to the whole country. So the system design, the technology itself doesn't dictate it, but what you do in terms of design and thinking dictates what happens. I think there's a big role for academicians to try and find out and put together concepts and ideas where you're able to put technology to use for social good. How you define the social good is a problem, but you can. In the same way as I said about checking fake news and WhatsApp forwards, which go round and round the same thing. But it's not an easy problem, and we are faced with it in a terrible way just now.
No, hello. I don't think I have an answer to what Anu you were asking. But my understanding is what sir said is true. But I just had two other things that it just came to my mind when we were discussing. I think what SITE brought in is to respect and recognize other languages. I'm not talking about a language. When like sir said, a management person walks into a technology and technology person talks to an anthropologist, is a language that people bring in. And like I grew up into that environment for 2 years as a research assistant. And today I sit in a university, in a higher education space, and I realize that people are not ready to listen to other languages. And that language respect, language recognition, language tolerance is something that I think site needs to be kind of reflected for, I feel. Because the teams that Kiran sir talked about is something that is very, very critical and crucial. And the other thing that I learned as a kind of a professional, because Sanjay sir was narrating his own journey as an academician and how site became part of it. Like for me, participatory communication is a kind of a day-to-day reality, because I grew up listening to all these people and also being part of teams that went to audiences and asked them what do you want, and then you kind of design what they want. And today when like I deal with my students and also so-called influencers and all, and when people are just talking top down, that kind of bothers me a lot. So that's something that I kind of keep pushing in my class, saying, please recognize, are you being listened to? If you're not being listened to, why are you talking? So this whole notion of communication as a kind of a common good, social good, and a participatory process is something that I think site has left. And that's a legacy that I think we need to kind of talk about 50 years now, because we need to bring that back. Because what we are seeing now is ghettos and silos and kind of followers and all that, so which is kind of little disturbing. And then obviously the propagandist kind of a process that we are seeing today is something that is little problematic. Yeah.
Just to kind of, wrap up that, when you say how can academicians, or what kind of academics, how we should look at it, I think, if you want to look at site, a 1-year experiment, having done everything for the country, I think that perhaps is not the right perspective. But what site probably did was a whole set of systemic factors that one can even now look at. For example, technology, for example, reaching out, for example, message design, message composition. There are kind of, things that you can take from site without necessarily over-celebrating site. I mean, that's something that in social science research, we use site as, let us say, as an example of the modernization paradigm and critique it. I mean, that is where, youngsters like you and academicians can look back and see whether something could be done out of it. That's how I would look at it. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Sanjay and Meera. This is a very important panel, and I'm glad you've been thoughtful in bringing sight back into our contemporary communication discourse. And I think very often our students tend to become very ahistorical in the way they think of media studies, communication studies, and cite as something, which is an annoying question that comes up in PhD entrance exams or, net exams and so on. But I think for me, it's very important to look at the importance of site in terms of what it did for communication and media studies research in India. I always think of communication research in India as pre-site and post-site. Unfortunately, some of the gains of site research have not been sustained very well in the way we conducted media research over the last 25 years or so in India. That's a different matter. But you look at some of these things. Yesterday, someone asked a question about social sciences and communication. Site was a great example where anthropological studies and anthropological understanding of rural India was brought in to study this great project. Both Binod and Epen. I mean, Professor Epen, with his training from Madison and so on, brought in a very strong social science component into the way we thought of media and communication. I mean, I remember Epen saying that you should look at communication system as always a part of a social system, and understand society, economy, and politics within which media systems emerge. I mean, that's a very important insight, which unfortunately, the way in which we have conducted journalism and media research, we have not been able to sustain it very well. In fact, by the early 1980s, when I went to journalism school, every other student was doing basically content analysis studies. Completely lost touch with communities and audiences and so on. In that context, the second thing I want to say is, while people credit a lot of Western scholars in bringing in audience studies into media research, for example, David Morley's work on television research in the 80s and early 90s, I think SITE did that much earlier. The way in which audiences respond to these programs, the structural impact of this content, all of that was studied much before television audience studies became a thing in the West. But it's the nature of intellectual imperialism that we have not been credited much with having done this work much before. Thirdly, methodological innovation, Sanjay. I think the ethnographic work and the qualitative research that was brought into SITE research, it was pioneering. And somewhere we lost touch with that work and became a lot more positivistic in the way we conducted research in our media schools. Whereas SITE already actually laid the ground for qualitative ethnographic work and did it very well. The fourth thing I wanted to say was intersectionality, which is now all the rage and fashion, right? SITE research raised all those questions about what is the differential impact of this content, how do different audiences respond differently. Gender and caste were actually foregrounded 50 years ago in Indian media research through SITE work. Intersectionality was not all that new in media research if you go back to that period. So if you look at these 3-4 areas, I mean, SITE communication research has been very pioneering, and I think there are lots of important lessons to learn for our contemporary media students if you just pause and read some of those important treatises that you mentioned. This is far beyond the political economy contribution and the technology and development work that you and Dr. Kiran Karnik and others have done. That's very important. But I think there's a whole cultural economy of media as well that SITE has spawned. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Vinod, for bringing in that cumulative dimension of the pre and the post research. You mentioned Morley's work on nationwide audience. One of the political courses that I had to do had Morley's book as an essential reading. And we had to do a term paper, which was expected. Then I conceived of the policy and planning of construction of a national audience through the work of SITE. I mean, that's just kind of a memory that I have about that particular thing. Yes, I mean, even today, Binod Agarwal's monograph, Television Comes to a Village, is widely cited. Sometimes it's very difficult to access. And his studies on ANRD near the Space Application Center is another. Arvind Sinha, who has also been associated. There was a very strong anthropological tradition. And also his Sinha's experience in Bihar, when the jeeps were being mistaken for family planning vehicles, the site mechanics going for repairs were always being treated as another load of health officials are coming for the sterilization drive. There are a lot of other equations, but the difficulty is that the 1 year empirical phase of site, whether it can embed and contain all these questions, has been a challenge to many of us. But if you read the diaries of technologies like Galloway, he has documented every day of his stay in India, what happened then and etc. I mean, these are all available in the archives, but definitely your point is well taken that she asked the question of what can it be of contribution to academicians. You have a very comprehensive answer from Vinod as to how to integrate this into the research discourse in our courses. Thank you very much, Vinod, for that input. Yes, Shashi. Here.
Thank you. My name is Shashidhar Nanjundaya, especially for Dr. Karnik's benefit. And I had the privilege of starting and now running a school a school in a private university called Mahindra University in Hyderabad. So when I came here, when I was mandated to start this, it seems my biggest challenge at that time was the nomenclature of the school itself, which was the School of Media. And that had been already mandated by the management before I arrived on the scene. And I struggled with that for a long time, and finally we chose to change that name to include the word communication in it, and now we call it the School of Digital Media and Communication, somewhat reflecting the pragmatism of the word digital there. But more importantly for me, to bring in the term communication. So my point or question here is the conflation, if you will, of technology with the process, which is the media with the process of communication, seems to be afoot upon us right now. And it seems that it's in the name or garb of democratization, I think the technology is mistaken for the process. And in that sense, all this discourse that we've had about what WhatsApp groups are doing today, because there is democratization, I think the process that we are losing in this is the completion of the communication process, which is that it is still more top-down than it was probably in sight, because I was so enthused by what two of you said about how you used to get actual feedback from the field in terms of what is the actual message versus what is the meaning of what's going on. I believe that is something that as a dean I'm very strongly struggling with, is how to get the message out there that is meaningful. I don't know if there's a question in there somewhere. I would really encourage you all to take it up. Thank you.
Kiran, is there a quick response for?
Yeah. You are, very, very briefly. Well, thank you, Professor Nanjundaya. I think you raised a question which is very important, that when you send something out, are you communicating? And yeah, I think it's a thought that it's not always that we're able to communicate. And the process of communication involves the person understanding what you're trying to say. And if the message is being either distorted or being otherwise misunderstood, or if it's not getting across at all, I don't think it's true communication. And I think this bears a lot of research with new media on the social media, that what is being said and what is getting across, and how is being understood or interpreted. And these are difficult issues, and I hope that new forms of communication research begin to look at this. I only want to add that, from the site heritage of communication, lots of things, and the previous question mentioned both of them, Vinod mentioned, I think, a good point-by-point thing. So did Sanjay and Meera. But to me, one of the best things was what it created in terms of the human resource, the talent. The people you see today who, in some sense, cut their teeth or began with sight and spread the message. And I don't know, but I'm not so sure whether that legacy is being carried forward in a powerful way or not. I mean, what are the new generation of communication researchers looking at? What is their sensitivity? What are the kinds of issues they're dealing with? Are they doing path-breaking work? And these are for all of you in academia to look at and answer. But I must say that from the outside, maybe that was a different peak at the time around site. But I do hope we are able to get back to that kind of ferment and excitement and widespread interest that was generated in the whole area of not only communications research, but a lot of related fields, as was mentioned, right from anthropology onwards. You can go to whatever area you want. And it created a whole breed of thorough researchers, of great researchers, of people who have gone forward and done great things. And I would hope that that kind of tradition continues through whatever form today. And maybe one possibility is to focus on the newer media and do a, in quotes, cite on it in some way.
Any other?
I'm Dr. Satya from NITE Institute of Communication. My question is, we have just kind of spoken about how one of the major takeaways of SITE was how communication was used as a tool for social change. As compared to the role that communication is playing today in terms of bringing about so-called social change, do you think in hindsight, probably SITE did much more phenomenal work and was more successful in bringing about communication, in introducing communication as a tool for social change as compared to the varied and humongous media that we have today?
Yeah, quick answer, if I may, Dr. Satya, just 2 sentences. One is, I think SITE tempted and triggered the process. I don't think it did it in just 1 year, but I do think it triggered the process of doing something and building this strong linkage between communication and social change, which, as I said again, I fear, and maybe, with age you become not necessarily pessimistic, but you think that past was always better. So maybe I think of that, but I don't see that happening now, frankly, to the same extent. Not that it's not happening, I stress again, but not to the same extent with the kind of energy and enthusiasm of saying communication as a tool for social change that we saw at the SITE period. I wouldn't say SITE itself at that time.
Yeah, one of the things that you asked about communication for social change. One thing we have to remember was that the missing link component was only considered of information and awareness. I mean, the kind of dynamics of social change that you and I are understanding today is much more deeper and goes beyond the communication process and has a kind of a movement upwards from the people in terms of identity politics, etc. SITE was probably in its conception never intended. It was communication and development where media was seen as an aid to development, and that was the way it was formulated. And if we kind of put development and social change together, then we have the kind of questions that you have. But they were very clear that how can information be given? Because the context, as many of us have pointed out, was a post-1971, post-Indochina debacle, where reaching out to the people itself by saying that this is the crisis we are facing in India was also very difficult. So that kind of thinking may not necessarily fit in the kind of thinking that you're talking about, media for social change, wherein media, in fact, today is not even, many cases, factored because of its orientation in nature. People kind of are very diffident to talk about media and social change. They'd rather talk about social change in terms of other movements like advocacy, civil society, etc. So I think that debate will go on, but I would not place this 1 year experiment as, it's a kind of one shoes fit all kind of a conception. We should not do it, but probably it can spawn the debate of the kind that you just mentioned. Thank you.
Sanjay, sorry, if I can add a sentence before the next question to what you just said. You're absolutely right. I think site focused on just awareness and information transfer also, you might somewhat put. But I must add that post that, continuing in KEDA, we saw quickly, and a lot of researchers were involved with this. I talk of social scientists, not just communication, but using communication for empowerment and for mobilization. So not just, development may be the ultimate outcome, but I think really for many people there, many of us, communication was a tool for empowerment. And that required not just information or ability to communicate well, but mobilization, which required on the ground things happening. And, I said we learned this in later years, not that 1 year of sight, but through the KEDA experiment. But important to stress, this was part of what communication researchers and other social scientists contributed and helped post-site to build. And that was my sort of grouse, if you say, that I don't, as you hinted just now, I don't see that kind of activity now. Maybe there's research on it in the academic area, but actually in the field, to say communication for actually doing empowerment by either mobilization, not just motivation, but mobilization is key.
Yeah, just a very quick response to that. This, idea of media and social change or communication and social change, we need to be a bit careful in not being overly deterministic about what media can achieve in terms of social change. Site was, after all, an experiment. It called itself an experiment. It was a demonstration of sorts about how media technologies can be leveraged for social change. It would be a mistake to think site has brought about massive social change in this 1 year. If anything, site has demonstrated that you need to factor in many other social, economic, and political factors in bringing about social change, and media can be mobilized in support of that work, not media alone bringing up social change. So that's an important factor, and not be overly deterministic about media's role in bringing about social change. I just wanted to.
Yeah, just to quickly add, Professor M.S. Gore, who did the Planning Commission, who led in one of the very perceptive 3-point paragraph in his report says, to expect site to be a kind of a major agent of social change. 1A is it was just an experiment, as Binod said. And also he said that the gestation period of the experiment is too early for us to look at a transformative potential. But probably, what I'm encouraging people to see is there is something between the lines that has lessons for us which we can read. Thank you so much, Kiran. And we are now moving on to the site documentary about which you are very much aware. And this is just for our audience, we are going to do it. And I would say once again, on behalf of all of us, thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure listening to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sanjay, Meera, and the whole audience there. Delighted to be there with you, and wish I could have been there in person again. But thank you, enjoyed the session.
Yeah. Thank you, Meera, and we move on to, is a tea break after now or after? And then the documentary.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, on behalf of Manipal Institute of Communication, sorry for just running into the whole show. We are so glad we had this session because I think this is an appropriate commemoration of site with the real people who did something during site. For many of us, it's just a textbook information, but for many of you, it is real life experience. So thank you so much for having this discussion. On behalf of MIC, a small token.
Thank you. The light is that.
We'll courier it to Kiran sir, definitely. Thank you so much. Kiran sir, he's there. Oh yes, sir. I thank you so much on behalf of MIC. I was at MIC when you visited us. So I have heard you live. Yeah, at MIC, and I'm so glad you participated today. We look forward to having you here. Yes, yes. I don't know how this works.
Somebody's taking it, hopefully. This light is bad.
That's a
We can go
projector.
front. No, no, it's coming. No, that's why our faces will be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, we got him. Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. Kiran, sir, very, very grateful for your participation. We hope to have you at MIC soon.
Thank you.
Arthur Clarke called it the greatest communication.
Yes, 1 year has brought us this.
How do you make it effective for even the small farmer? The small farmer could not afford a TV set. The concept right from them came.
Proper mix of technology.
Few countries are it.
Hello, can everybody please settle down, and whoever is here and others can come in. Can you find out whether they are coming or they're still? No, because we have time constraint, we have to move on to the lunch and then to the technical sessions. Very good afternoon. Following up on the plenary that we had on site at 50, we have sourced a documentary which is widely available on site. One of the features that we have taken liberty of integrating it is, in 2021, February, we celebrated the birth centenary of Vikram Sarabhai. And when we celebrated the birth centenary of Vikram Sarabhai, we had formulated a broad-based panel to participate in the webinar, to talk about some of the aspects of planning that we just heard. And it also had researchers who post-site had looked at the developments in India, as I said, formulation and making of the information society, and so on and so on. So just for the, mulling over for some of the people who are already know much about site, and for the youngsters, we will be playing this documentary. One of the inserts that we have is Chitnis could not come. He was 96 in 2020, and he and his son have the distinct honor of getting Padma Shri. His son is a malaria virology expert, and that is, that's just by way of. So we kind of, sent one of our contacts to his residence to talk about his reflections on site. That was in 2021, which is very recent. We have taken the liberty of inserting that. Sometimes he speaks mainly in Marathi, but I'm sure that the spirit with which he talked about site is something that is interesting. So can we have the documentary?
एक छोटी आग से बड़ी आग बनती गई, अपनी चिंगारी से बड़ी बनती गई.
Arthur Clarke called it the greatest communication experiment in history.
Our drive was to develop the country, educate the country.
Satellites was the best way to reach out to the rural areas with the latest information in the fastest possible manner.
Dr. Vikram Sarabhai was very much convinced that it was definitely possible to use satellite communications for covering the entire country with television.
गांव में टेलीविजन लगाना, 400 गांव का सिलेक्शन करना, और इंस्टॉलेशन सबसे बड़ा काम था.
Initially, all the women will come with a ghungat up to almost this place. This 1 year has brought it to this place. That I think is a very big social change.
Site has demonstrated capabilities of today's broadcasting.
Site was just a beginning of an experiment. The goal was inside.
Site, after an intense preparation of 5 years, began in 1975 for a period of 1 year. The television programs produced for this experiment were broadcast for the first time directly from a satellite to 2,400 villages of 6 states of India.
3, 2, 1, roll video.
पहले दफे इतने दूर होते हुए भी मेरी आवाज और मेरी तस्वीर आपके सामने है इस उपग्रह द्वारा.
These programs were watched and appreciated by an audience who had no access to mass media.
Control room calling studio, are you getting me?
Sir, could you please tell me if the spacecraft is configured for sight at this time?
The fact that there were people who visualized that such things could be done, the fact that there were people who could convert that visualization into practical experiments, the kind of innovative approaches that they adopted, and the kind of experiments that they planned. It is good to tell this story today to the current generation.
You know that we are going to have for the first time the experiment to have direct broadcast of television from satellites which can beam high power to a restricted region in the territory of India.
See, if you have to think of sight, the conception of sight, you have to go back to the India of mid-60s. We were still importing food and our population was increasing at a high rate. And therefore, communication and information was considered to be a very important input in the process of development of the country.
So, importance of communication was realized to reach schools in villages spread over 6 lakh villages.
Second and third letter describes what sight is. Instructional television of doing various developmental messages, hygiene of people, little bit of agriculture, little bit of animal husbandry. So the things which will be of day-to-day use for people to learn and then do. So it was basically a developmental communication.
Especially for fields like agriculture where you want to show them things, television was a great medium. But how do you take television out to remote areas? And that is where the satellite and space technology came in.
And our system studies indicated that we could do that at 1/3 the cost of conventional microwave technology or cable and well before 2000. We can bring it by 1980 or so.
November, December 1968, it became clear that we were proceeding with carrying out 2 system studies. One was to be carried out at GE and another was to be carried out in Hughes aircraft, General Electric study, which defined our total system and the total system cost to a certain extent. 1970 we conducted one additional study, and this was done by ISRO and MIT. And there we concentrated only on the satellite, not on the ground system. They were also looking at using the additional payload, that was the spin scan camera, which was being utilized by that particular time on one of the earlier ATS-1 and ATS-3 satellite also, such that we could use it for photographing the Earth and looking at the cloud cover from geosynchronous altitude. And that was something really fantastic, the kind of thing which was coming up. And so we knew that in which direction as INSAT our system would really come up.
And so in India, in our cultural context, will television have an impact at all? How do we know that we can use television for agriculture, for example? So he said, look, can we use the Delhi TV station to mount a small controlled experiment to see that if we mount agricultural programs, does it have an impact on the farmers? So that is how Krishi Darshan was initiated. It was not just to see that is television effective for agriculture, but how do you make it effective for even the small farmer? The small farmer could not afford a TV set, The concept right from then came for a community TV set, placed in a common location where all the villagers would come. And that is how Krishi Darshan began.
We had 10 resident engineers in NASA when ATS was being built at Fairchild. So they would go for reviews. They would make suggestions. ये ऐसा क्यों है, वैसा क्यों नहीं है? And then NASA used to accept their suggestion and make changes and make satellite better.
I was working on the ATS satellite. Everything about satellite technology, advanced technology, I learned there.
On the ATS satellite, for the first time, they were going to carry a large 30 feet diameter dish or 9.5 meter diameter dish. As against the other satellites in those days, the satellite antennas were hardly something like maybe 2.5 feet to 3 feet in diameter.
See, in preparing for site, there was a large number of activities to be done, both on the hardware side and on the software side. On the hardware side, you had to first upgrade the earth stations. You had to build the studios. And you had to indigenously develop the direct reception system. So the antenna, the front end and the rear end converter and the television set, all these had to be developed, integrated and tested.
बॉम्बे स्टूडियो भी हमने एस्टेब्लिश किया, प्रोग्राम प्लेबैक के लिए यूज किया गया अहमदाबाद का, और बॉम्बे स्टूडियो में एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम बनाने का था.
We decided to set up an uplink station in Delhi. Delhi because we thought there would be many advantages for television programs. If there was something live happening in Delhi as the national capital, we could use that too.
Pant and Chitnis traveled all over Delhi. We wanted to set up one earth station in Delhi. My God, they must have found all kinds of places to try to find a place which not noisy, where they could set it up. Finally, they located a place which is in a forest area, Malcha Mal.
Incidentally, that was commissioned in good time, just a week or two before the launch of SITE. But we managed to meet the deadline, get it tested, checked out.
SITE also brought quite a few experiences, quite a few things which we learned out of it as to how to manage with in a single transponder. To get the second language, we had to have a second sound subcarrier kind of a thing. And yes, we did have certain programs which were produced in Kannada and Telugu separately and brought together in two languages.
It was decided that we will select the states on the criteria of backwardness and also the districts on the criteria of backwardness. Therefore, those states which had the highest number of backward districts were selected. And then from within the state also, the most backward districts we tried to select. And that is how we identified 6 states and 4 districts in each state. So about 24 districts, and each district would have about 400 TV sets, so that we will have a total of 2,400 TV sets. We wanted that the district headquarters would be the maintenance center, and the village should not be more than 100 kilometers away. And you made a circle, and we selected villages only from within that circle. In the villages, we selected the school buildings. Now, most of the school buildings, almost 90% of them, did not have electric connection.
And we had to actually came up with the idea of the Operation Electricity, where for each location we had to send for each state one engineer from ESD and our systems engineering group. Their job was to get electricity to those particular places, but without any expenditure of money. They had no money. They are just only the persuasion of the state government people and the electricity people and all other people.
One is the major responsibility of program production was with Doordarshan for all the site clusters. And they had set up 3 base production units for producing these programs.
We had our own ideas about what the educational television programs should be.
2-3 हफ्ते तो मेरी इतनी बुरी हालत हुई दिमाग में कि what the hell have I come into? How do I get this science program made? And suddenly it occurred to me, one night I wrote down and brought and showed it to Chitnis and Kiran and so on. I said, I made a credo. Kya credo? I said, the credo is,
the objective is to make children realize that science is everywhere. The one line from that which will stick in everybody's mind is that this is an exercise not in planting trees, but in planting seeds, in sowing seeds. Because the seed will grow. This is for young children to grow into a tree.
In 6 different villages, 6 anthropologists were sent out, I think 6 months before site. They lived there. They lived throughout the site that 1 year and about 6 months later. And by actually being there in the village during this particular thing happening, they were able to come up with the proper records of each one of those particular things.
We had developed or conducted some research to develop audience profiles, to do some needs assessments, make some pilot programs and do the pre-testing to see how effective these are and what changes we need to make in the pre-testing of programs.
We also had a small utilization team that tried to see when the programs are broadcast, what do we need to do by way of follow-up activity to make sure that actions happen. You say, you need to take a vaccination for your children. Then how do you galvanize and mobilize the village community to go and do that? Imagine this, a villager who has never seen a moving picture in his or her life suddenly sees television there, then it's a magic box. And how they adapt to that technology, how they make it their own, how they take it on.
साइट अगर 9 बजे खत्म होती है रात में, देखिए तो दूसरे गांव से औरत मर्द लोग आते थे टेलीविजन देखने को, और वॉलंटियर लोग बोलते थे कि कल आपकी गांव का है, कल दूसरे गांव का.
Few villagers complained to us that these children have been taught so much in the village about hygiene that now it has become difficult for us to sit at home because they say wash your hands before take your food, cover the food, don't leave it open, flies will come, sleep with mosquito net.
संख्या के दृष्टि से स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में उपलब्धि काफी सराहनीय थी. स्त्रियों ने पुरुषों की अपेक्षा ज्यादा लाभ प्राप्त किया. इलिटरेट लोगों ने लिटरेट लोगों की अपेक्षा ज्यादा लाभ प्राप्त किया.
It showed to the country and it showed to the government that satellites can work and that they can be used to carry information to the whole country. Immediately after site, the whole national network was set up and a redistribution system was set up. All more than 300 terrestrial transmitters were set up by the government within a year, and a complete national network came up.
Government, satellite can, after all, they also want publicity, na? Right. That they elections करायचे असतात सगळं, तर त्यांना मग then they accepted the satellite television as a medium for propaganda, for election purposes, for everything. Right. So that once that was done, it was a very simple matter. Right. And Indira Gandhi was a very firm leader, and she helped us to bring in the INSAT. कारण त्याला पैसे लागत होते, $100 million लागत होते. आणखीन पहिला आपला सॅटेलाइट आपला म्हणजे तो अमेरिकेने केला होता. आमची काय आयडिया होती की आपण पहिले सॅटेलाइट अमेरिकन घ्यायचे आणि ते 10 वर्ष टिकले की त्या काळात आपण आपली टेक्नॉलॉजी 10 वर्षात बिल्ड करून सेकंड जनरेशन आपले म्हणजे सॅटेलाइट असतील. आता वी डोंट वी नॉट ओनली मेक अवर ओन सॅटेलाइट्स, वी सेल सॅटेलाइट्स कम्युनिकेशनची. ही हा फार मोठा पण, अँड दॅट वॉज इन्व्हेस्टेड लॉंग टाइम अगो बाय विक्रम साराभाई अँड कन्व्हिन्स इंदिरा गांधी. तर ते त्या गोष्टी 1970च्या आहेत. म्हणजे आता 30 आणि 20 50 वर्षापूर्वीच्या गोष्टी ह्या आहेत की टुडे इट्स अ व्हेरी कॉमन थिंग. त्यात आता बोलण्यासारखंही काही त्यात राहिलं नाही. हो, You have to have a vision.
Right.
You should be able to convince the top authorities.
Right.
You have to get the money.
Right.
You have to get the technology and implement and show that how the country will benefit.
Right.
There is no story like this in the world.
Exactly.
Such a large country and such a backward country technologically producing the miracle of INSAT. ही गंमत आहे ती लोकांपर्यंत पोहोचली पाहिजे ना. आता ते लोकांना कळलेलंच आहे की सॅटेलाइट शिवाय काही होऊ शकत नाही.
In the country, after the site was implemented,
site was a small experiment. It was a forerunner. It was meant to convince the people in the government की हे असं करता येईल. अदर वॉज ग्राउंड मेथड. ग्राउंड मेथडनी वेळ पण जास्त लागणार आणि पैसा जास्त आहे. तर ते सॅटेलाइटने केलं. मग आता आणखीन सॅटेलाइटने काय करायचं? व्हॉट डू वी वॉन्ट? वी प्रूव्ड की एकतर कंट्रीला कव्हर करायचंच पाहिजे. बिकॉज when the Chinese invaded India in 62, only 20% of the population knew that such a event had occurred. So the rest of the country didn't know anything. मग तुम्ही लढणार कसे? चायनाला अपोज कसं करणार? आता ते होऊ शकत नाही. तर हे जे इन्फॉर्मेशन रेव्होल्युशन आहे इंडियाचं ते ह्याच्यासाठी महत्वाचं आहे की जर तुम्हाला तुमची पॉप्युलेशन एवढी आहे नेक्स्ट टू चायना आणि त्या पॉप्युलेशन पर्यंत तुम्ही पोहोचूच शकत नाही तर त्याचा उपयोग काय? अँड दॅट इज व्हॉट सॅटेलाइट्स हॅव डन.
Remarkable.
They have given you the reach. And once the people are समजा आता इंडियात कळलं की हे तर ते उठाव करतील ना. नाहीतर काय करणार? गव्हर्नमेंट काय हाताने लढणार? कसा लढणार? And China knows that once India wakes up with so much population, मग त्याला हे नाही आहेत. We can match them. मग दुसरे other countries will help us, like अमेरिका आणखी रशिया. तर ह्या गोष्टीसाठी तुम्हाला स्वतःच्या कंट्रीशी यू मस्ट टॉक टू द पीपल, मस्ट टॉक टू द अँड द कंट्री. राज्यकर्त्यांनी बोललं पाहिजे लोकांशी. लोकांना कळलं पाहिजे. हा उठाव झाला पाहिजे ना. तर या दृष्टीने स्प्रेडिंग द कम्युनिकेशन थ्रूआउट इंडिया at the shortest possible time was the most important thing.
And then of course INSAT itself grew and changed. From just television it became telecommunications also, and then we added on meteorological package satellites. It became a multi-purpose satellite.
The concept of DTH in a way was demonstrated during this particular experiment, because for a very large number of villages we were able to set up the antenna systems, and that from antenna to the television it was connected. And the concept has evolved by going in from higher and higher frequency bands, where the antenna sizes have shrunk from a large few 3 meter 4 meter diameters to down to less than a meter, or about 0.6 meter or even 0.3 meter antennas today. So in terms of concept, I can still say it is the forerunner of DTH type of services that today is in practice.
बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजी जो डेवलप हुई साइट में उसको आगे चल के यूज किया गया है. चाहे अर्थ स्टेशन की टेक्नोलॉजी हो, स्टूडियो की टेक्नोलॉजी हो या ट्रांसमिशन की टेक्नोलॉजी हो, उसका जो है भूमिका और उसका बीज साइट में बोया गया था. जो श्रीहरिकोटा में इसरो को जो इसरो का लॉन्च सेंटर है वहाँ सीसीटीवी की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत थी, और उसके लिए हम लोगों ने जो इक्विपमेंट बनाए थे उसका नो हाउ हमने इंडस्ट्री GCL कंपनी को ट्रांसफ़र किया, वहाँ से इक्विपमेंट बनवाया और वो सब इक्विपमेंट हमने श्रीहरिकोटा सीसीटीवी के लिए लगाया। बैंडविड्थ कंप्रेशन और बहुत सारी नई टेक्नोलॉजी जो आज आप देख रहे हैं जिसके कारण ये सब ब्रॉडकास्ट पॉसिबल हुआ है, वो भी हम लोगों ने उसी टाइम डेवलप करना चालू कर दिया था।
But we understood the complexity that it was not just an experiment in doing satellite uplink, downlink. It was much more of a complex sociological aspects are involved, how to communicate to people. So now you have got a digital, you can half frame and all, lip sync is no problem. But in those days we said that as engineers we can give solution for 5. But we found that is not enough because the program making is much more complicated.
तो आज आप टेलीविजन बूम देख रहे हैं, आप इस चैनल का बूम देख रहे हैं, ये सब सैटेलाइट का ही, साइट का ही उपलब्धि का परिणाम है।
Secondly, it spawned a huge industry. Its contribution to our economy. It was no longer a TV is a medium of reading a news. It is a medium for entertainment, education, and message dissemination.
But I think as the experiment took off, the world looked on it, I must say, with what I would call awe. They were saying, my God, India has done this first. Later it became, my God, this is fantastic, what can we learn from this? For the first time, for the common man, how space technology helps, and suddenly struck. And that too in a poor and developing country like India.
The first time such experiment or such a scale has been carried out in mass communication anywhere in the world, particularly satellite communication.
So I think this was an important, milestone, not just for India, but for space technology across the world. So one of the evolutions of SITE was, of course, school education programs that came about. Other evolution was the countrywide classroom, and then IGNU and distance education and how it's used.
टेली-एजुकेशन, टेली-मेडिसिन प्रोग्राम जो इसरो के हैं, उसका बीजारोपण साइट के दौरान हुआ और 2003 में हमने एजुसेट प्रोग्राम को लॉन्च किया। करीब 26 राज्यों में और 3 यूनियन टेरिटरी में 83 इंडिपेंडेंट नेटवर्क और करीब 60,000 टर्मिनल्स की स्थापना करी। टेलीमेडिसिन के क्षेत्र में करीब हमने 400 टर्मिनल दूर दराज के इलाकों में स्थापित किए।
Now first is that communication revolution itself has taken place. Now again ask the question, what is television doing for India?
So what is it that you can look at 10 years from now? And I think that is the vision which should drive us in. What is it in the whole area that 10 years from now is something worth doing, which we can say, and then we can start on it today.
Television and technology aided education is very much essential. We need to work out a proper mix of technology and how to use it.
Now the current trends are people want everything in their smartphone, one hand. So if DECO or ISRO wants to do something, how can you give that which people can take on demand?
And I would like to see that a television communication medium becomes a one pen drive like device connected to TV and empowered by the horizontal transmission of Wi-Fi on the smart city.
Were there some advantages that India could have taken more in your I would say understanding? Were there some advantages that India could have taken but we did not take after the SITE experiment? Like scientifically or even in education, was the whole advantage leveraged? त्याचा उपयोग घेतला का?
नाही, नंतर जेव्हा सॅटेलाइट आला तेव्हा UGCने पण कंट्री वाईड क्लासरूम केली ना सुरू, आणि तो प्रोग्राम खूप सक्सेसफुल झाला होता. इंडिया वॉज वन ऑफ द few countries, hardly 2 or 3 countries in the world who were using satellite television for education.
Right.
One thing is that satellite चा उपयोग कधी होतो when you have a large country. Which are large countries?
Right.
Russia, China, USA, India, Australia. तर अशा कंट्रीजमध्ये आणि पॉप्युलेशन पाहिजे तुम्हाला, लार्ज पॉप्युलेशन, लार्ज एरिया, लार्ज कंट्री, आणि त्यात इंडियाने जे काम केलं, दॅट इज व्हॉट आय एम सेइंग, व्हेरी युनिक आणि टाइमली. And the lot of credit goes to the political leadership who understood the advantage of using television so that we can cut down on time period by 30-40 years.
I was just going to ask you, Professor, is that what would be your message to somebody who's looking to work in this field of communication and also satellite technology?
To whom?
To any student.
Who is the destination? To whom do I give message?
Yes. So the people who want to work in the area of satellite communication and also mass media, because I think SITE really touched both of these. Satellite communication and mass media.
That is all known. Those people who are in that field, they know their job. They don't need a message. It is the people like you who are ignorant about what they are doing. You go and find out. You spend time and go to Ahmedabad and find out about Kheda. How we learned communication. And so there is nothing for us to learn. We have done our own homework for 10 years, 15 years in actually going to the villages and field. What is the caste system? We have made programs on caste system. We have made programs on women. There is no subject on which we have not made programs. And involving the villages. And their native wisdom is so great that while we were making programs, we learned from them. So the ability to learn is important, not visiting and seeing what they are doing. You must develop humility and go to people, learn from them, and then enrich yourself. It is for you to learn, not them. They have enough wisdom. And this I am saying after working for many, many years with villages. So you make them talk. Bring up the project problems themselves, and they will come with gems of wisdom.
अब हम अपनी ये विशेष सभा आरंभ करते हैं मंगल ध्वनि से।
एक सोच ने हमें हौसला दिया, हौसले ने जज्बे को बढ़ाया। हमने मांगा लोगों का साथ तो उन्होंने मंजिल तक पहुंचाया। A vision of one ignited a few to unite the hands in hope and enlighten the hearts and minds of all. That's SITE for you, and that's what SITE is all about.
The technological system is a global one, or a national one.
Yes.
Because without the local element in it and the local participation, the social impact will certainly be very much restricted.
It was directed to a future. And it was something which was visionary. It was not something that existed. That technology, when SITE was thought of and conceived, hardly existed.
SITE was avant-garde, it did it. So you have to be avant-garde.
Long interview. We are very happy to have the copy of that with us, and we took the liberty of inserting it in the documentary. I know that many times commercial permissions are not there, but we have used the liberty of academic freedom to do it just for the conference. Thank you very much. Yeah. No. Every plenary resource person is requested and is welcome to participate in the technical sessions. Your presence will be not only motivational, but also very useful for the emerging scholars. That is the manner in which we designed them. Thank you. Yes. Three. Today, 3. Tomorrow, 3. We have 40 papers. Yeah.
It's there in the group.
In its place, yeah.
I need a pointer. Pointer ಬೇಕು. ಎರಡಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು
ಇಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Just check. ಅದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ.
Thank you for joining in. We have a privilege to kind of release a new book. The book as you can kind of, oh, the cover is not here. Okay. So I'm happy to be kind of part of this because this book talks about marginalization, media, and women. And the book is done by two authors. They are editors of the book. So we don't have Dr. V. Vijay Kumar with us. He's an associate professor and dean of School of Communications at XIM Bhubaneswar, Odisha. And he has two decades of experience with academia and industry, and he's a seasoned communication professional and media educator. And we have in person joined with us Jyoti Ranjan Sahu. He's an assistant professor at the same school, and he has over 16 years of experience in teaching, research, and industry. And he has a number of articles with international journals and all. And he has presented research papers in conferences at India and abroad. So both of them together have done a book called Media and Marginalized Voices, Women and LGBTQ Community. And the foreword has been done by Professor Sandeep Mupadi. The book has 11 chapters. It's largely in 2 parts. And it's broadly a kind of an Indian book, but it also has chapters from Sri Lanka, Cameroon, and Nigeria. And it talks about all media, actually. It talks about film, cinema, social media, digital media, print, OTT, web series, and television. And it seems to be a very interesting resource for people who are interested in media and marginalization. So I would request him, we release it first. So I'll request, okay, so I'll request him, he wants to release it first. So we release it first. So I request both of you to come on stage, and then we request him to speak about the book.
It is an honor to launch our edited volumes, Media and Marginalized Voices, and co-edited by Professor B. Vijay Kumar and myself, Jyoti Ranjan Sahu, published by Peter Lang Academic Publishers. The book emerges from a shared concern, that is the present underrepresentation and the misrepresentation of the gender and sexual minorities in mainstream media. This book is divided into 2 parts. The first part is covering women, and the second part is covering LGBTQIA plus community. And as ma'am also mentioned, this book is forwarded by Professor Sandeep R. Mupadi from University of Hartford, USA. And in his foreword, he reflects the role of media in amplifying the marginalized voices and promoting empathy, allyship, and justice. So I'd not take much time, so just quickly introduction to this book. Initially, this introductory chapters explores the marginalization as a dynamic power relation, and this showing how women and LGBTQIA+ community are excluded from social, cultural, political, and legal spaces and spheres. Particularly looking at the Tamil cinema as a part of the introduction, the authors recognize it as a powerful cultural medium, and that reflects societal norms, but also reinforces patriarchal and heteronormative ideologies. And the first part of this book, particularly women, dealt by 5 authors. The first one is the Sanju Kumawat. She focuses the impact of social media on women's empowerment and highlighting the crucial role of digital media that play in promoting gender equality and women's rights. Secondly, the author called Sananda Sen, particularly working on Khabar Lehriya. And Khabar Area is a revolutionary media outlet run by Dalit women in India, and it challenges the mainstream, the male-dominated narratives by the incorporating women's experiences and perspectives. This chapter particularly highlights the Khabar Area as a path-breaking example of Dalit women-led journalism, and it disrupts caste and gender hierarchies through communities-based media rooted in feminist epistemology. The chapter 4 talks about new media and representing the marginalized women, covered by Dabastuti Dasgupta and Somadev Sarkar. This chapter evaluates how new media includes grassroots hashtags, campaigns like Lohuka Lagan and hashtag I Save My World that provide counter narratives and representational space to the marginalized women, otherwise erased by the legacy media. Another chapter covers portrayal of marginalized women in digital narratives by Tanushree Mukherjee and the Saadullah Khan. They both worked on the OTT platform. They have taken 2 case studies, that is Ayali, that is Tamil web series, Maharani and the Rasmi Rocket. The chapter shows how OTT content is shifting the representation of marginalized women towards the agencies. And they argue that how OTT content challenges the established gender norms and empowers women through persuasive narratives. They argue that the power of OTT-based narratives in portraying marginalized women as a strong, resilient figures who courageous and they objectively confront societal norms and injustices. Another chapter 6, written by Vakil Kumar, and that amplifying the unheard, women shaping the media agenda in the developing world. They argue that how women shape information systems in developing countries by amplifying their voices through solidarity and collaboration. They talk about covering women's role in alternate media, advocacy journalism, and media mentorship. The 3 concepts they have discussed through an hashtag campaign like Maria Resad's Rappler and the Rija Khan's Equality campaign. The next part of the book deals with the LGBTQIA+ community and social media. First one is from, as I mentioned, the Anuthatsi Gablian from Sri Lanka. So she talked about from Sri Lankan perspective. And this author describes the challenges faced by the LGBTQIA+ community, such as social rejection and the legal restriction influenced by the patriarchal and the religious structures in the Sri Lankan context. She analyzes the power of social media as a self-expression and advocacy, and also addresses cyberbullying, trolling, and pride walk movement in Sri Lanka that covered across social media over the years. The chapter 8 talks about transcending stereotypes through Indian web series asserting LGBTQIA+ identity. The author discusses the portrayal of meaning of the transgender characters in Indian web series. They examine trans visibility in Indian web series, particularly because they inspired by the Sri Gauri Sawant that highlights inclusive storytelling that disrupts binary norms. The authors argue that the web series effectively deconstruct the generic perception of the LGBTQIA+ identities and address stigmatized and the marginality. The chapter 9, written by Dibyendu Ganguly, who explores how mainstream media influences public attitudes, perceptions towards LGBTQIA communities, and other reinforcing stereotypes, discriminatory narratives, and particularly in India. And it reinforces, so brings the work of Baudrillard's concept of hyperreality, illustrates how media blurs the lines between reality and simulation, and affecting the representation of gender and sexuality. They argue that while historical portrayals in films and television are largely detrimental in recent years, there have seen more accurate depictions. And however, heteronormativity and the misconception persist in media narratives. Another chapter, that is homophobic media laws and the invisibility of LGBTQIA+ community in Cameroonian and Nigerian films. The author, Floribert Patrick C. Endong, she focuses on the Africa's media censorship, queer invisibility, and static sanction homophobia. She highlights the struggle of right-based representation and blames state institutions, how legal systems in both the countries discourage and negatively represent homosexuality in films and television. And the last chapter of this book, written by Binit Kumar, He critically analyzes the evolution of queer characters in Indian cinema, especially post 3, section 377. It contrasts stereotypical portrayals through films like Dostana, and with nuanced representative, and stresses the need for the inclusive storytelling using theorists, because he discussed about the Judith Butler and Address Rich. And he cites various examples of Indian Hindi cinema as well. This cinema contributes significantly to any society by shaping people's conception and misconception, myth or reality, legal or illegal. And she argued that, he argued that Indian cinema shifted its narratives from the heterosexual discourses to homosexual discourses. These are the following chapters that has been discussed by multiple authors in this book. So at the end of my concluding remarks, I would say this volume is dedicated to women and LGBTQIA plus communities who challenge inequality and inspire transformation. It is a call to action for media scholars, practitioners, educators to continue resisting stereotypes and reshaping narratives. We thank Peter Lang, our contributors, forward author Professor Sandeep R. Mupudi, ICA Manipal Chapter 2025 organizers, more specially Professor B.P. Sanjay, ICA India Chapter Professor Padma Rani, former Director MIC Mahe, and Dr. Subha, Director MIC Mahe, Professor Meera K. Desai, the Chair, and all supporters of inclusive media scholarship. Thank you, lovely audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
So I think we talked about knowledge imperialism, so here is a kind of a local work, and I'm sure every ways all of us can become a little more sensitive, and I'm sure we are all sensitive as we're sitting here, but probably kind of continue our challenge to kind of sensitize the larger segments. And congratulations to both the editors. I don't think they're online right now. No, Sandeep, nobody's online, right? Nobody's online. Okay. No, but we have given the link to them. More people, including other chapters, other concepts. Yes. So we are sure that a lot of people can kind of look at this work and kind of think about issues that have been discussed, and it's a very interesting piece of work, and we congratulate the editors for that, and thank you, sir, for this opportunity. We go to the next session, I suppose.
Peter Lang has given a 50% discount for this book from this to 30th June. If someone is interested, they can also order. This scan code is also there. I'll be displaying now. If any would be, otherwise I would be sharing to everyone later on. Thank you so much. Thank you. The Indian price is not decided since now it's in the US dollar. They said 50% more it can be given. So they're fixing, since this is a recent book, the Indian price will come soon, maybe. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. So now, I'm really privileged to introduce my senior colleague, Mr. Timothy W. Pollock. He currently lectures on film and visual culture at Osaka University and Hagoromo University of International Studies, Japan. He received his BA in Religious Studies from the College of Williams and Mary, USA, and an MA in Applied Linguistics from Monash University, Australia. He has presented paper in fields as diverse as film, semiotics theory, ethics, and education, all of which were structured around the central theme of the power of multi-modal dramatic visual narratives. So his film, its research is focused on the development of standards and the practices in the classical Japanese cinema in general, and on the later films on Ozu, a famous filmmaker, Japanese filmmaker. And while his work in the field of semiotics has focused on the applicability of social semiotics theory to the analysis of Japanese cinema and Japanese visual culture in general. A long-time resident of Japan, he also worked as an assistant editor on the second edition of the Genius Japanese English Dictionary. So Professor Pollock, the dais is yours. So he has also the in-depth knowledge in the film society movement, and he is also interested about film society movement in India and Indian level. So please, yeah.
So can I use a USB?
Okay.
Can I?
So Professor Pollock, you have 1.5 hours to present your paper, and then there will be the 1 hour 15 minutes, and then we will take the questions and discussions. Yeah.
Okay, I think we have the Japanese laptop working in India now. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming today. As you can see, my presentation is more focused on the effects of certain modes of communication on communicating ethical dilemmas, but this functions for all sorts of data, all sorts of information. Right? My background is more in film studies and semiotic theory, not in media. So as you can see, the effect of dramatic visual narratives or movies, right, on moral decision making, and how movies can influence our response to the trolley car problem. So I just have to ask, I'm assuming pretty much everyone in here knows the trolley car problem, right? Yes? Can you raise your hand? Anyone? I think? Well, I'm going to explain it, so that's okay, right? So today's schedule, right, the outline, introduction, I'll introduce the trolley car problem. I'll talk about communitarian ethics. I'll probably go kind of deep into this because it's important for the presentation. And also selfishly, I want to see what an Indian audience thinks of communitarian ethics, right? I've done presentations on communitarian ethics for Americans and Japanese people, so I'm really curious what an Indian audience thinks. And then we'll talk about Hollywood's answer to the trolley car problem. So first, my self-introduction. So I grew up in Hawaii. The aloha shirt is thematic. It's not an accident, right? It's the costume of my people, all right? And in Hawaii, at a young age, in elementary school, I was introduced to Japanese culture for the first time, right? We saw Japanese movies and TV shows. We read Japanese manga. We didn't understand the Japanese, but we looked at the pictures. That was really exciting, right? And I studied Japanese culture and values at university, and also film, right? I carried that interest all the way through. But I also studied ethics the whole time. That's always been a hobby. That's always been something I worked on the side. And that's when I was first introduced to university. I was introduced to communitarian ethics, which I'm going to explain later, okay? So I moved to Japan because I wanted to see how ideology actually influenced the way people interacted with each other. So I grew up in America, which, as you know, more recently anyway, is a more individualistic country, which focuses on individual rights and freedom, right? Japan, traditionally, is a more communitarian society. And I really wanted to understand if that difference in ideology actually influenced the way people interacted on a daily basis, if it influenced the way you interacted with your job and the world around you. I thought everyone was basically the same. We're all human, right? We need clothing and food and shelter. We love our families. We care about our friends. Like, how different could we really be? So that was the main reason I went to Japan. But also, I wanted to live in a more communitarian lifestyle. I was pushing more and more towards communitarian thinking, at least intellectually, right? So now I lecture on film and visual literacy at Osaka Kyoiku University, where I also taught Intro to Ethics for 3 years. So what I need you to understand is when I moved to Japan as a young man, I thought I was very special. I thought I was different from other Americans. I was a rebel, right? I challenged American orthodoxy and I embraced communitarianism. And then when I moved to Japan, I learned that I was just an American 100% through and through. There was nothing special about me, right? So my immediate emotional response to situations was always American. My Japanese partner often said, "You're so American," which I took as an insult, right? So for the last 25 years that I've lived in Japan, it's been a struggle trying to become the person I wanted to be, become a true communitarian, someone who embraced wanting to help the community. Not someone who just thought it was a duty, but someone who wanted to do it, okay? So why am I telling you this biography in an academic presentation? Or if you studied narratology or the theory of narrative, why am I presenting this narrative to you, right? So a narrative is carefully constructed. I've chosen key points that I think are important. I've made my life look very linear and organized. I'm 58 years old. My life was not this linear and organized in reality, right? But this presents kind of an aspirational view of the way I want to see myself, okay? This is the narrative I've written about my life up until this point. Again, why is this important? So for the main ethical theory we're going to look at, it's argued that when you make an ethical decision, when you make an important decision, it has to be cohesive and unified with your own narrative that you've written for yourself, okay? So what does that mean? That sounds kind of theoretical. Just let me give you one quick example. I live in a house in a neighborhood in a suburb of Osaka, all right? In our neighborhood, in this small grouping of houses in my neighborhood, we have a semi-annual cleanup day where we all get together Sunday morning, sweep the streets, pick up everything, and clean up, right? It's Japan, so there's very little to clean, right? But it's a process, right? It's about building connections with your neighbors. It's about doing this thing together, this activity together. Okay, that's the point of it, all right? But it's on Sunday morning. That's my one slow morning. It's my only day, it's my only time to relax, right? Sunday afternoon, I'm grading, answering 500 emails from students. That's my one time, right? So the question arises, do I have a moral obligation to participate in my neighborhood cleanup where I live, right? If you look at the narrative I've written for myself, the answer is obviously yes. That's the person I want to be. I want to be the person, not just the person who says, okay, I'll help. I want to be the person who's enthusiastic about it, who wants to be that, right? So that's how my narrative influences a choice I make, all right? We're going to come back to this because this is also going to help us explain how when we see a character make a choice in a movie, when we make a judgment on whether or not that's a good choice, we often look at that character's history in the movie and what we know about them, okay? All right. my theoretical commitments, social semiotic theory, neo-formalism, communitarian ethics. If you want to talk about that later, we can. I'll gloss over it as I use them. They're not that important. The important thing is the trolley car problem, okay? So again, on the left is the first version. So you are the driver of a trolley car, okay? There are 5 people working on the railroad tracks. You realize your brakes are broken. You cannot stop the car, okay? You realize your brakes are broken and you cannot stop the trolley car. And the workers are working, they're looking down, it's noisy, they do not notice you coming, okay? But you have an option, all right? You can divert the car to the right, where there's one worker. Feedback from all these different mics. You can divert to this railroad track, where there's just one worker, and sacrifice the one worker to save the 5. Okay, so that's the trolley car problem. So, I didn't want to do my presentation up here. This is more of an interactive presentation. With the 3 or 4 people around you, talk about what you would do for a few minutes. I'm super curious what an Indian audience makes of this dilemma and how you would choose. The big question, would you turn the trolley car? Right? So with like the 3 or 4 people around you, please discuss it. I'll make groups if I have to, right? You could move closer to each other to talk about it also. You're giving your answer. Okay. What is it? So would you turn? Go straight or turn. That's it. You don't have that much time. You can't ask for their biography. Okay. Maybe one more minute. You sound like my students trying to find a way to get out of the problem, right? Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so who wants to volunteer an answer? Wow, it's like we're doing a talk show. Who wants to volunteer an answer?
So we thought of 2 solutions. First,
you only have time for one.
So, okay, so she'll tell you the different solution. We thought that we'll turn the single person, and just when you're about to reach the single person, you jump off the trolley, take the person along and save the person, because we are talking about cinema, right? So you save the person and you save the 5 people because you've turned the trolley anyway, and you let the trolley go and get itself
You are
damaged.
so clever, but this isn't a movie. This is an ethical dilemma, but I love that answer.
But you teach cinema.
I did this in my ethics classes. I love that answer, though. And the other answer?
Yeah, I had a pretty, easier solution of just shouting, like, please move away, there's a trolley.
So the idea is they have like jackhammers and noisy tools and they can't hear you. They don't notice you're coming. It's a bit of a ridiculous situation, but that's what you have to deal with in those parameters, right? But I like the superhero answer, where you jump out and save the person. That's a good answer. So we have any other answers? Who would turn? Who would not turn?
Hi, Tim.
Hello.
So I would jump out of the trolley and leave it to the fate, like, whatever happens. I'm not.
Okay. So your answer is you would not turn. You would not turn. So your answer is it's fate.
See, once I jump out of the trolley, I really don't care, like, where it goes.
You abdicated your response. It's the same as not turning, but okay. Would you, when you jumped out of the trolley, would you run away?
Oh, yeah, of course.
So no one knew you were there? Yeah, so that's going straight. Okay, you wouldn't turn. It's fate. Yeah. Your answer is it's fate.
Just keep walking, never look back.
Okay.
So it's a question of whether I want to reduce the population or preserve it.
Do you want to reduce the population?
Is it an overpopulated area?
We don't have any of this information. Maybe you just transferred in as a new driver, so you have no idea. And maybe you're short on workers at the railroad company. Yeah, so we know nothing about the workers. We just know they're workers. This is very similar to my intro to ethics class where my students try to think of clever ways to get out of the problem. I love it. Okay, so I know we're going to have a good answer in the back. Yes, sir.
Why there is only a choice of right? Why can't I take it left?
There's no track on the left.
No, I don't want to take it. I don't want to take it on a track. I want to get the trolley, off the track.
Again, that's not an option. I will tell you one clever option I just heard 2 weeks ago, which is very similar to your answer, which is wait until the first 2 wheels are past the sidetrack and then switch the handle so it knocks your trolley car over, right? But that's, of course, not the point. The point is we're trying to figure out, would you sacrifice one person to save 5 people? That's the ultimate question. I love the superhero answer. I love the tipping the trolley car, derailing the trolley car answer. But who would sacrifice someone to save 5? Raise your hand. Would you? Okay.
Sir, I don't think we're eligible to make that decision. Like, someone should be a little bit eligible to make that decision. It's like we're playing like a godly decision or something. I don't personally believe in God, but maybe an autocratic decision. I have no idea of my population. I'm just taking a decision that I'm sacrificing either 1 or 5. I'm quantifying lives without knowing who they are, and how can I choose one between 5? Like one life.
So you're essentially saying leave it up to fate. I can't decide.
Maybe. I cannot decide.
Okay. So you wouldn't turn, you would go straight.
I think I won't be in that trolley car for the first step. I won't be in a trolley car when I do not know and when I cannot take that kind of a decision. No one should be on that car.
You would jump off the trolley car?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, one more answer.
Utilitarian, I would go for 1/5. That would be the most rational utilitarian normative ethics to follow. That's my take.
So you would turn.
I would turn, and my trade-off would be 1/5.
Right. So one person dying is better than 5 people dying, right? That sounds logical. That's a good answer.
Tim, don't you think when this labor realize that a trolley is approaching, they would go off the track? Like, why do you think?
Everyone is trying to change the rules to escape the hard decision, and I admire that. I'm impressed. But yeah, the decision is: would you sacrifice one person to save 5? That's the ultimate question, right? So how do I switch back to the? Oh, okay. There you go. Okay, so interesting. I heard mostly go straight, because people would either jump off the trolley car is going to go straight, right? Or they give it up to fate, the trolley car is going to go straight. So for most people, I hear you're very uncomfortable choosing that the person on the side would die. Okay, that's a solid answer, okay? So the second situation is even more interesting, okay? In the second situation, you're not driving, you're standing on a bridge over the tracks, okay? And you see the situation. You see there's 5 workers who are they got big headphones on, they can't hear, they're not paying attention. You see the trolley cars not slowing down. Maybe you see the trolley car driver in the window looking panicked, right? And you understand what's happening. And standing next to you, there's two versions of this. There's a man with a huge backpack. The other version is there's a very, very fat man. And yes, when I teach this to my students, I always say, or I'm standing next to you, right? So if you push this person off in front of the trolley car, it'll at least slow the trolley car down enough these people will notice and get off the tracks. So the question is, would you push me off the footbridge to save the 5 workers who are down the tracks? Or the man with the backpack, if you don't want to push me, that's okay. So talk about that for a couple of minutes and let me know what you think. You can save 5 people. Yes? The brake is not working. Yeah, it's a runaway car. You see the panic on the face of the driver through the windshield. He's terrified. He can't stop. You don't know if the 5 workers are criminals. You don't know their history. You don't know the local population. No extra information. We have an answer? Okay.
I think it's better to push the man with the backpack, because if he's wearing backpack, I think he's a adventurer. Like, he's someone who is consciously willing to take risks. So, I mean, and those workmen, they're working for a living, right? I mean, there are 5 families dependent on them. So why you take,
So very interesting answer. Everybody, look at who said that. Remember his face. Do not wear a backpack near him, okay? Run away. Okay, interesting. Anyone else? Would you push the man with the backpack? Would you push me? Oh my God,
No.
someone just said yes. I'm so hurt.
That was your good friend Sam, by the way.
Yeah, right? Yeah, one of my grad students. Good Lord.
No, I mean, we didn't discuss, this is my personal opinion. No, I would not, because I am like consciously doing something, so, and I don't know, I've been taught, again, a Hindu background, Bhagavad Gita and all of that, there's karma, right? That person was not destined to be in the harm's way. Who am I to put that person in the harm's way? Right. So we're talking about the plane crash now. One guy survived, one person. So it gets you thinking, I'm going back to what my father told me about the karmic cycle and all of that, and you're wondering, how did that one person survive? Were so many people destined to die together? So I would say, from my personal perspective, I would not push that person, because that person was not destined to die that day. So I am nobody to take that call.
Okay. So I think most people agree with that, right? No? Okay. So, once again, how do I switch back? Okay. So usually, with an American audience or Japanese audience, the answers break down into 2 categories, right? So there's the consequentialist answer. So, of course, you sacrifice one person to save 5 people, right? The most, and I've talked to a few scholars here. I think a lot of you maybe have studied a bit of Western ethics. So utilitarianism, the idea that you make the decision that makes the most people happy and lessens suffering as much as possible, right? That's the most famous version of consequentialism. And the other answer is categorical, right? So categorical is something like human rights are always paramount. So I don't have the right to take that person's life on the side track, right? It's not my right to do that. I'm not allowed to use a human being as a means to my ends. All human beings are their own ends, right? So for the categorical answer, you would not turn. Those are the 2 basic answers. But with my Japanese students, they had the same answer a lot of you did. It's fate, right? Hey, sorry, it's, I'm sorry for those 5 people, right? It's their time to die, right? And I understand the feeling, right? It feels very uncomfortable to say, okay, today you die, right? I understand that, right? All right, what's interesting is the factors that can affect our decision making, factors we often don't think about. So there's a lot of different research on different factors. One interesting one is the difference between reading this ethical dilemma in your first language and reading it in your second language. I don't know how this works in India because everyone I meet here speaks like 4 languages. So we would have to do some really interesting research in India, right? So in general, you can see the way it breaks down. These are Japanese students, okay? In Japanese, in the first situation, about 58% of the students said, yeah, I would turn, okay? In that same situation, in their second language, in English, 66% said they would turn. So the number increased, okay? And in the second scenario, with their poor teacher on the footbridge over the tracks, right? 16% said they would push me off, right? In Japanese. In English, twice as much, 36% said they would push me off, okay? So there's a lot going on here. Often, almost any human being, there's a lot of research about this around the world. Your initial response is, I'm not going to kill another human being. If you're a non-psychotic, right, healthy member of society, there are exceptions, okay? But if you're a healthy, contributing member to society, you have this initial, I wouldn't want to do that, right? There's a distancing effect in your second language where it kind of deadens those feelings, which might be a possible explanation why these jump up in your second language. There's also an interesting effect in the laboratory. If you give someone more time to answer, they're more likely to choose to turn. They're more likely to choose the utilitarian answer to save more people, okay? So, today's key point. The modes and means of communicating are not value-free, right? They can often influence how we interpret and respond to the information being communicated. So if we're hearing about this ethical dilemma verbally or written or through a movie or through a diagram, it'll influence how we're going to answer it. So another example is, these are numbers for the written version. When I verbally explained this in the class with my students, and I had, over the years I was teaching ethics, about 1,000 Japanese students. These were intro to ethics classes, 55 students, 3 sessions a day, right? Almost all of the students said, it's fate, I'm not going to turn. So when it was verbal, when they were talking face to face, these numbers were different. In a different mode, in the mode of verbal communication, they were even less likely to turn. I was shocked when I saw this. 58% said they would turn with the written version. That surprised me, okay? All right, so this brings us to Hollywood movies and most movies in the West, right? Usually in this situation where you have to, the hero has to choose whether or not to sacrifice someone, they don't sacrifice the person, okay? So a lot of Hollywood movies and TV shows use this scenario, not a trolley car problem, but a scenario where if you sacrifice one person or a small number of people, you'll save a larger number. Heroes in Western movies never sacrifice people for their goals. Why is it so consistent? Okay? All right. Have you seen Snowpiercer? One person? Did you like it? Yeah, I don't like it that much, but it's a great example of what I'm talking about, right? It has a lot of fans, right? So Snowpiercer and A Cabin in the Woods both have a trolley car problem scenario, right? Where the main character has to decide, will I sacrifice someone to save a lot of other people? And the way it's set up, the energy of the screenplay, the structure of it, a Western audience is horrified at the idea they might choose to sacrifice somebody to save others. Right? We're tense, worried that that's what they're going to do, okay? So why is this? What explains it? The communitarian philosopher Alistair MacIntyre, who just passed away a couple of weeks ago, he was my favorite philosopher. He was like 98, so he had a good run. His narrative approach to moral decision making is the only model that seems to make sense of this. The approach I talked about earlier, right? So first I have to explain a little about communitarianism. Who has studied communitarianism? We're going to go a little bit deep on this. Has anyone studied it? Okay. Okay, that's related. Okay, yeah, that's related. So, okay. So in the early 1980s, there was a group of philosophers. They were not in communication with each other. This was not a movement. It just so happened it was happening at the same time. They all started criticizing the rights-based approach to moral philosophy, which dominated at the time. And they said, does this really capture the lived experience of a human being? We're talking about human beings like we're all these completely separate individuals, like we're all billiard balls bouncing off each other, right? So they labeled these people communitarians because they argued, first and foremost, we're members of a community, okay? Now, for libertarians, there's a lot of libertarians in America right now. It's growing in number. A libertarian is someone who thinks human rights and freedom are the most important thing. Like the government can't tell me anything. Right? Wear a mask during a pandemic? No, I choose not to. Wear a seatbelt in the car? No, I choose not to, right? That's a libertarian, okay? So they think there's only two kinds of moral obligations. Number one, natural duties. Natural duties are universal, so it's your duty not to kill somebody, not to take their life, not to use a human being as a means to your ends, right? And then there's also voluntary obligations, right? So when you choose to take on a job, there's certain obligations that come with that job and that role. Those are the only two categories that libertarians and rights-based philosophers think we have when it comes to moral obligations. Communitarians think there are three. The first two are the same, right? But the third one are obligations of solidarity. They're duties you have to your community that you did not choose. You were born into the community, right? And so you were born into these obligations. That's what communitarians argue. This is the next question. Do we have obligations of community? Do we have obligations we did not consent to? Right? So for libertarians, consent is everything, right? I have to freely choose. So this is the discussion question. In 2025, should the American government pay reparations to African Americans for slavery? It lasted from 1619 to 1863 legally. Slavery continued after that, but legally. Do Americans in 2025 have a responsibility for what America did in the past? So again, get in groups, please. Tell me what you think. Discuss it for a few minutes. Reparations obviously is money, right?
I think they should pay. It came up recently at the Oxford Union address by our Member of Parliament, Shashi Tharoor, who said that the British government should pay reparations to India for appropriating the economic resources of India, and he had done the entire calculation of what was the value then and what is the value now and how they should indeed pay. And I'm looking at the applied nature of your question. I think in the American context, it's all the more important, and they have the economic resources to pay because they are, after all, their own citizens in one way or the other.
So you think present-day Americans who did not own slaves themselves are still responsible for what America did in the past? That's the question. Are you responsible for what your country did before you were even born? That's an interesting question. Yes. We need a microphone. Thank you.
So I don't know if I'm qualified to talk about this, but I think we do have like we have a pretty violent history of caste in India, right? So we have reservations. So I think that's the first thing that comes to mind when I read about America and reparations to, black and other colonized or other marginalized communities. So I think we already have something like that in place here, like reservations. So for example, in government jobs or other areas like that. If you want to add to this. Yeah, colleges as well.
So for things like government jobs and quotas, that's trying to fix a problem now that exists.
Yeah.
But what about paying them money for crimes that occurred in the past that people today did not commit?
So even in terms of land reforms and things like that, for laborers, agricultural laborers, there have been certain bills which have been passed which have transferred half of your lands to them, the people who've worked on it. So those are the first things that come to mind. I think, ma'am, if you want to add something.
Those are good points. Yes.
I think what Professor Sanjay just mentioned was reparation to a country.
Right.
Okay, so it's possible. Practically, it is possible. So I'm also looking at the practical aspect because while trying to set one wrong right, what if we get involved in some other wrong? That is, who exactly are we paying to?
Right.
Isn't it? Because they came from different countries, those are different families, some of them are still in America, they may not have roots there. So, proportionate and directed reparation is what one needs to think about. Principally, it's okay if it can be done, but how it can be done also, I think, is an ethical question, as I said, proportionate and
That's an important
directed.
question, but right now we're talking about the principle. So you do agree reparations are a good idea?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
So I think reparations in terms of actual money transfer, if you're talking cash transfer, that's very questionable. But in terms of paying in the sense, ways of paying. So for instance, women as well, if you see. So the government actually decides that, women would, if you work or if you're trying to work or finding work, so some sort of affirmative action, reservation is one of that. And including women in workforce, there could be other ways of doing it. Then also you're paying money. So
also quotas.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying the reparation money is not enough, more needs to be done.
Yeah.
So that still means the people today owe a debt. They're responsible. Yes,
as
okay,
a community,
in principle.
As a community, you cannot not take that responsibility because you are responsible. As a country, as an idea as well. The idea of America that stands on the shoulders of someone of this, the biggest crime against humanity, if one can say that. So
Right.
That responsibility cannot go away, I think. Yeah.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, adding on to what Swati said, we also have a lot of, if we are talking monetarily, we have a lot of policies and schemes like loans, low interest loans for women who want to start their small business or they want to enhance their skills. Small business owners, like even men, women, all of them. So those kind of things are also in place in India in terms of intersectionality with, let's say, caste and other economical
So in principle, you think people today owe a debt for what's happened in the past in their country? Okay. I think we have some people in the back. Can we maybe switch back and forth a little bit? Sorry.
So the question is about should we pay for the past? My personal opinion is if it is about slavery, if the effects of that which happened in the past is still lingering in the present, then I think we should pay.
So that's a different situation, right? It's true what you're saying, right? The effects do linger. So that's talking about certain people and certain groups in America are still benefiting from the legacy. So directly right now, they need to pay for that. That's true. That's a different issue. I happen to agree with you. But yeah, that's a different issue. But it is true. Right? That's why I set the deadline at 1863, even though discrimination against African Americans did not end in 1863. It has not ended yet, right? But okay, anyone else? Maybe one more or two more?
Yeah, I want to add to what some of them told. So see, I mean, payment, again, there were some dilemma about how we can pay them, right? I think to begin with, an formal apology is very, very required, right? I mean, people who oppressed and people who are the victims, both are not there. It's a different generation now. But I think as a symbolic gesture, an apology is required, and also keep the memory alive, like what happened in the Holocaust, right? I mean, now the world is a very different place, but people should not forget what happened, because you never know. After a long time, even truths may turn into myths, right? So at least to keep the memory alive, they should acknowledge that, yeah, they had a dark past, and also a formal apology to begin with.
Yeah, Germany has done a very good job of acknowledging their past in their current education system. I think we have one more in the front. Did you want to?
I saw your deadline of 1863. I don't think throwing money at a problem gets the problem away. That's why the other gentleman already said that if there are still inequalities in a community, then you need to address it in more than way of money. And the second thing about the apology actually helps next generations accept the fact that this happened, and probably makes it easier for them to come to terms with their own past. So it's not always about the victim, it's also about the victor as to how they deal with their own past and history.
Right. Yeah. So again, the money's not enough, right? So, okay, I think we've established a pattern, right? People today are responsible for what's happened. I'm very happy to hear these answers. So this is the communitarian response. This is my response. I'm a communitarian, right? If an American is proud of the good things that happens in their country, that means part of their identity comes from the fact they're an American, right? I didn't win an Olympic medal, I didn't win a Nobel Prize, but if I'm proud of an American who won it, that means I feel a connection to them, right? If you're proud of the good things your country has done, you have to take responsibility for the bad things too, right? That's the communitarian response. It's all part of who you are as a human being. Your country helped shape your identity, right? You benefited from the good and the bad things. You have to acknowledge it. That's the communitarian response. And this is an interesting response in America, because libertarians and people that are, very serious about the importance of individual rights and individual freedom, they're usually the kind of conservative people that are saying, USA, USA, we're the greatest country in the world, and they're really proud of their country. But then you mention slavery, and they're like, I didn't do that. I never owned any slaves. You can't have both, right? If you're proud of your country, you're proud of what it's accomplished, you have to acknowledge how it got there and the crimes it committed in the meantime, okay? So that's a communitarian answer. You do have some responsibilities, all right? So we can actually kind of flip through these pretty quickly, because it seems like we're all kind of on the same page. So the whole question of, can you have duties you're not responsible for, right? Or duties you have not consented to, all right? So the first one is, your car breaks down, so you get it towed to the garage, to the mechanic. You need a new part, so the mechanic replaces it, but he also replaces all 4 tires. You didn't ask for that. The repairs are 42,000 rupees. The tires are 200,000 rupees. How much are you paying the mechanic? How much do you owe? What do you think? You can probably answer this question immediately. I don't think we need to wait. Who's paying 242,000 rupees? Anybody? Yeah, nobody, right? You didn't consent to it. It's a ripoff. Take those tires off my car, all right? But situation number 2, you collapse on the street. This is very important. In America, I live in Japan partly for the fantastic national healthcare system, okay? I don't have to worry about these expenses in Japan. You're taken to the hospital, you've had a stroke, right? And the doctors do emergency surgery. You weren't conscious to say yes to the surgery. You weren't conscious to consent, but they saved your life. Because it's America, there's a bill for 20 million rupees. This is not an exaggeration. I could have said 50 million rupees and it would have been in the ballpark, $500,000, right? Are you responsible to pay any of that back? You didn't consent to the surgery, but do you have any responsibility, any duty to pay that back? What do you think? Pay part of it, pay something. Who says yes, you do? Oh, half? And a half? No, you're scratching your nose. Were you raising your hand, scratching your nose? So,
that this is what you have to do. I don't think anybody has got away without paying one way or the other as far as the US system is concerned.
no, you
I
go,
mean,
you go bankrupt and you lose your house. Right?
That's a different matter. I mean, you would say that I'd rather go to a jail and, but the point is the liability of payment is imposed on you as a matter of law.
Right, right.
That is the thing, you know,
Right.
how you pay or don't pay is a different matter.
But we're talking about principle, the principle of it. Do you feel an obligation to pay it? That's the
No,
point.
you feel obligated to pay for the service, but
There
you
you go.
don't feel obligated to pay for the hidden cost of the fall
Right.
of the social welfare
But you
system.
feel an obligation even though
Yes,
you did
yes,
not consent.
definitely,
So
yes.
that's the point. Okay.
that-
So, another situation. You're in Honolulu. Have you been to Honolulu? Oh my God, please go. It's fantastic. Beaches and restaurants, great restaurants right next to each other. You see some drunk young Frenchmen making a lot of noise and being rude. How do you feel? You're walking down the street on a beautiful day. Vive la France! And they're all drunk and noisy at 2 in the afternoon. How do you feel? Do you feel a little annoyed? Right, so, but it's a beautiful day, and they're ruining the atmosphere. You're a little annoyed, right? You're a little annoyed, right? But what if you're in Honolulu, and you see some junk young Indian men who are making lots of noise and being rude on the street? And maybe it's really obvious. They've got like T-shirts that say, "I love India," right? Or they're wearing like the kit for the national soccer team, so everybody knows they're from India. And maybe you're wearing an Indian flag on your shirt, so everyone knows you're Indian. How do you feel? You embarrassed?
And, oh, okay,
That's
all
pretty
right.
very rude,
Creating
yeah.
a noise and being rude, I think I should qualify my earlier statement. Noise is tolerable. Being rude, I think, is also equally not tolerated. in
Okay,
it. Yeah,
okay.
that's right.
But most of you would feel embarrassed, right? So I'm an American in Osaka. Do you know how many incredibly noisy American tourists come to Osaka? And I'm like, it's really embarrassing for me. Why? I'm not doing anything. It's because that's part of my identity. I'm an American, so I feel a connection to them. That's why you feel embarrassed when you see those Indians being rude and disrespectful and loud on the street. You feel a connection, right? So that runs counter to the libertarian idea we're all just separate individuals with no connection to the people around us, right? I didn't have to convince you guys of this. You already agreed with it. That was interesting to know. All right, so another important thing about communitarianism is the difference between individualism and roles, all right? In libertarianism, in strong rights-based theories, you are an individual. You are separate from everyone else around you. You're like a billiard ball, right? So the question you ask ethically is, what should I do? Me, the individual, okay? In a more community-based society like Japan, roles are important. Roles are what work together to make the society function well and to flourish. So questions are more often, what would a good teacher do in this situation? What would a good friend do in this situation? It's a very different question because in your community, there's often pretty predefined ideas about what those responsibilities are to guide you through it, right? This has very powerful effects on the way people see the world. There's a lot of research on this too. So have you heard of the weird world? What is the weird world? Western, educated, industrial, rich, and democratic, right? So the name is kind of a joke, but it has an important meaning. A lot of psychologists realize that the research they were doing on human psychology was almost always being done on white people in America, right? Can you transfer the findings to everyone around the world who come from different situations? So they call these people weird because they're actually a small percentage of the world's population, okay? What happened was, one of the tests they've done, they give an American a sheet of paper and you have to write 20 sentences that start with I am. Americans always write about themselves. I'm funny. I'm a fan of jazz. I'm fun to be around, right? It's always about the individual self. Japanese people, a lot of East Asian people, are more often to write about their roles. I'm a father. I'm an employee of this company. I'm a son. I'm a teacher, right? It totally changes your worldview, this value system, okay? So, another important point to make is consequentialism and categorical thinking are generalist theories, all right? They should apply in all situations. They essentially wanted to come up with simple rules to guide you in decision making. So for the consequentialist rule, always do what helps the most people, right? The categorical rule, always protect individual rights. Those are rules. They're general rules. Unfortunately, communitarianism doesn't offer us a simple rule. It's a particularist theory. So everyone's going to have slightly different answers. A teacher might have different answers to a moral dilemma than a student, because you're playing different roles, you've got different duties. This makes it a little more complicated, and that's why in communitarian societies and virtues-based societies, this is a virtue-based approach to moral philosophy, where you have to determine which virtues you have to inculcate in people in order for them to be good community members, people that want to help the community flourish, right? So you need training, you need a lot of practice in decision making. You need a good teacher who's going to lead you through this, but there's no simple rule. That's a complication, right? And there's an important Japanese ethicist who confirms everything I just said. If you want to talk, we could talk about it later. All right, so finally, let's get to Alistair McIntyre and the narrative approach to decision making. We've already talked about this. Alistair McIntyre talks about how we're storytelling beings. We understand ourselves through stories. We write a narrative about ourselves to understand who we are and what's important to us. In that narrative, we choose certain important aspects of our history, and we make a linear story that leads up to where we are now. And that story often has an end, right? So the end of the narrative I wrote was the satisfying happy ending is I become a decent member of my community. That's what I want in the end, okay? So this is interesting when applied to film. So let's look at Snowpiercer. I'm sorry, I don't recommend the movie, but it's a great example for what we're talking about, and I do know many people who love it. It's a dystopian science fiction movie, and it's got a ridiculous premise, okay? So in the future, the planet Earth is frozen solid, doesn't matter why. No humans survive except for humans on a super train that's circling the planet. I told you it's ridiculous, okay? And it's completely allegorical. The poor people live in the back of the train. The rich people live in the front, okay? And once in a while, the people in the front with their soldiers, of course they have soldiers with guns to keep control. Like I said, it's very allegorical. They go to the back of the train and they kidnap a small child on a regular basis. And the people in the back can't stop it, okay? Okay. There's a rebel leader played by Captain America, Chris Evans. So he's like a golden boy, right? He's a really good leader and he cares about the people in the back. And he's always going around and helping people and trying to solve their problems. His friend's child gets kidnapped. He's friends with all the children, but he knew this kid really well. They were friends. He helped take care of him. And so they snap and they're like, that's it. This is the last time it's happening. We're going to storm the front of the train. So the revolution starts, okay? And they make their way to the front of the train, and they find the aging leader at the front of the train, and he says, I've been watching you. I'm going to die soon, and you're a natural leader. I want you to take my job. Okay? If he takes the job, he's got to continue what's happening. So why are they kidnapping a small child? There's pieces broken in the engine they can't fix. So they need a small child to crawl down into the engine and flick a switch every once in a while. They've got to sacrifice a small child for this job, right? So he says, I want you to be the new leader, but he's going to have to continue this. He's going to have to continue the practice of kidnapping small children. So what do you think happens? Amongst yourselves, talk about it. What do you want to see happen? Do you want to see him accept it? What do you want to see happen when he's offered? This is the end of the movie. He's offered the job to take over. So please, once again, in a small group, take a few minutes. Talk about what you want to see happen with this golden boy hero in the movie. No, so think about it for a couple minutes. Don't give anyone a microphone yet, right? Take a couple of minutes. What do you want to see? What do you think would be a heroic response? What do you think is a good ending to the movie? This is the way the movie shows. It's really difficult to see. I used a bunch of tools to try to lighten this image up, but it was really difficult. You can see the child's face looking up, right? So it's a tightly framed shot. The machinery is impinging on them from all sides, and they're cramped in, right? And it's a, good God, it's a bird's eye view shot, right? So the child looks really small and weak. They're trapped. That's the image the director shows you of the child working in the machinery, right? So what do you want to see for the ending? What do you want to see for the decision? What are you hoping to see? Child gets rescued, okay, and so everyone on the train dies? It's a trolley car problem. It's a trolley car problem, right? But what do you want to see in the movie? You want to see the child rescued. You do not want to see the hero sacrifice the child. That's one answer. Does anyone disagree with that? What a mean question. Are there any monsters out there who disagree with that? That's an unfair question. Does anyone disagree? What do you want to see?
I don't disagree with her, but then I think if we do rescue the child and if all of the people in the train dies, the child will also die anyway. So, but then in a humanitarian way maybe, because we are not sacrificing a child or sacrificing a human being to, yeah, that's it.
So do you want to see him make that decision?
No, we don't want to see him. We want him to die with everyone else in the train, I think.
Oh, so
As
the
an
hero,
audience.
do you want to see the hero decide to take
Yeah,
over?
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting. That's an interesting answer.
Hello. So just for the sake of bringing in more perspectives, I think the child has to be sacrificed since it's a matter of existence, right? I mean, humans also do that. I mean, we experiment with a lot of lab animals just for developing life-saving drugs and all. So I think it's the same dilemma in the outer space where the entire humanity's existence is at threat. So I don't know. I mean, maybe when people are under so much of pressure, there wouldn't be any surprise if people actually start being heartless about this and let the child save the humanity, like the rest of
Thank
humanity.
you. I have seen a pattern in your answers. Okay.
I think I would like the decision to be made not by the hero, but maybe by the villain. That would kind of shift the responsibility of the bad decision.
It would be nice if we could change the whole situation
Yeah.
to suit our needs, wouldn't it?
It just seems nicer. Well, not yet. Once they make the decision, they become the villain, right?
So they work. We give them power, they go to war, and we are not responsible, they are.
Can we just call the group one superhero in this situation?
You want the superhero answer? He is Captain America, right? So, okay. In this situation, when we look at this situation, what we want the character to do, right? Once again, this is just a quote from Mac. Oh, do we have another answer? Okay.
We would certainly won't want to kill the child because in our, as per our social norms, children, we always want to protect it. But since you have raised questions like this, I'm thinking about the normal circumstances where we live. Every day we kill hundreds of chicken and goats to feed our bellies, no? So there we are very paradoxical. But on the movie, we wouldn't want to kill a children voluntarily, even if it is to save all of them.
Yeah, so now you're supposed to be thinking in terms of movie logic. We were talking about the actual trolley car problem, you did the reverse, but I wish I could have, well, just one second. I wish I could have screened the movie and paused it at this point, even though, it's not a very good movie. I didn't want to make you suffer through it, but I wish you could have watched it and been caught up in the story, right? Okay, but in the back, we have another comment.
I would be of the opinion, why do we have to keep the machinery, the train as a, unchangeable constant when these human lives are the variables? We should keep saving the human life as a fixed reality and then maybe just fix the train so that no one has to be sacrificed.
Yeah, but we don't have the parts to fix the train. That's the problem, right? The world is dying, and the train is the last place where civilization exists. So, okay, that's okay. We can stop there. We can discuss it more later if you want. So the idea is, in the context of the movie, and again, I'm making this difficult for you because I'm jumping back and forth between ethical situations and what you feel when you're caught up in a movie, which is a very different thing, right? That's why I wish I could have actually screened the movie. So, just to remind you, as Alistair McIntyre said, when you make the decision, when you make a difficult decision, you have to pay attention to your narrative, your history, right? When we see a character in a movie, we judge their decision in the same way often, right? So this character, we've seen them being a great leader in the back. We've seen him showing compassion. We've seen him giving what little food he has to a kid who's starving, right? He does everything he can to help the people in the back of the train. And the thing that triggers the revolution is someone kidnaps a child. It's so important to get that child back because he loves the child, right? In this context, every Westerner watching the movie wants him to say no and not take over the job, right? A hero, this kind of hero in a movie, never sacrifices somebody. They save people. That's what they're supposed to do, right? So in the movie, again, it's really hard to see. They kind of come together. He and the other rebels who made it to the front, they come together and make a decision. There's an overhead shot with a circular staging that signifies unity. Kurosawa Kida uses this trick, the staging trick in Seven Samurai a lot. All right, they come together and they make this decision, and they make the decision to stop the train. They're going to derail it, right? The idea is if this is what humanity is reduced to, we don't deserve to live. This is awful. We can't sacrifice children. That's a fundamental duty we have to our communities, to protect the children, right? So they derail the train, and now they have a new situation to deal with, right? And they're going to have to figure out how to survive in the cold. All this time, they've assumed it's still too cold to survive outside. And there's a little glimmer of hope in the movie where they see a polar bear outside. So an animal has managed to survive, so maybe they can too, right? So when they derail the train, you think they've made a decision to end humanity, but you don't want to see him say, yes, I'll continue sacrificing children, right? You're pushed into thinking that by the structure of the movie, by the narrative, by the conventions of the genre, right? So everything we've seen about him in the past, he's a caring, compassionate person that would never sacrifice a child to achieve his ends, right?
So that past, that narrative past they display in the movie and they show us, informs our understanding of what decision he should make. He wouldn't be the person we think he is if he decides to become the new leader and sacrifice children. He's not the leader we thought he was. He's betrayed everything we thought about him, okay? So there are narrative demands in this situation, all right? The plot and the characterizations follow certain tropes and patterns. There's certain genre conventions we expect to be followed, right? Genres are satisfying because they satisfy our expectations often, right? So in this kind of movie, the hero doesn't sacrifice people, he saves them, okay? Now, why am I bringing this up? When I taught ethics, I thought film was a great way to teach ethical dilemmas. I'm a communitarian. I started realizing when I used film scenes to set up ethical dilemmas, I was setting it up in a way that my students would agree with my communitarian answers, right? It always seemed to push them towards a communitarian answer because of what was happening, showing the character's narrative, their past, why they made the decision. They would make the same decision I would make about what kind of decision the character would make, okay? So the question is, who made this diagram? Do you think a utilitarian made this diagram, or a libertarian, or a communitarian? What kind of person made this diagram, do you think? Okay, but a libertarian, a utilitarian, or a communitarian? Utilitarian, interesting, why? So go ahead and answer. Well, finish your answer with the microphone first.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, I just feel like it's a very utilitarian thing to pick 5 people over that one person. So I feel like the first diagram is. Can we go
And
back?
are they people in the diagram?
They're just numbers at this point. But
They're not even numbers, they're hash marks.
yeah, they're just marks.
Right? So those hash marks remind me of those like ancient cuneiform tablets they found. They'd find a tablet with these hash marks and they're like, we think it's like a receipt for like units of rice, right? So just, you know, it's like 5 kilos of rice. And that's the way human beings are represented in this diagram, right? They're separated from their history. They're separated from their past. They're separated from the relationships between people. We don't know who they are. All those questions my students always want to ask, are those 5 guys criminals? Is it okay to run them over? We know nothing, right? They're reduced to just numbers. The diagram literally represents everything in a way that encourages a utilitarian reading. And yes, it comes from a book by utilitarian Joshua Green, okay? And he argues that utilitarianism gives you the distance to coolly and rationally talk about a problem and come to a conclusion. And yes, if you rob all the people involved of their humanity and their past, right, their worth as a human being, it does make solving the problem easier, but he's begging the question, what aspects of human beings are the important ones that should be considered when we look at these problems, right? He's begging the question with this diagram. So in summary, as teachers, we have a responsibility to let our students know when they're consuming any information, right? The mode or the medium through which they consume it could actually influence the way they think about it in ways they might not expect, okay? But also, almost more importantly, for government officials, when they're making policy decisions, they need to be aware of that. Think about government white papers, right? They have graphs and diagrams, right? Talking about human beings and reducing them to numbers. And it's almost forcing the government officials to think that way and think about them that way, right? So we have to think about that too. How do we present this information to people who are making the most important decisions in our society? Okay, I guess that's it for now. I have no idea how much time I took. Any questions? And I was really excited to hear your answers to the ethical dilemmas and the ideas of communitarian. That made me very happy.
So any questions? Oreo, I think in the back? No? Yes? No, you were just stretching? Okay. Okay.
Did you have any particular kind and genre of filmmakers for this kind of analysis, or are you, because particularly in the Indian context, when we look at cinema in a very broad sense and not necessarily classify them into different categories, etc.
Usually thrillers will do this.
We sometimes give in to the suspension of disbelief, cathartic effect, kind of, go into the cinema hall and come out by the good versus the evil, and he should not have done. And sometimes even the Stockholm syndrome, falling in love with the bad guy, all these things happens at the level of audience. But when you made your analysis, was it something to bring about the Japanese-American kind of a differentiation, or cinema as a tool of, I don't know, whether I feel.
So thriller movies will often take advantage of this sort of moral dilemma, right, to ratchet up the drama. So I'm specifically talking about the suspension of disbelief. I'm talking about when you enter into the world of the movie, it influences the way you look at that moral dilemma, that ethical dilemma. And again, it can do it in a bad way. If you're first being introduced to this ethical dilemma through a movie, and you're trying to figure out how you think about it, like what are your beliefs, what are your values when it comes to this, that movie might be influencing you and pushing you to a certain answer because you're caught up in the movie logic. That's what I'm talking about, is the danger, right? Anyone else?
So I don't have a question, but a comment. So your session was interesting and thought-provoking.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So what I want from you is, there must be Indian movies that use this moral dilemma, or what moral dilemmas pop up in Indian movies. Please tell me later. Send me an email. I really want to know. Okay, there was someone else with a comment?
Sorry.
Yes?
Yeah. A question. I know with your self-introduction, you are more of a communitarian.
I'm trying.
All right. You're trying to be a communitarian. But as a dispassionate, if it's possible to stand back, which of the two forms are more conducive for a society to flourish, or for the individual in a society to flourish? Which one is better in the long run? Which one would you root for, if there was a choice?
Between, you mean utilitarianism?
No, between libertarianism and communitarianism. Which one would you?
Okay, so how do I switch back to my screen? Okay, so the problem is there's pros and cons for each moral theory, right? So the pros and cons for libertarianism, the pros and cons for communitarianism. So my answer to that would be to come at it from kind of a side oblique angle. Alistair McIntyre had a great quote about this situation, okay? So all of these moral theories have weaknesses. There's no perfect moral theory. If we'd found a perfect moral theory, we'd all be living by it, right? It would be the one, okay? So what Alistair McIntyre says is, it's a gift when you debate and discuss a moral dilemma with somebody with a different viewpoint. So I'm a communitarian. When I debate it with a libertarian, because that situation lets you know what you would be willing to give up. So when I'm debating with a libertarian, it really emphasizes the fact that I would be willing to give up absolute freedom if we can live in a community where everyone is taken care of at a certain level and we care about each other. So I know you've all heard the stories, and they're all true about Japan. If you leave your wallet on the train, you will get your wallet back the next day with all the money and credit cards in it. do you know what will happen if you leave your credit card on the train in Chicago? Like, before you turn around, it's gone, right? Before you made it to the door, right? So, I would argue that a communitarian approach makes for a healthier society because its goal is to try to help the community flourish, right? It's the goal is to try to inculcate certain virtues in people so that they act in a way that helps the community flourish. But there's weaknesses for communitarianism. Who decides what those virtues are? Right? And what if you have competing roles? What if you're a father and a teacher and your obligations compete? There's problems with it. It's not perfect, but I think it's the one that might lead to a healthier society. That's why I chose to live in Japan. Hawaii is also the most communitarian of US states, right? Hawaii was stolen very late. So it managed to hold on to its culture longer than the mainland, right? So Hawaii is much more communitarian, which is why I'm more comfortable there, right? So yeah, it's a good question, but it's impossible to answer. That's the God question, like, please tell us, right? Okay, anyone else? Yes, you're welcome. In the back? Okay. Please try to raise your hand on opposite sides each time. I want to see how much we can make Orgo run.
Thank you. Very interesting session. My comment rather is on the Batman movie, Dark Knight,
Yes.
in which there are two boats.
Yes.
One boat has normal humans and the other boat has prisoners.
That screenplay writer took Intro to Ethics.
Yeah, so exactly, yeah. So, but nothing happens, and the Joker finally says, "I was just testing you guys." So, do we assume then these are open-ended problems which actually really don't have any solution, and we are trying to force fit our ideas or our solution based on our individual preferences? And movies actually have that responsibility of being open-ended and leaving it to the audience to decide. I mean, I hope my question makes sense.
No, the audience is always free to decide to an extent, right? But there are certain genre conventions that people want to have satisfied, right? That kind of shapes our expectations. So yeah, that's the prisoner's dilemma in the Batman movie. It's a different ethical dilemma, right? And it was very well done, right? The Batman movies have a lot of ethical dilemmas. They're fun, right? But yeah, my point isn't should we follow movies to understand ethical dilemmas? Is it a good idea? My point is it shapes the way we see the ethical dilemma and pushes you towards a certain answer often through genre conventions, through conventions of screenplay writing, Western story structure in American films, right? That's my point. So you should guard against that if you think you're getting some sort of objective view of what the ethical dilemma is. You're not. It's being shaded in certain ways, all right? Yeah, it's a good question. Anyone else? Do you need some Gatorade or some sports drink? Are you? Yeah.
It is possible that people, without having studied philosophy as such, but they have a viewpoint, they have a conviction.
Of course.
So is it likely that people behave differently in different situations, that some decisions are in communitarian viewpoint with community, and sometimes it is libertarian or utilitarian, and there is a conflict? I mean, is it common for people to have conflicting decisions?
Everybody is exposed to certain value systems growing up. So if you grow up with libertarian parents, you're going to see the world that way probably until you're a teenager, in which case you'll disagree with them on everything, right? So of course we're all influenced by certain value systems, and you know, a lot of the critical theory analysis in film studies is talking about that hidden message in the movie that you're being fed, even if you don't realize it, that's shaping your values, right? So yeah, of course, that happens all the time. The idea in an ethics class is they're trying to rationalize the process. They're trying to really make clear what are the losses and gains in each situation. And again, what are you willing to give up? If you accept this idea, you have to give up certain of the good things in this other idea, right? It's trying to really clearly delineate that so you can make a rational decision for yourself. But everyone's raised with values. You can't escape it. You're completely 100% correct.
Thank
right?
you.
Oh no, who's going to die this time? Yes?
Yeah. Okay. So you spoke about utilitarianism and libertarianism, right? So these are new concepts for me. So I mean, just give me some clarity. See, I think in a community-based setting, no, communitarianism, community comes first above everything else. So there will be like, cons for it also. Like maybe like, individuals' right might get tampered. Like you never know. Sometime maybe you're an outcast in society. Maybe
Right.
if you look at
Right.
what's happening in Taliban and all, like, women don't get a say in whatever, like, a male guardian would decide for them. So I think the libertarian values, right? I mean, the individual rights get destroyed in the communal society, and also in a liberal society, the cultural values get lost, right? I mean, we see what happened with the woke culture, right? I mean, you know where it ends, right? I mean, so even the cultural values will be lost. So do you think there's a gray area where, like, as ma'am told, like, so many views, like, interlapping, like we are so many beings at once, right? We are not clear-cut categories.
So you're
right?
100% correct.
And as you told, like in that, if you ask the same question in English, what responses you get out of Japanese students, and you ask the same questions in Japanese language, and also the medium, like are we asking the question in verbal medium? So do you think there's a bigger like thread which explains, like, both communitarianism and libertarianism like, coexisting, or where do you draw the line?
I understood you in the beginning and then I lost you. So it is definitely one of the biggest weaknesses of communitarianism, that it lends itself to a certain kind of cultural relativism. Oh, anything that's okay in your community is okay. So that could lead to a situation where one group is treated poorly, right? That is a potential. And that's what people criticize communitarianism for often, right? We developed this whole notion of rights to escape that sort of traditional society where certain people were the permanent underclass, right? But this is 2025, so your conception of communitarian is going to be different, and it's not acceptable anymore in almost any of the kind of advanced Western communities or Eastern communities that might choose to accept a communitarian approach. It wouldn't be acceptable for them to, for example, enslave a certain percentage of the populace to make the community thrive, right? Times have changed. There's been too much influence from rights-based thinking that that's not acceptable anymore. 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, of course, that's the way communities operated, right? And that's one of the weaknesses of utilitarianism. With utilitarianism, you could justify slavery, right? If a small percentage of the population is very unhappy being slaves, hey, if 90% is happy having slaves, it's okay. That's one of the weaknesses, right? So you're correct, but I think society's changed too much that a communitarian society would not accept having that happen. That's a very optimistic answer, right? Good question. Anyone else? People are looking kind of sleepy. I see some big yawns. If you want to leave, it's okay. I will not be offended. I'll keep taking questions.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you so much, Professor, for such
Thank you for coming.
enriching session. And by using the social semiotics theory and the moral theories, he also initiates the cognitive divergence in image formation and about the spectator's assumption and perception. By using the ethical and moral philosophy, he has also analyzed that how the ethical dilemma are perpetuated in the cinema and how the visual narratives influences of reading them. So I would request to Professor Sanjay to felicitate to him. Yeah.
Is this yours? Thank you. Thank you for that. I didn't figure out how to use it. And
ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶಾಂತವಾದ ವಾತಾವರಣ. ಯಾವುದು ಅದೇ ಇದಲ್ಲ? ಹಾಂ, ಇದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹಾಂ, ಎರಡಿತ್ತ? ಅತ್ತತ್ತು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತದೆ? ಕ್ಯಾಮರಾ ಉಂಡತೆ, ಕ್ಯಾಮರಾದ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಮೈಕ್ ಬತ್ತುಂಡ ಮಾನೆ ತೋಜಿ
ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೈಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ ಹೈಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಸರ್. ಇದು ಈ ಹೈಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಸಾಕು ಬಿಡತ್ತೆ.
ಇದು ಹಲೋ,
ಇದು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ,
ಬರ್ತಾ
ಇದು ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಆನ್ ಇದೆ.
Sí.
ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಟಿ ಉಂಟಾ? ಇದು ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು.
Good evening. Mic check, mic check. Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Hello.
I request everyone to be seated. We'll start in a short while. I hope all of you are seated and request everyone to put your mobile phones on silence. Good evening, everyone. After long academic sessions, I think it's time to enthrall you all with a very traditional folk art called Yakshagana. Before it started, I'll just give a small brief introduction about what actually it's all about. Yakshagana is a traditional folk dance form popular in coastal Karnataka districts. That is, here we have 3 districts, Uttar Kannada, Kudla or Mangaluru, and then Udupi. It's a rare combination of dance, music, song, scholarly dialogues, and colorful costumes. A celestial world unfolds before the audience as loud singing and drumming form a backdrop to dancers clad in striking costumes. When I said celestial, hence the name Yaksha, meaning celestial, and Gana, meaning music. Generally, this is an elaborate night-long performance in village paddy fields after the winter crop harvest or at an event in the temple premises. Traditionally, men portray all the roles, including the female ones. However, now, the women are also part of the troops. To speak about the Yakshagana Kendra, which is performing today, from where the artists are here today, was founded in 1971 under the direction of literature and Jnanapita awardee Dr. K. Shivaramakarant. Then principal of MGM College, Kushi Haridas Bhatt, how he was known as, or K.S. Haridas Bhatt, started this project at the premises. It's called School of Yakshagana, and here the students are trained under the Gurukul system. The troupe today will present a prasanga called Jambavati Kalyana, which narrates the story of how Lord Krishna defeats King Jambava and wins his heart. The king later offers his daughter Jambavati in wedding with him. Not taking much of your time, let us watch the artists from the Kendra perform. However, a small note, it was said that the children would perform, but as the stage here is very small, and it would be taking a lot of time for them to create or rehearse a new small piece for us, it was difficult for them, so therefore the other artists are performing. I'll just call out the name of the artist. The artist names, there is 3 things here. One, Himmela, the artist who will be singing and playing the drums. At the Bhagavatige, Umesh Suvarna. At the Maddale, Nagraj Nayak. At the Chande, Basava Marakala. The Mummela, who will come to perform now, Jambava Ganesh Nayak, Balarama Pratish Kumar, Krishna Dr. Shiva Kumar, Jambavati Kaushik. And the makeup artists, Shantaram Acharya and Ranganath Shettiga. Let us take a breath and let us watch this very interesting event. Thank you all.
विघ्नेशाय सरस्वत्यै पार्वत्यै गुरवे नमः। दक्षिणामूर्तये चैव सर्वकार्यार्थसिद्धये ನೆನೆಯಿರೋ ಜನರಲ್ಲ ಗುಣಯುತನ, ನೆನೆಯಿರೋ ಜನರಲ್ಲ ಗುಣಯುತನ, ಘನಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮದವೂರ ಗಣನಾಥನ, ಘನಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮದವೂರ ಗಣನಾಥನ, ಲಂಬೋದರನ ವಿನಾಯಕನ ಗಜಾನನ ಗೌರೀಸುತನ. ನೆನೆಯಿರೋ ಜನರಲ್ಲ, ನೆನೆಯಿರೋ ಜನರಲ್ಲ, ನೆನೆಯಿರೋ ಜನರಲ್ಲ ಗುಣಯುತನ. ತೈ ತೈ ತದ್ದಿನದೇ ತದ್ದಿನ ತಾತೈ ತದ್ದಿನದೇ ದಿತ್ತಾದೀಂ ದಿತ್ತಾದೀಂ ತಾ ಗಿಡ್ದಗಾದರ ಗಿಡ ಗಿಡ್ದಗಾದಿತ್ತ ದೇಂ 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 ತಾದೀಂ ತಾದೈ ತಾದೀಂ ತಾದೈ ತಾದೇಂ ತದ್ದಿನ ತಾದೈ ತದ್ದಿನ ತಾದೇ
ಈ ದ್ವಾರಕೆಯನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿ ಆಳಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕೇವಲವಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯವನ್ನ ಕಟ್ಟುವುದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಬೆಳೆಸುವುದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಈ ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಚಿಸಿದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಕಂಟಕವಾಗಿ ಇರುವವನು ನನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮನೇ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ.
ತಮ್ಮ
ನಾರದರು ಮುಂದೆ ಆಡಿದ ಮಾತು, ಇವನ ಕುಕೃತ್ಯವನ್ನ ಇನ್ನು ಬಯಲುಗೊಳಿಸಲೇಬೇಕು. ಬರಲಿ ನೋಡೋಣ ಸಭೆಗೆ.
ಇರಲನಗ ಗೋವಿಂದನು ಇರಲನಗ ಗೋವಿಂದನು ಸಂದಸದಿ ಬರೆ ಕಂಡು ಬಲರಾಮನು ಒರಗಿಸುತ್ತ ಗಿಡಿಸೋಸುತ್ತ ಒರಗಿಸುತ್ತ ಗಿಡಿಸೋಸುತ್ತ ಕೊಳ್ಳಿರಲು ಸರಸಿದ ಮಗರಮಿಸುತ್ತ ಕೊಳ್ಳಿರಲು ಸರಸಿದ ಮಗರಮಿಸುತ್ತ ಒರಗಿಸುತ್ತ ಗಿಡಿಸೋಸುತ್ತ ಕೊಳ್ಳಿರಲು ಸರಸಿದ ಮಗರಮಿಸುತ್ತ ಎಂದೆದೆರವಲೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣನೇ ಬರದಿರು ಎಂದೆದೆರವಲೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣನೇ ಹೊರಗಿಸೆ ಮೋರೆಯರು ಹೊರಗಿಸೆ ಮೋರೆಯರು ಋಣತ್ವವ ಕೈಗೊಂಡಲು ಮಾನವ ದೊರೆದೆಯ ನಿಶ್ಚಯವು
ನಮ್ಮ ವಂಶದ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆಯನ್ನ ಕಳೆದೆ. ಹೋಗಾಚೆ ಹೋಗು.
ಅರುಹ ಬೇಗೋದು ದಯೆಯಲಿ ಅರುಹ ಬೇಗೋದು ದಯೆಯಲಿ ಅರುಗ ಬೇಗೋದು ದಯೆಯಲಿ
ಅಂತೆ ಅಣ್ಣ.
ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ತಮ್ಮನಾದಂತಹ ಕೃಷ್ಣನನ್ನು ಕಂಡಾಗ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಕರೆದು ಆಲಂಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ನನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣ ಈ ಹೊತ್ತು ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ತಾಳಿ ಹೋಗು ದೂರ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಕಾರಣ ಸಿಟ್ಟು ಬರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಡುವ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಏನಾಯ್ತಣ್ಣ?
ಯಾಕೆಂತ ನನ್ನನ್ನೇ ಕೇಳ್ತೀಯ?
ಏಕೆ ಸತ್ರಾರ್ಜಿತನನು ಜನ ಮುಡಿಯಿದೆ? ಏಕೆ ಸತ್ರಾರ್ಜಿತನನು ಜನ ಮುಡಿಯಿದೆ? ಏಕೆ ಸಮಂತಗೋ? ಏಕೆ ಸಮಂತಗೋ? ಎದಗೆ ಬೋಧಗೈದಿಯೇ ಕಡಲಂದಿ ಕೆಲಸವು ನಿನಗೆ
ಯಾಕೆ ಸಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀಯ?
ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕಾರಣ ಬೇಡುವ ಅಣ್ಣ.
ಏನು ಯಾಕಂತ ನೀ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ? ಕಾರಣ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ಬಲರಾಮ ಸಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳುವವನಲ್ಲ ಯಾರ ಮೇಲೂ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ? ಕಾರಣ ಮತ್ತೇನಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮವನೇ ಆದಂತ ಸತ್ರಾಜಿತ ಸೂರ್ಯನನ್ನ ಕುರಿತು ತಪಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಆಚರಿಸಿ ಸಮಂತಕ ಎನ್ನುವ ರತ್ನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದ. ಆ ಪವಿತ್ರವಾದಂತಹ ರತ್ನವನ್ನ ಅವನ ತಮ್ಮನಾದಂತಹ ಪ್ರಸೇನ ಧರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಮೃಗಬೇಟೆಗಾಗಿ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಹೋದಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಯವನ್ನ ಸಾಧಿಸಿ ಅವನನ್ನ ಕೊಂದು ಆ ಮಣಿಯನ್ನ ಅಪಹರಿಸಿದ್ಯಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಂಟು? ಕೊಡು ಕೊಡು ಮಣಿಯನ್ನ. ಕೊಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾದ್ರೂ ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ ನಾನು ಭೂ ಸಂಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ.
ಅರಿಯೇ ಪ್ರಸೇನ ಪೋದುದನು ಅರಿಯೇ 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 ಪ್ರಸೇನ ಪೋದುದನು ಅರಿಯೇ ಪ್ರಸೇನ ಪೋದುದನು ಅಪಹರಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲವನ ರತ್ನವನು ಅಪಹರಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲವನ ರತ್ನವನು ಬರಿದೇತ ಕಪವಾದ ಬೇಳ್ವೆಯನ್ನೊಳು ಬರಿದೇತ ಕಪವಾದ ಬೇಳ್ವೆಯನ್ನೊಳು ದೋಷವಿರದು ಕೋಪವಿದೇತ ಗಗ್ರಜ ಸರಿಯೇ ನೀ ಬರಿಯಗೈದು ದೋಷವಿರದು ಕೋಪವಿದೇತ ಗಗ್ರಜ ಸರಿಯೇ ನೀ ಬರಿಯಗೈದು ಪ್ರಸೇನ ಪೋದುದನು ಅಪಹರಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲವನ ರತ್ನವನು ಅಪಹರಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲವನ ರತ್ನವನು
ಅಣ್ಣ, ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಈ ಪ್ರಕರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ನಿರ್ದೋಷಿಯೇ ಹೌದು. ಸತ್ರಾಜಿತನ ಅನುಜನಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಸೇನಜಿತ ಮಣಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವರ್ತಮಾನವೇ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಿರುವಾಗ ಅವನನ್ನು ಕೊಂದು ಸಮಂತಕ ಮಣಿಯನ್ನು ಅಪಹರಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ? ನಾನು ಕದ್ದದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಮನ್ನಿಸಬೇಕಣ್ಣ.
ನಿನ್ನ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ಯಾ? ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ವಿಚಾರ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಏನಣ್ಣ?
ನೀನು ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಸತ್ರಾಜಿತನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀಯಾ?
ಹೋದದ್ದು ಹೌದು.
ಹೋದಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಮಣಿಯನ್ನು ನೀನು ಅವನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದುಂಟು?
ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇನಣ್ಣ.
ಕೇಳಿದ್ಯಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಟ್ಟನವ?
ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ?
ಪರಮ
ಅವ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ನುವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅವನ ಅದನ್ನ ಧರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದಂತಹ ಪ್ರಸೇನನನ್ನ ಕೊಂದು ಅದನ್ನು ನೀನು ಅಪಹರಿಸಿದ್ದಿ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗ್ತದೆ.
ಲಾಲಿಸಬೇಕಣ್ಣ. ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಹೌದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ,
ಯಾಕೆ
ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಲದ ಹಿರಿಯವನಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಉಗ್ರಸೇನ ಭೂಪಾಲನಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಮಣಿ ಇದ್ದದ್ದೇ ಹೌದು ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಸಮಸ್ತರಿಗೂ ಅದರ ಉಪಯೋಗವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು ಹೌದು. ಕಡು ಲೋಭಿಯಾದಂತವ ಕೊಡದೇ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಸುಳಿದಾಡಿದ್ದಿಲ್ವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಣ್ಣ.
ಏನು ನಿನ್ನ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದೀಯಾ?
ಜೋರ ಜೋರ ಮಗಳು ಜೋರ ಜೋರ ತೋಳರಿಂದಳು ಮಾರಿ ಹೋದ ಕಬಡಗಳು ಏರು ಯೋರುಳಿ ಬರನುಡಿಯ ಮಣಿಯ ಬಹಾರಗೈದ
ಏನು ನಿನ್ನ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದೀಯ? ಬಾಲ್ಯದಿಂದಲೂ ನೀನು ಏನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಎನ್ನುವುದನ್ನು ನಾನು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬಾಲ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕದ್ದಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಸೀರೆ ಕದ್ದಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸೀರೆ ಹುಟ್ಟವರನ್ನೇ ಕದ್ದಿ. ಈಗ ಏನು ಕದ್ದದ್ದು ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲ, ದರೋಡೆ ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂದಾದಿಯಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಲೆ ಪಾತಕಾದಿಯಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಆ ಮನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡು, ಇಲ್ಲವಾದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಭೂ ಸಂಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೇನೆ. ನೀನೇ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೋ ಈ ದ್ವಾರಕೆಯನ್ನ.
ಆಣೆ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಬರಬಹುದೇನಣ್ಣ?
ಏನೋ ನಿನ್ನದು ಆಣೆ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ?
ಜನನಿ ಜನಕರಾಣೆ ಕೇಳು ಜನನಿ ಜನಕರಾಣೆ ಕೇಳು ಜನನಿ ಜನಕರಾಣೆ ಕೇಳು ಜನನಿ ಜನಕರಾಣೆ ಕೇಳು ಆ ಮಣಿಯು ಪ್ರಸೇನಾನ್ವಾರ್ತೆಗಳು ಆ ಮಣಿಯು ಪ್ರಸೇನಾನ್ವಾರ್ತೆಗಳು ಎನಗೆ ಗೋಚರವಿಲ್ಲ ದೊರುಳಾಗ್ರತಂಗಳಿಗೆ ಎನಗೆ ಗೋಚರವಿಲ್ಲ ದೊರುಳಾಗ್ರತಂಗಳಿಗೆ ಮನವ ಕೊಡೆ ನಾನೆಂದಿಗಾದರೂ ಎಣಿಸಬೇಡ ಅನುಮಾನ ಅಗ್ರಜ ಮನವ ಕೊಡೆ ನಾನೆಂದಿಗಾದರೂ ಎಣಿಸಬೇಡ ಅನುಮಾನ ಅಗ್ರಜ ಜನನಿ ಜನಕರಾಣಿ ಕೇಳು ಆ ಮಣಿಯು ಪ್ರಸೇನಾನ್ವಾರ್ತೆಗಳು ಆ ಮಣಿಯು ಪ್ರಸೇನಾನ್ವಾರ್ತೆಗಳು
ಅಣ್ಣ, ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಈ ಪ್ರಕರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ನಿರ್ದೋಷಿ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ದೃಢಪಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣೀಕರ್ತರಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳ ಪಾದಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರಸೇನನನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೊಂದವ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸಮಂತಕ ರತ್ನವನ್ನು ಅಪಹರಿಸಿದವ ನಾನಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ನಿರ್ದೋಷಿ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ನಂಬಬೇಕಣ್ಣ. ನಾನು ದೋಷಿಗಳಲ್ಲ ಅಣ್ಣ.
ಇರದಿರಲೋ ವಂಚನೆಯೋ ಇರದಿರಲೋ ವಂಚನೆಯೋ ನಿನ್ನೋಡು ಇರದಿರಲೋ ವಂಚನೆಯೋ ನಿನ್ನೋಡು ತೆರಳಿ ಬೇಗ ಪ್ರಸೇನ ನಿರವನು ತೆರಳಿ ಬೇಗ
ಎನ್ನುವುದು ನನಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಆದರೂ ಯಾಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಿಸಿದೆ? ಈ ದ್ವಾರಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳಿಗೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯ, ಕೃಷ್ಣನಿಗೊಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯ ಅಂತ ಆಗಬಾರದಲ್ಲ?
ಆಗಲೇಬಾರದಣ್ಣ.
ನಿನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಬಂದದ್ದು ಸತ್ಯ. ಹಾಗಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ವಸುದೇವ ದೇವತೆಯರ ಆಣೆ,
ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳ ಪಾದಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಿಯೂ ನಾನು ನಿರಪರಾಧಿ ಅಣ್ಣ.
ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ನೀನು ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಯರ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಣೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿದವನಲ್ಲ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಳ್ಳಾಡುತ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಬದುಕುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಅನರ್ಹರು ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗಲ್ವೇನಣ್ಣ?
ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀನಿಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಏನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಎನ್ನುವುದು ನನಗೂ ತಿಳಿದಿದೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಪಬಹುದು, ಆದ್ರೆ ಲೋಕ ಒಪ್ಪಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದವರು ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳುವವನು ನಾನಲ್ಲ. ಸುರಮುನಿಗಳಾದಂತಹ ನಾರದರೇ ಬಂದು ಆಡಿದ ಮಾತು. ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಪವಾದ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಸತ್ರಾಜಿತ ನೀನೇ ಪ್ರಸೇನನ್ನ ಕೊಂದಿದ್ದಿ, ಮಣಿಯನ್ನ ಅಪಹರಿಸಿದ್ದಿ ಎನ್ನುವುದಾಗಿ ಗೋಳಿಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾನಂತೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾರದರ ಬಾಯಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಬಿತ್ತ, ಬೇರೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮವೇ ಬೇಡ, 3 ಗಳಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 14 ಲೋಕಗಳಿಗೂ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಆಗಿಬಿಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇದರ ಯಥಾರ್ಥ ಏನು ಎನ್ನುವುದನ್ನ ನೀನು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡು ವ್ಯವಹರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಪ್ರಸೇನ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದ, ಏನಾದ, ಮಣಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಯಿತು, ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನ ಸಾಧ್ಯಂತವಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡು ಇದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಪರಿಹಾರವನ್ನ ನೀನೇ ಕಂಡುಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಕೃಷ್ಣ.
ಅಣ್ಣ, ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನೇ ಶಿರೋಧಾರಿ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಧರಿಸಿ ನಾನು ಹೊರಟು ನಿಲ್ತೇನೆ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಪ್ರಸೇನ ಈ ಶೋಧನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೃತಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಅವನ ಸಾವಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನೆನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಾದದ ಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಿಸುವುದಣ್ಣ.
ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನೇ
ಯಾದವ ಸಮೂಹವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡಿಕೊಂಡ ಹಾಗಾಯಿತು. ತಡ ಮಾಡುವುದಲ್ಲ.
ತುರಗಪಾದದ ಚಿಹ್ನೆಗರಸು ತೈದಿದರು, ತುರಗಪಾದದ ಚಿಹ್ನೆಗರಸು ತೈದಿದನೊಂದು ಸರದಿ ಎಡೆಯೊಳು ರಕ್ತ ಸುರಿದಿವುದ ಕಂಡು, ಸರದಿ ಎಡೆಯೊಳು ರಕ್ತ ಸುರಿದಿವುದ ಕಂಡು ತುರಗೈದ ಕೇಸರಿಯ ರಗದಿ ಕರುಳಗಿದ ಸುವ ತೊರೆದು ಬಿದ್ದ ಪ್ರಸೇನ ನಿರಮ
ಯಾದವ ಸಮೂಹವನ್ನು ಕೂಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಪ್ರಸೇನ ಏರಿ ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕುದುರೆಯನ್ನು ಚಿಹ್ನೆಯನ್ನೇ ಅರಸುತ್ತಾ ಅರಸುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದ ಹಾಗಾಯಿತು. ಬಂದು ನೋಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ಏನೋ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಇದು. ಪ್ರಸೇನ ಏರಿ ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕುದುರೆಯು ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಸತ್ತು ಬಿದ್ದಿದೆ. ಯಾವ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಯೋಚಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಸಿಂಹವೊಂದು ಕುದುರೆಯನ್ನು ಸಾಯಿಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೊತ್ತೊಯ್ದಿದೆ. ದೂರದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಸೇನಜಿತನ ಶವವೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಬಿದ್ದಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಣಿಯ ಕಥೆ ಏನಾಯಿತು ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಹುಡುಕುತ್ತಾ ಹುಡುಕುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಸಿಂಹದ ಹಾದಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಕೊನೆಯಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಸಿಂಹದ ಪದಚಿಹ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸಿಂಹಕ್ಕೂ ಘೋರವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಭಲ್ಲುಕಕ್ಕೂ ಕದನ ಏರ್ಪಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವೇ ಹೌದು. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಸಿಂಹದ ಕರದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಸೆಮಂತಕ ಮಣಿಯನ್ನು ಆ ಕರಡಿಯೇ ಹೊತ್ತೊಯ್ದಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಶಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹುಡುಕುತ್ತಾ ಹುಡುಕುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಗಾಢ ಅಂಧಕಾರದಿಂದ ಕೂಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಗುಹೆ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮವರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಗುಹೆಯ ಹೊರಬಾಹಿಯಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಗುಹೆಯ ಒಳಗೆ ಬಂದು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆಹಾ, ಏನು ಪ್ರಕಾಶ ಇದು ಅಬ್ಬಾ!
ಶರದ ಋತು ಪೂರ್ಣಿಮೆಯೋ, ಶರದ ಋತು ಪೂರ್ಣಿಮೆಯೊಳು ಉದಯ ಚಂದಿರ ಕಾಂತಿ, ಉದಯ ಚಂದಿರ ಕಾಂತಿ ಸುರುಚಿರಾನನದಿಂದ ಶೋಭಿಸುತ್ತ ವಿಭವದಿ, ಸುರುಚಿರಾನನದಿಂದ ಹೋದ್ಯೋ ತರುಣಿಯೋರ್ವಳೆ ಕುಳಿತು ತರುಣಿಯೋರ್ವಳೆ ಕುಳಿತು ಬಾಲಕನ ತೊಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹರುಷದಿಂದಲೇ ತೂಗುತ್ತ ಬಾಲಕನ ತೊಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹರುಷದಿಂದಲೇ ತೂಗುತ್ತ ಗಿರಿಜೆ ರಮೆವಾಣಿಯರ ಚಲ್ವಿಕೆಗೆ ಮಿಗಿಲೆನಿಸಿ ಗಿರಿಜೆ ರಮೆ ವಾಣಿಯರ ಚಲ್ವಿಕೆಗೆ ಮಿಗಿಲೆನಿಸಿ ಸರಸಿದಾಂಬಕಿ ಮೆರೆವ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ವಿಭ್ರಮಗೆ ಹರಿಯು ಬೆರಗಾಗಿ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ವಿಭ್ರಮಗೆ ಹರಿಯು ಬೆರಗಾಗಿ ಹರಿಯು ಬೆರಗಾಗಿ ಶಿಲೆಯ ಮರೆಯಾಗಿರಲು ಶಿಲೆಯ ಮರೆಯಾಗಿರಲು ಶಿಲೆಯ ಮರೆಯಾಗಿರಲು ತರಳನ ತೂಗುತ್ತಲಿರ್ದಳ ಬಾಲೆ ಜೋ 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 ಸುಕುಮಾರ ಜೋ 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 ಸುಕುಮಾರ ಜೋ ಜೋ ಸದ್ಗುಣ ಧೀರ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಜೋ ಜೋ ಸದ್ಗುಣ ಧೀರ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ತಂದೆಯಾಗೀಗ ಜಾಂಬವಂತ ಕೇಸರಿಯ ತಂದೆಯಾಗೀಗ ಜಾಂಬವಂತ ಕೇಸರಿಯ ಕೊಂದು ತಂದಿಗ ಸಮಂತ ಕಾಮಣಿಯ ಕೊಂದು ತಂದಿಗ ಸಮಂತ ಕಾಮಣಿಯ ಜೋ 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 ಸುಕುಮಾರ
ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರವೀರ ಯಾಕೆ ಹಠ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದೀಯಾ? ತಂದೆಯಾದ ಜಾಂಬವಂತರು ಸಿಂಹವನ್ನು ಕೊಂದು ಶಮಂತಕ ರತ್ನ ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಆಯಾಗಿ ಮಲವು ಕಂದ.
ಅರೆದು ಶ್ರೀ ಹರಿ ಪಾಂಚಜನ್ಯವಾದನು ಮುಳಗಿದರು
ಇದುವೇ ಸರಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಸಮಯ. ಒಳಗಿರುವ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಶಬ್ದವಾಗಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕರದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಪಾಂಚಜನ್ಯವನ್ನು ಒಳಗಿಸಿ ಬಿಡುತ್ತೇನೆ.
ಕೆರಳಿಯಾರ್ ಬಡಿಸುತ್ತ ಜಾಮ ಬಂದು ಬರಗಿದ
ದ್ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಸಿಕೊಂಡವ. ಕರ್ಷಣೆಯೇ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಗುಣವಾದದರಿಂದ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಕರೆಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ದ್ವಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ವಾಸ ಸಾಕೋ ಬೇಕು ಪರಿಚಯ?
ಬರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು?
ಕಾರಣ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ ಕೇಳು. ನನ್ನ ಮಿತ್ರನಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಸೇನ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಸೆಮಂತಕ ಮಣಿಯನ್ನು ಧರಿಸಿ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಬಂದವನಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಆ ಮಣಿಯನ್ನು ತರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಸೇನನನ್ನು ಕೊಂದವ ನೀನು, ಮಣಿಯನ್ನು ಅಪಹರಿಸುವ ನೀನು. ಅದನ್ನು ಪುನಃ ವಶಪಡಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೇನೆ.
ಮಣಿಯನ್ನ ತಂದದ್ದು ಹೇಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು?
ವಿಕ್ರಮದ
ಅದರಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಮಣಿಯನ್ನು ತಂದವ ನಾನಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮಣಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತೆ, ಕೊಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ವೇದದಿಂದಲೇ ಮಣಿಯರು, ವೇದದಿಂದಲೇ ಮಣಿಯರು. ಕೊಡು ಎಂದೊಳೆದ ಬೇಡ ಕೆಲವರು, ಕೊಡು ಎಂದೊಳೆದ ಬೇಡ ಕೆಲವರು. ಎಂದನೆಗೆಯರು
ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಕರಡಿಯೇ, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಮಾತಿನಿಂದ ಕದ್ದು ತಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ಸೆಮಂತಕರತ್ನವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಹೌದು ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಣವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸಿ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಶೈಮಿನಿ ಆಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕಳಿಸಬೇಕಾದ ಎಚ್ಚರ.
ನಾನೇನು ಮಹಾಸಾರಥಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಾಣಿ.
ಕುಲ್ಲನ ತುರ್ಕಿಯ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಯ ಕುಲ್ಲನೆ 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 ತರಿಯ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಸಿಗ ಪಳ್ಳು ಕದೆಂದರಿದೆ ಬಡಬಲ್ಲು ಕದೆಂದರಿದೆ.
ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಚರಿಸುವ ಬಡ ಮೃಗನಲ್ಲ.
ಏನು ವಿಶೇಷ?
ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟ? ಉಳಿದ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನಲ್ಲ. ಬ್ರಹ್ಮದೇವನಿಂದಲೇ ಈ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ಕಂಡವ ನಾನಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅಂಥವ ನಾನು, ಬ್ರಹ್ಮದೇವರ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿಯೇ ಸಗಿಸಲ್ಪಟ್ಟವ ನಾನು. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಎಂದು ಭಾವಿಸಬೇಡ ತಿಳಿಯಿತು.
ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯೊಳಿಯ ಭೂತಂದರು, ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯೊಳಿಯ ಭೂತಂದರುಗಳು ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರು ಕುದಿರುವುದು, ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರು ಕುದಿರುವುದು. ಕಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇಡ ಕರೆದರೆ ಕೈ ಇದ್ದಾರ್ದವರಿಯರು.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರಡಿ ಏನು ಮಹಾ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಕಲ ಚರಾಚರ ಜೀವರಾಶಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯೇ ಆಗಿರುವಾಗ ನೀನೇನು ವಿಶೇಷ ಅಂತಲ್ಲವೇ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಸಾಧನೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳು.
ನಾನೇನು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾ?
ವಾರಿಜ ಸಕನೊಳು ಶಮದವ, ವಾರಿಜ ಸಕನೊಳು ಶಮದವ ಗೈಯುದ ಮೇರು ಮಹೀಧರವ, ಮೇರು ಮಹೀಧರವ. ಸಾರುತ ಮಂದಿರ ಗೋವಿಂದದಿ ಭಾರತಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯರು.
ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾದದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಪ್ರಪಂಚವನ್ನ ಸೂರ್ಯದೇವ ದಿವನಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದೇ ಸುತ್ತುವವರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೂ ಅವನಿಗೂ ಪಂಥ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಉಂಟಾಗಿ ಹೋಯಿತು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಪಂಥಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಅವ ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಸುತ್ತು ಬರುವುದರೊಳಗಾಗಿ 21 ಬಾರಿ ಸುತ್ತು ಬಂದವ ನಾನು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಾಹಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ತಿಳಿಯಿತಾ?
ನೀನು ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಸುತ್ತಿದ ಕಥೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಎತ್ತಿದ ಕಥೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ.
ಯಾವ ಕಥೆ ಹೇಳೋ?
ಕಿರುಬೆಟ್ಟಿನೊಳಗೆ ನಾನು ಕಿರುಬೆಟ್ಟಿನೊಳಗೆ ನಾನು ಗೋವರ್ಧನ ಗಿರಿಯನ್ನೇ ನೆಗೆಯಿದೆನು. ಗೋವರ್ಧನ ಗಿರಿಯನ್ನೇ ನೆಗೆಯಿದೆನು. ಗೋವರ್ಧನ ಗಿರಿಯನ್ನೇ ನೆಗೆಯಿದೆನು. ವರಮಹಾಮೇರು ಪರ್ವತ ಗಂಜೆ. ವರಮಹಾಮೇರು ಪರ್ವತ ಗಂಜೆ. ವರಮಹಾಮೇರು ಪರ್ವತ ಗಂಜೆ. ಮೇರು ಪರ್ವತ ಗಂಜೆ. ನಿನಗಂಧ ಗಿರಿಯ ಕೇಳಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ? ನಿನಗಂಧ ಗಿರಿಯ ಕೇಳಲು ಗಿರಿಯ ಕೇಳಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ? 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 ವರಮಹಾಮೇರು ಪರ್ವತ ಗಂಜೆ. ನಿನಗಂಧ ಗಿರಿಯ ಕೇಳಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ? ಗಿರಿಯ ಕೇಳಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ? ವರಮಹಾಮೇರು ಪರ್ವತ ಗಂಜೆ. ವರಮಹಾಮೇರು ಪರ್ವತ ಗಂಜೆ. ನಿನಗಂಧ ಗಿರಿಯ ಕೇಳಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ? ನಿನಗಂಧ ಗಿರಿಯ ಕೇಳಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ? 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 ಕಿರುಬೆಟ್ಟಿನೊಳಗೆ ನಾನು ಗೋವರ್ಧನ ಗಿರಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಾಗಿರ್ತೆನು.
ಓ ಕರಡಿಯೇ, ಬೆಟ್ಟವನ್ನು ಕೇವಲ ಕಿರುಬೆಟ್ಟಿನಿಂದ ಎತ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಥೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ ಕೇಳು.
ಹೇಳು ನೋಡೋಣ.
ಇಂದ್ರದೇವ ತನ್ನ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾದಂತಹ ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರ ನಡೆಸಿದರೆನ್ನುವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ ಅಗ್ರ ಪೂಜೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಸತತವಾಗಿ ಗೋವರ್ಧನಗಿರಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಧಾರಾಕಾರವಾದಂತಹ ಮಳೆ ಸುರಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದಾಗ ಗೋವುಗಳನ್ನು ಗೋಪಾಲಕರನ್ನು ರಕ್ಷಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇವಲ ನನ್ನ ಕಿರು ಬೆರಳಿನಿಂದ ಗೋವರ್ಧನ ಗಿರಿಯನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿ ಹಿಡಿದವ. ಅಂತಹ ಸಾಹಸ ನಿನ್ನಿಂದ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ
ಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಎತ್ತಿನ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ನನ್ನ ಪಾತ್ರ ಉಂಟು ಗೊತ್ತ ನಿನಗೆ.
ಶರದಿಗೆ ಸೇತುವನ್ನು ತತ್ವವಂದದೆ ಗೊತ್ತ ಕಥೆ. ತತ್ವವಂದದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾರೆ. ತತ್ವವಂದದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾರೆ. ಶರದಿಗೆ ಶರದಿಗೆ ಶರ
ಇನ್ನೇನು ವಿಶೇಷ
ನನ್ನಂತವರ ಸಾಹಸದ ಯಶೋಗಾತೆ ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಅರಿತವನೇ ಅಲ್ಲ.
ಏನು ಮಹಾ ಅಂತ
ಎಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನೀನು? ಕಿರು ಬೆರಳು
ಗೋವರ್ಧನ ಏನೆತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ,
ಅದು ಕಿರು ಬೆರಳು ದುರ್ಬಲ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ನೀನು ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸುವುದು. ಅಂತ ದುರ್ಬಲವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಬೆರಳಿನಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಸಾಹಸ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ
ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ ಎಂದು ತೋರಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟವನಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ನೀನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಆ ಪ್ರಕರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ನಿನಗಿನ್ನೂ ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟ? ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯ ನೀನು ನಿನ್ನಂತವನ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮನನ್ನ ಕೇಳು, ಅವರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ ಅರ್ಥವಾದೀತು. ಏಯ್, ಲೋಕಮಾತೆಯಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಸೀತಾಮಾತೆಯನ್ನು ದುಷ್ಟನಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ರಾವಣ ಅಪಹರಿಸಿದ ಕತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಿನಗೆ?
ಅದು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಕತೆ.
ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದವನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳುವುದು ಸುಲಭ, ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದವನಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುವಾಗ ಹೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಿನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟು ಅಂತ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ.
ಇದ್ದಷ್ಟು ಹೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ರಧಾನ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳು.
ಮುಖ್ಯ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವುದೀಗ. ರಾವಣ ಕದ್ದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ, ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತದ್ದು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ತಿಳಿಯಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ವಿಷಯ ಸಂಗ್ರಹವಾಯಿತು. ಸರದಿಯಾಚೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಲಂಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೀತೆಯನ್ನಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಶತಯೋಜನ ವಿಸ್ತೀರ್ಣವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಆ ಸರದಿಗೆ ದಾಟಿ ಆಚೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ರಾಮಸೇನೆಯ ಪ್ರಯಾಣಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಬಲವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಸೇತುವೆ ಇವತ್ತಿದ್ದು ಬರುವ ವರ್ಷ ಹಾಳಾಗಿ ಹೋಗುವ ದುರ್ಬಲ ಸೇತುವೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂತಹದ್ದು. ಅಂತಹ ಪ್ರಬಲ ಸೇತುವೆಯ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡುವ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಕಲ್ಲು ಮರ ಮಣ್ಣು ತಂದು ಶರದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದವರು ನಾವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಸಾಕಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ನೇರವಾಗಿ ರಜತಾತಿಗೆ ಹೋದೆ. ಶಿವನ ಆಸಸ್ಥಾನವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಕೈಲಾಸ ಪರ್ವತಕ್ಕೆ ಕೈ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಎತ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ತಂದೆ. ಆ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರನೇ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಹೋದ. ನನಗಿರುವುದಕ್ಕಿರುವಂತಹ ಮನೆಯನ್ನು ನೀನು ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಬೇಡ, ಯಾವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ನಿನ್ನ ಸಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾನಿರುತ್ತೇನೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಾಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಉಂಟು ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಆಶೀರ್ವದಿಸಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಅಂತ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಾಹಸಿ ನಾನು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದು ಬಡಮ್ರಗ ಹುಲ್ಲಮ್ರಗ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗುದಿಲ್ಲ.
ದುರುಳ ಹಿರಣ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನು ದುರುಳ ಹಿರಣ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನು ದುರುಳ ಹಿರಣ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನು ಪಾತಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ದರೆಯನ್ನು ಒಯ್ದಿರುವನು, ಪಾತಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ದರೆಯನ್ನು ಒಯ್ದಿರುವನು. ತೆರಳಿನಾನಾದನ ಒದಿಸಿದಂದಿಯೇ ತೆರಳಿನಾನಾದನ ತೆರಳಿ ತೆರಳಿನಾನಾದನ ಒದಿಸಿ 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 ತಂದಿಯೇ ವಸುಂಧರೆಯ ನೀನದ ಬಲ್ಲೆಯ. ತೆರಳಿ ನಿನಾದನ ಒದಿಸಿ ತಂದಿಯೇ ವಸುಂಧರೆಯ ನೀನದ ಬಲ್ಲೆಯ, ವಸುಂಧರೆಯ ನೀನದ ಬಲ್ಲೆಯ. ದುರುಳ ಹಿರಣ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನು ಪಾತಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ದರೆಯನ್ನು ಪಾತಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ದರೆಯನ್ನು ಒಯ್ದಿರುವನು.
ಓ ಜಾಂಬವ, ಏನು ಕೇವಲ ಇಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಗಾಥೆ ಮುಗಿಯುವಂತದ್ದಲ್ಲವೇ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಂದೊಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭ ದುರುಳನಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಹಿರಣ್ಯಾಕ್ಷ ತನ್ನ ಕ್ರೌರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮೆರೆಸುವಂತಹ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನೇ ಪಾತಾಳದವರೆಗಾಗಿ ಒಯ್ದುಬಿಟ್ಟ. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಅಳಲನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದಂತಹ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ದುರುಳ ಹಿರಣ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನನ್ನು ಕೊಂದು ಪುನಃ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಿರಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದವ ನಾನು. ನಿನ್ನದ್ದೇನು ವಿಶೇಷ?
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ವರಹನು ನಿನಗೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿ 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 ವರಹನು ನಿನಗೋ ನಿನಗಲ್ಲವೆಲ್ಲೋ ಅಲ್ಪ ಮಾನವ
ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡವನು ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆ ವಿಷಯವಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೂ ಬಾರದೆ ಇರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಹಿರಣ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನ ಕಥೆ. ನಾನು ನನ್ನಂತವನಿಗೋ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿರಣ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನ ಕಥೆ ನೆನಪು ಮಾಸಿ ಹೋಗು ಹೊತ್ತು ಹಿರಣ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನನ್ನು ಕೊಂದದ್ದಾಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಅವನ ಸಹೋದರ ಸತ್ತದ್ದಾಗಿರಬಹುದು. ಪಾಠ ನನಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ನೀನು. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿರಣ್ಯಾಕ್ಷ, ಯಾವ ಕಾಲದ ಕಥೆ ಇದು? ಹೋಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಎದುರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಕಳೆದ ಕಥಾ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀಯಾ? ಯುಗ ಯಾವುದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಿನಗೆ.
ಏನು ಅದು ಹಾಗೆ? ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಪರಂಜ್ಯೋತಿ, ಉಳಿದವರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವವರಿಗೆ ಇದೇ ಅರ್ಥ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಏನೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕತೆ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ
ನೀ ಎತ್ತಿದ್ದು ಹೌದಾದ್ರೆ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಿರಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದು ಹೌದೇ?
ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಪಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಬದುಕಿದ್ದವ ನಾನು. ಈಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡ ನೀನು ಹೇಳಿದ ಕತೆ ನಂಬುವುದಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವ? ಹಿರಣ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನ ಪ್ರಕರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಲೋಕಮಾನವನ್ನು ನೆನೆಸಿಕೊಂಡವನು ಯಾರು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟು. ಹೋಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಗೊಲ್ಲರಕೇರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕದ್ದು ತಿಂದು ಬದುಕಿದಂತ ಒಬ್ಬ ಬಂದು ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೀಯ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಜ್ಞಾನಹೀನಗೆ ಕನಕ ಬರುವಾಗ, ಜ್ಞಾನಹೀನಗೆ ಕನಕ ಬರುವಾಗ ನೇಣು ಮೃಗಮಗೆ ಸೃಜಿಸಿದಂತ ಮಹಾಪುರುಷ ನೀನಲ್ಲ. ವಿಶ್ವಂಬರೆಯು ಸೃಜಿಸಿದಂತ ಮಹಾಪುರುಷ ನೀನಲ್ಲ. ವಿಶ್ವಂಬರೆಯು ಸೃಜಿಸಿದಂತ ಮಹಾಪುರುಷ ನೀನಲ್ಲ.
ಎಂತಹ ಹೀನಾಯವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಸೋಲಾಗಿರಬಹುದು ಇದು. ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಏನೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಮನೋಸಹಜವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಬುದ್ಧಿಯುತರಾಗಿಯೇ ನನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದವಾಗಿ ಅವನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಗಣಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಮುಂದಾದೆ. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಮಾನವಂತು ಕಾಳಗಕ್ಕೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಪರಿಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ದಂಡಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟ. ಈ ಮೊದಲು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲವರ ಎದೆಯಲ್ಲಿಯ ಭೈತಿಯ ಬಲೆಯನ್ನ ಒಪ್ಪಿಸಿದವನು ನಾನಾಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಜಂತುವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಲಬೇಕಾಯಿತು ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಇವ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯನಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿಯೇ ಹೋಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡ ಹಾಗೆ ದೈವಾಂಶ ಸಂಭೂತನು ಎನಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತಹ ನನ್ನ ಒಡೆಯರು ಪೈಕಿ ಇವನೊಬ್ಬನಾಗಿರಬಹುದೇ? ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಲೋಕಮಾತೆಯಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಜಗಜ್ಜನನಿ, ಈ ಜಗತ್ ಸರ್ವೇಶ್ವರಿ ಹೆತ್ತ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬವನೇ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದೇ? ಯಾಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸಲ್ಲದಿರುವಂತಹದ್ದು? ಯಾಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಾಲ ಕಲ್ಲಾಲವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಬುದ್ಧಿ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಇವನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥೈಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಸಮರ್ಥವಾಗ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು. ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿ? ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಅವನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲೇಬೇಕಾದದ್ದು ಅವ ಯಾರು ಎನ್ನುವುದರ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಅರಿವು ನನಗಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಹೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ನನಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಕುತೂಹಲ ಅವನ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಕೆಳ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವ ಯಾರು ಎಂದು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂತದ್ದು. ಓ ಮಹನೀಯ, ನೀನೊಬ್ಬ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯನಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಯಿತು. ನಾನು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡ ಹಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಸತ್ಯ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದರ ಅರಿವಾಗಿದೆ. ಹೇಳಯ್ಯ, ಯಾರು ನೀನು?
ಶರಣ ನಿಂತನಲಾಗ ಶ್ರೀಹರಿ ಕರುಣದೊಳು ಕ್ಷಮೆಯಾಂತೋ ಧರಿಸಿದನು ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ ರೂಪವ ಅತಿ ವಿಲಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ. ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ ರೂಪವ ಅತಿ ವಿಲಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ.
ನಿನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಸಂಶಯವನ್ನು ನಿವಾರಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇದು ಹೀಗೆ ನೋಡು, ರಾಮನಾಗಿಯೇ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದ.
ಪರಿಗಿಸುದಾಂಬವನು ನೇತ್ರದಿ ಸುರಿಸುತ್ತಾನಂದಾಶ್ರುವನು ತರತರಿಸಿ ತರತರಿಸಿ ಬಂದಡಿಗೆರಗಿ ಬಂದಡಿಗೆರಗಿ ದೈನ್ಯದಿ ಕರಗಳ ಮುಗಿದು ಕರಗಳ ಮುಗಿದು ರಾಮ ರಾಘವ ದಶರಥ ಬಾಲ ಜಯ ಸೀತಾಲೋಲ ರಾಮ ರಾಘವ ದಶರಥ ಬಾಲ ಜಯ ಸೀತಾಲೋಲ ರಾಮ ರಾಘವ ದಶರಥ ಬಾಲ ರಾಮ ದಶಾಸವಿ ಮರ್ದನ ರಾಮ ದಶಾಸವಿ ಮರ್ದನ ಜಯ ಜಯ ರಾಮ ರಾಮ ಮಾಂ ಪಾಹಿ ಗುಣಾಕರ ರಾಮ ದಶಾಸವಿ ಮರ್ದನ ಜಯ ಜಯ ರಾಮ ರಾಮ ಮಾಂ ಪಾಹಿ ಗುಣಾಕರ ರಾಮ ರಾಘವ ದಶರಥ ಬಾಲ ಜಯ ಸೀತಾಲೋಲ ಜಯ ಸೀತಾಲೋಲ ರಾಮ ರಾಘವ ದಶರಥ ಬಾಲ
ಪ್ರಭು ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಜಾಂಬವ ಯಾಕೆ ನನಗಿಂತ ವಿಷಮ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಂಬವನನ್ನು ಒಡ್ಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ದೇವರೇ? ಪರಿಪರಿಯಾಗಿ ನೀನು ಯಾರು ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿರುವಂತ ನಿನ್ನ ಸಂಗತಿಯನ್ನು ನನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುದ್ದಾದೆ. ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥೈಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಅಸಮರ್ಥನೇ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟೆ. ತ್ರೇತೆಯ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಂಥದ್ದು ಕೃತ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಅವನೇ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೋಯ್ತ ಒಡೆಯ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಪರಿಪರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ನಾನು ನೋಯಿಸುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವರ್ತಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಬಂತು. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕರುಣೆ ತೋರಿದೆಯಾ? ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕರುಣೆ ತೋರಿದೆಯೇ? ರಾಮ ರಾಘವ ದಶರಥ ಬಾಲ ರಘುವಂಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಅರಸು ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ಯಾರನ್ನು ರಾಘವ ಅಂತ ಗುರುತಿಸಿದವರಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಖ್ಯಾತವಾದ ವಂಶಾವಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತಹ ತಮ್ಮನು ಮಾತ್ರ ರಾಘವ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಲ್ವೇ? ಕೇವಲ ದಶರಥನಿಗಷ್ಟೇ ತಾವು ಬಾಲ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು. ಹಾಗಂತ ದಶರಥನಿಗೆ ಬಾಲ ಎನ್ನುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ರಾಮ ರಾಘವ ದಶರಥ ಪಾಲ, ನೀನು ದಶರಥ ಪಾಲ ಅಂತ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನರನ್ನು ಉತ್ತರಿಸಿದಂತ ಲೋಕಾವತಾರ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ನೀನು. ಹೇಳು ಒಡೆಯ, ನನ್ನಿಂದ ಯಾವ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿದೆ ಹೇಳು. ಯಾಕೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಈ ರೀತಿ ದಂಡಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀನು ಮುಂದಾಗಿದೆಯಾ ಹೇಳು. ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಕರುಣೆ ಇಲ್ಲವೇ? ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಸೋತವ ನಾನಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಶರಣನ ಮೇಲಿನ್ನೂ ನನಗೆ ಕೋಪವೇ? ಹೇಳಿ ಒಡೆಯ.
ಶರಣನೆ ಅವತರಿಸು ಶರಣನೆ ಅವತರಿಸು ಪಿಂದಗೆ ವರದಿಯೇ ನದ ಸ್ಮರಿಸು ಪಿಂದಗೆ ವರದಿಯೇ ನದ ಸ್ಮರಿಸು ತರುಷನ ಈಯುವೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಯುಗದೊಳಗೆ ಇರು ನೀನಾವರೆಗೆ ಮರೆದೇ ತರುಷನ ಈಯುವೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಯುಗದೊಳಗೆ ಇರು ನೀನಾವರೆಗೆ ಮರೆದೇ ಶರಣನೆ ಅವತರಿಸು.
ಓ ಶರಣ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠರಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಜಾಂಬವ
ಪ್ರಭು ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ,
ರಾಮಾವತಾರವನ್ನು ತಾಳಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭ, ಯುಗಾಂತ್ಯದ ಸಂದರ್ಭ, ಅವತಾರಾಂತ್ಯದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಹಾಯಕರಾಗಿ ಒದಗಿ ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಾಲ್ವರಿಗೆ ನಾನಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಮಾತು, ಯುಗ ಯುಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಗೆ ಬಗೆಯ ಅವತಾರವನ್ನು ತಾಳಿದರೂ ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರಿಗೆ ರಾಮನಾಗಿಯೇ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೇನೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಆ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನೇ ಹೆಣೆದ ನಾಟಕ ಇದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಿನಗೆ ದರ್ಶನ ಕೊಡುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದದ್ದು ಜಾಂಬವ.
ಕೇವಲ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕೆಣಕಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನನ್ನು ದಂಡಿಸಬೇಕೆನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೆ ದರ್ಶನ ಕೊಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ ತಾವು
ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿಯೇ ಮಾಡಿದ ನಾಟಕ. ಆದರೆ ಸಮಂತಕರತ್ನವನ್ನು ಅಪಹರಿಸುವ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಪವಾದಕ್ಕೆ ಗುರಿಯಾದವ ನಾನು. ರಾಮನಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅಗಸನ ಅಪವಾದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲಿಯಾದೆ. ಈಗ ಕೃಷ್ಣಾವತಾರವನ್ನು ತಾಳಿದಾಗ ಮಣಿ ಕದ್ದವ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಪವಾದಕ್ಕೆ ಗುರಿಯಾದೆ. ದೇವರಿಗೂ ಅಪವಾದ ತಪ್ಪುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ತೋರಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ದೇವರ ಅಪವಾದವನ್ನು ಕಳೆಯುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಭಕ್ತರೇ ಆಗಬೇಕೆನ್ನುವುದನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮಣಿ ಕೊಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲವೇನು?
ನೀನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ದೇವರಲ್ಲ, ನೀನು ಯಾರು?
ಆದಿ ದೇವರ ದೇವ ದೇವರ ದೇವ ಉಳಿದು ನಾ ಕಾದಿದ ಪರಾಧ ಉಳಿದು ಕಾದಿದ ಪರಾಧ ಅಪರಾಧ ಪರಿಹಾರಗೆನ್ನಯ ಸುತೆಯ ಮೋದದಿಂದಿಯುವೆನು ಜಾಂಬವತಿ ಎಂಬಿವಳ ಅಪವಾದ ಪರಿಹಾರಗೆನ್ನಯ ಸುತೆಯ ಮೋದದಿಂದಿಯುವೆನು ಜಾಂಬವತಿ ಎಂಬಿವಳ ಪಾದದರ್ಶನದಿಂದ ಧನ್ಯ ತಾನೆಂದೆನುತ ಪಾದದರ್ಶನದಿಂದ ಧನ್ಯ ತಾನೆಂದೆನುತ ಶ್ರೀಧವಂಗಾತ್ಮಜಯ ಮಣಿಸಹಿತ ಅರ್ಪಿಸಲೋ
ಹೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಕರುಣಾನಂದಕರವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನಿನ್ನ ನಾಮಸ್ಮರಣೆಯಿಂದಲಾಗಿ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಪ್ರಫುಲ್ಲಿತವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲ ನಾವು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದವರಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇನ್ನು ಯಾವತ್ತೋ ನಿನ್ನ ದರ್ಶನ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಾಮಸ್ಮರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ನೀನು ಈ ನಾಟಕದ ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸುತ್ತೀಯ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಶಮಂತಕ ಮಣಿಯ ಅಪಹರಣ ನಿನ್ನಿಂದಾಗಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಲೋಕಾಪವಾದ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನೀನು ತಿಳಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ಮಣಿ ನನ್ನಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನೇ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಪಹರಿಸಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನೀನು ಗ್ರಹಿಸಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಅಪಹರಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ನಿನಗೆ ತಿಳಿದು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಪರೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿದೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರು, ಇದು ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ತಿಳಿಯಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತೀರ್ಣವಾಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಉದ್ದೇಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋರಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಮುಂದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಹೇಳು, ನಿನ್ನ ಎದುರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಉತ್ತೀರ್ಣನಾಗುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ? ನೀನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತಹ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಅನುತ್ತೀರ್ಣನಾಗಿರಬಹುದು. ನನಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಉಂಟು ಒಡೆಯ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಅಪವಾದವನ್ನು ಹೋಗಲಾಡಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಸಹಕರಿಸಬೇಕು, ಮಣಿಯನ್ನು ನನಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀಯಾ? ಕೇವಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಪರಾಧಕ್ಕೆ ಗುರಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಶಮಂತಕ ಮಣಿ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು. ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಲೂ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಯ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಮಣಿ ಉಂಟು. ನನ್ನ ಮಗಳು ಜಾಂಬವತಿ ಎನ್ನುವವಳು ಒಂದು ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡಿನ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಹಾರಕ್ಕೆಂದು ಹೋದ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಈ ಮಗುವಿನ ಆರ್ತನಾದವನ್ನು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಸಾಕಿದೆ, ಸಲಹಿದೆ. ತಂದೆಯಾಗಿ ತಾಯಿಯಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಮುಖವನ್ನಲ್ಲದೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರ ಮುಖವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ ದರ್ಶನ ಅವಳಿಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿಯೇ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕಂಡಾಗ ಅವಳು ಭಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಿದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಸ್ತ್ರೀ ಸಹಜವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಸ್ಮರಣ ಒಳದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಹಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರಾಯ ಸಂಪನ್ನಳಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಮಗಳನ್ನು ಏನು ಮಾಡುವುದು ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಸಹಜವಾಗಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡವಳು ಪ್ರಾಣಿಯ ಸಂಸರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದವಳು ಅಂತಾದರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಅವಳನ್ನು ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿಯುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆಯೇ? ಒಬ್ಬ ಪುರುಷ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ನಾನು. ನನ್ನ ಪಾಲಿಗೆ ಪುರುಷ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಪರಮ ಪುರುಷನೇ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಯ ಬಾಗಿಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನ್ನ ಮಗಳಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಜಾಂಬವತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಉದ್ಧರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಮಣಿಗಾಗಿ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದರು ಆ ಮಣಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೈಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮಣಿಯನ್ನು, ಕನ್ಯಾಮಣಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಜಾಂಬವನನ್ನು ಉದ್ಧರಿಸಬೇಕು. ಇವತ್ತಿನಿಂದ ಮೊದಲುಗೊಂಡು ಇವಳು ನಿನ್ನ
ಕನ್ಯಾಮಣಿಯನ್ನು, ಸ್ಯಮಂತಕ ಮಣಿಯನ್ನು, ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಣ್ಣವನಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಣ್ಣುಮಣಿಯನ್ನು ನನಗೆ ಒಪ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀಯ. ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠವಾದದ್ದು ಏನು ಬೇಕು ಹೇಳು? ಆದರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಅನುಗ್ರಹಿಸಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಕಾಲ ಇನ್ನೂ ಮುಂದೆ ಉಳಿದಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ
ನಾನೇನು ಮಾಡಲಿ?
ರಾಮನಾಮವನ್ನು ಸಂಕೀರ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಪಾಡುತ್ತಾ ರಾಮ ಧ್ಯಾನದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ನಿರತನಾಗಿರು. ಸಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ನನ್ನೊಳಗೆ ಲೀನವಾಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ಕಾಲ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾನೇ ಬಂದು ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೇನೆ.
ಅದೇ ನನಗೆ ತಪಸ್ಸು ಎಂದು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
ರಾಮ ರಾಮ ಜಯ ರಾಮ ರಾಮ ರಘು ರಾಮ ರಾಮ ಜಯ ಸೀತಾರಾಮ. ರಾಮ ರಾಮ ಜಯ ರಾಮ ರಾಮ ರಘು ರಾಮ ರಾಮ ಜಯ ಸೀತಾರಾಮ. ರಾಮ
Good evening. I hope all of you enjoyed the event. Before we end up, I would like to introduce once again. So before we wind up, let me introduce all the artists once again. Himmela, we have Bhagavatige, Umesh Suvarna. Maddale, Nagraj Nayak. Chande, Basava Marakala. Mummela, Jambava, Ganesh Nayak. Balarama, Pratish Kumar. Krishna, Dr. Shivakumar. Jambavati, Kaushik. If the makeup artists are around, if they could come onto the stage. Shantaram Acharya and Ranganath Shettigar. ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರಾ ಅಲ್ಲ 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 ಅವರಲ್ಲ ಅವರಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶ I now request Sanjay sir to please come onto the stage and honor the artists. Umesh Suvarna sir. I extend my warm thanks to everyone who are present here. I request all of them to move to the dinner. Meanwhile, I thank Sanjay sir and Shubha ma'am and Manjushri for helping me out on the stage. Thank you so much.
Good morning and warm greetings from India. I am Shubha, Professor and Director of Manipal Institute of Communication, Manipal, India, and it is my pleasure to welcome you all as the organizer of the ICA Regional Hub, Manipal. Manipal Institute of Communication, MIC, a constituent unit of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, popularly known as MAHE, is proud to be one of India's premier private universities. Over the years, MIC has earned a distinguished reputation as one of the top media and communication institutes in the country. We offer a wide range of programs in undergraduate and postgraduate studies in media and communication, animation, graphics, digital media marketing, filmmaking, and so on, and also a vibrant doctoral program. We are consistently ranked among the top 6 media schools in India, a testament to our commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and industry relevance. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the leadership of ICA for recognizing the work we do at MIC and selecting us as an ICA regional hub. Since 2023, we have had the privilege of hosting this hub annually, and each year the experience has grown richer and more rewarding. Hosting the ICA Regional Hub has given us a unique platform to engage deeply with global scholarship in media and communication. It has opened doors for meaningful collaborations, facilitated cross-cultural academic dialogue, and strengthened our networks both nationally and internationally. It is initiatives like these that help us bridge the gap between local perspectives and global conversations in our field. One of the most significant outcomes of these continued efforts has been the formation of the ICA India chapter, which was formally inaugurated in April 2024. We take immense pride in this milestone. We believe that India chapter will play a pivotal role in fostering academic growth, nurturing emerging scholars, and strengthening the discipline of communication and media studies in India. With this brief background, it is my pleasure to introduce the upcoming panel from the ICA Regional Hub, Manipal, organized under the theme Disrupting and Consolidating Communication Research in South Asia. My esteemed colleague, Professor Sanjay, will now take you through the details of this panel. Thank you once again for your presence and support.
Greetings and best wishes from the ICA Regional Hub to the 75th Conference of the ICA in Denver. We are very happy to present to you our panel on the main theme of disruption in communication and media research. This is a South Asian perspective. Thus, we have academics from Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Nepal, and Bhutan. We had posed a few guiding questions to our panelists, and they have responded to our questions. We have put together this panel, and we look forward to your feedback.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone who is watching this presentation from across the world. This is Abu Huyan from the University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. I'll talk about the past, present, and future of media and communication research in Bangladesh. Before I proceed further, I would like to thank Professor B.P. Sanjay and Professor Padma Rani for assembling this panel and inviting me to talk about media and communication research in Bangladesh. To be blunt, research has been the Achilles heel of media and communication studies in Bangladesh. Bangladeshi media and communication studies is more teaching-oriented than research. This orientation is rooted in the history of the emergence of this discipline in the country. Media and communication began its journey as an academic discipline in the early 1960s with the opening up of an academic department at the University of Dhaka to offer a diploma in journalism. Atiquzzaman Khan, a journalist and sports commentator, led the efforts in founding the department and was appointed its first chair. The objective of the department was to produce skilled manpower for the journalism industry. Research was not part of the curriculum. However, the lapse was addressed in the late 1970s during the expansion of the department. It was renamed the Department of Mass Communication and Journalism, and an undergraduate program was launched for the first time. As part of the undergraduate curriculum, research methodology was introduced as a course. From the 1990s onwards, 24 public and private universities opened academic departments to teach mass communication, journalism, and media studies. These efforts were led by the faculty members and graduates of Dhaka University's Mass Communication and Journalism Department. Like the mother department at Dhaka University, departments in other universities have predominantly been focused on teaching and pursued the goal of creating craftsmen for journalism and public relations jobs. Professor Sakawat Ali Khan, one of the surviving members of the first diploma program in journalism in Bangladesh, observed that development journalism and communication has been a key focus of the discipline in Bangladesh. Following Dallas Smythe and Tran Van Dien, the media and communication research tradition in Bangladesh can be divided into two streams, such as administrative and critical. Administrative research focused on media effects and examining how to effectively be used for disseminating development messages. On the other hand, critical research branched out to study the political economy of the media and the representation of women in the media. Traditionally, content analysis of newspapers has been a dominant area of research. The administrative research tradition in Bangladesh relied on quantitative methodologies. Descriptive statistics has been a key component of data analysis. Wilbur Schramm, E.M. Rogers, Daniel Larden, and Lucian Pye inspired this stream of research. Asia Foundation has been a key source of funding, books, and other study materials. On the other hand, critical communication research has been qualitative in nature. Vincent Moscow's The Political Economy of Communication and Stuart Hall's Theory of Representation have guided critical communication research in Bangladesh. With the adoption of digital policies in 2009, the country has been undergoing digital transformation. Social media, specifically Facebook, has emerged as a primary vehicle for public communication, while Facebook Reels and YouTube appear as key media of entertainment. Most people use the internet and mobile phones instead of news media. People rely on Facebook for news and information. The lack of credibility on the part of legacy media and the absence of critical news items in the mainstream media have facilitated people's reliance on Facebook and YouTube. OTT services pose serious challenges to traditional entertainment media like television and cinema. YouTube influencers from home and abroad sow public opinion. Facts and fake news and images from home and abroad stimulate people. Ordinary people have a hard time to distinguish between fake news, misinformation, and disinformation. Populism thrives on social media. Platforms like Facebook and YouTube have provided new opportunities for politics, business, and religious communication. Hundreds of e-commerce and religious sites have been new additions to public life. Platforms' mechanism of surveillance and algorithmic recommendation systems for data extraction lead to the violation of privacy on the one hand, and on the other contribute to the offering an intensive online experience. An increasing use of artificial intelligence further complicates the scenario. Digital transformation has brought both challenges and opportunities for people and society. Like many other countries in the global south, Bangladesh is a recipient of digital technologies, not a driver or an innovator. Its people and systems need to catch up with the developed part of the world. Bangladesh may be falling into a new trap of technological dependence. In many senses, Bangladesh has been in a transition. The country is awaiting a transition toward a middle-income country from a least developed. The dream of a sustainable democracy has yet to be fulfilled. In its 54 years of existence, Bangladesh could not develop an acceptable electoral system. The political scene is marred by mistrust, conflict, and violence among rival political forces. The country is in the process of leapfrogging to an information society from a traditional system. Lopsided and dependent economic development has fostered inequality. All these ongoing cross currents pose challenges to communication studies. Communication studies can be part and parcel of these transitions by promoting as well as critiquing them and preparing the citizens to participate in these processes through research and advocacy. While globally, media and communication studies has taken the shape of a discipline with the creation of international associations and the publication of journals, Bangladesh yet to form any national communication association and publish any peer-reviewed journal to contribute to developing non-Western communication theories. The number of local PhDs and postdocs is also insignificant. The primary obstacles to communication as a scholarly endeavor in Bangladesh's changing social context include structural and methodological challenges. Bangladeshi society needs to recognize the need for media and communication research. Academic institutions such as media and communication departments have to realize the importance of research and create a research-friendly environment with resources and trained manpower. The lack of funding for research poses a significant challenge. All these inherent problems are exacerbated by the emergence of new media that throws new methodological challenges. It demands new tools for the collection and analysis of data. Media and communication researchers need to expand their repertoire to tackle both old and new media issues. Bangladeshi departments need to incorporate digital methods and computational analysis to examine digital platforms and data. I would like to conclude by echoing Nick Colry and Jenny Skelly-Nichols that new media create new ontologies demanding new epistemologies. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am here to speak about the media and communication research, exploring Bhutan's unique dynamics. Media and communication research plays a key role in understanding how information spreads and shapes society. With media evolving faster than ever, this field helps us see how it influences public opinion, culture, and politics worldwide. Today, I will be looking at global trends in media and communication research and connecting them to Bhutan's unique context. My talk is divided into 6 segments. The first one, communication research across border, media education, theory and practice, Bhutan's media landscape, exploring emerging frontiers, navigating the hurdles and horizons, and the final thoughts. The communication research brings together ideas from different fields like sociology, political science, psychology, and computer science. The media world is changing fast thanks to new technology and shifting audience habit. Digital platforms and streaming services have taken over, changing how we consume and interact with content. Social media and influencer marketing have made communication more accessible, while virtual and augmented reality are creating new, immersive experiences beyond entertainment. But with these advancements come challenges. Data privacy and sustainability are big concerns as we work towards a more responsible media space. AI and algorithms now decide what content people see, often bypassing traditional gatekeepers like journalists. Media is also becoming a key player in global politics with digital infrastructure and shaping information flows and influences across regions. These shifts bring up serious issues like misinformation and declining public trust in the media. The second segment, media education, theory and practice. Communication studies around the world has grown to keep up with today's complex information landscape. Universities are now teaching students how to analyze AI-driven content and understand biases in algorithms. More and more, a mix of different research methods is being used to study fast-changing media world. However, finding the right balance between theory and practical skill is still a challenge, especially in countries like Bhutan, where both media and media education are still growing. The third segment, Bhutan's media landscape. Bhutan's media scene is a unique mix of traditional storytelling with modern digital platforms guided by country's gross national happiness philosophy. This approach promotes journalism that respects cultural values while embracing the digital age. With nearly 90% of the people using platforms like Facebook, WeChat, and YouTube, digital media has become a major way to share information and engage in civic discussions, especially during elections. Thanks to widespread mobile use, even in rural communities are gaining better digital access and literacy. But this rapid shift to digital also comes with challenges. Misinformation, low digital literacy, and cybersecurity risks are growing concerns. Many users aren't fully aware of privacy and ethical issues, making them vulnerable online. Infrastructure problems like slow internet and frequent outrage also limits the reach of digital platforms. Additionally, Bhutan's media industry struggles with financial dependence on government's advertisement, low newspaper readership, and a lack of investigative journalism, which affects its growth and independence. On the political side, media has played a key role in Bhutan's transition to democracy, allowing public debate and civic engagement. Tackling these media challenges is crucial to build a strong, independent, and responsible media environment that supports informed discussions while preserving Bhutan's cultural identity and democratic values. Exploring emerging frontiers. Media and communication research in Bhutan is still in its early stages, but is expanding quickly. While Bhutan has a strong tradition of oral storytelling, formal academic research in this field is still developing. More research facilities and academic programs are needed to support in-depth studies. Before diving into the current state of media research in Bhutan, let us take a look at how it has evolved over time. How media research in Bhutan has evolved over time is something which we have to really think about. It has grown alongside technological advancement and societal changes. Different themes have emerged over the years, reflecting the country's shifting media landscape. In early 2000s, the initial studies focused on the role of print, radio, TV in Bhutan, shaping early research and laying the foundation for future studies. In 2000s, the research explored media's role in Bhutan's democratic transition, including press freedom, citizen participation, and the impact on society and governance. Early mid-2010s, research began focusing on the influence of digital media on education, youth, and how Bhutan's oral storytelling traditions adapted to new platforms. Mid-late 2010s, where we saw the social media boom, studies examined how platforms like Facebook and YouTube influence elections, public discourse, and civic engagement. In 2020s, the digital age, research now focuses on social media's role in governance, impact of digital learning tools, and the growing concerns about media sustainability, privacy, and misinformation. As Bhutan's media landscape continues to evolve, research will play a key role in understanding its impact on society, governance, and culture. Navigating the hurdles and horizons. Though the field is growing, there are still challenges that need to be addressed. Here are some of the key challenges which needs to be addressed. The first one, academic initiatives. While a few institutions offer media-related programs, media studies as a discipline is still developing. Limited availability of postgraduate programs makes it difficult for students to pursue advanced research and specialization. This highlights the need for more academic opportunities in the field. The second one, development and impact studies. Researchers in Bhutan often focus on media's role in rural areas, governance, and public policy. While this is important, the challenge is ensuring that media literacy programs and communication strategies are effectively implemented, especially in remote areas where access to information is limited. The third one, international collaboration. Bhutan benefits from international partnerships with organizations like UNESCO and UNDP. However, relying too much on the external support could impact the sustainability and independence of media research and development in the country. The last one, digital transition. The shift towards digital and social media is a positive step, but also it brings challenges. Ensuring equal internet access, tackling misinformation, and improving digital literacy are essential for Bhutan's evolving digital landscape. Addressing these challenges will help strengthening media research in Bhutan and support the country's growing media industry. The final thoughts. To sum it up, Bhutan's media landscape has quickly moved from traditional forms of communication to digital platforms, blending cultural preservations with technological progress. Although there are still challenges, there are also greater opportunities to improve research, expand academic programs, and grow media studies in line with global trends. By addressing these challenges, Bhutan can build a strong media research system that stays true to its GNH philosophy while staying connected to global media developments. Thank you.
Greetings and best wishes from the ICA Regional Hub. And I will be focusing on India. To compress the entire range of research activities about India and in India by scholars from all over the world. At the same time, based on both reviews and familiarity with the works of different scholars, we can try and look at some of the main trends and also future directions for research in India. We have had a civilizational perspective, and there are many colonial perspectives on communication patterns and practices in India. Those research traditions touching upon language as well as dissemination of traditions, etc., have constituted a large part of our research traditions. For example, in the analysis of print media, scholars have taken the colonial, nationalist, and modern perspectives of the association of print media in the Indian context. In broadcast media, we have had researchers focusing on the colonial phase as well as colonial intent with the development of broadcasting, particularly radio in India. As far as television is concerned, the dilemma associated with its incorporation into India was a policy matter that had to weigh the relative priorities. However, what is described as the Nehru-Sarabhai framework posited mass media in both a national development and a modernization framework. The research surrounding the one-year satellite instructional television experiment known as SITE gives a glimpse of the application of certain dominant traditions of media research in India. Incidentally, SITE is celebrating its 50th anniversary. Moving on, another phase of research focused on the rapid proliferation of mass media, particularly television, post-SITE and the consequences. Researchers focused on the shift in direction from the social development goals to the highly commercial orientation of television. Many researchers focused on aspects of cultural imperialism, particularly in the aftermath of spread of television, where foreign serials and episodes were available economically and therefore formed the mainstay of primetime entertainment. Coinciding with certain political developments and associated with a different kind of politics, some scholars have looked at the issues of television and nationalism. This debate of nationalism has become a subject matter of inquiry in the digital ecosystem as well. Researchers are examining identity politics and consolidation of certain kind of what we call as affirmation of different groups in the country. There are scholars who have looked at the aspects of inclusion, exclusion in the digital space. Considerable research has taken place on the use of, for example, social media in networking for rallying of causes, be it environment, farmers' movement, as well as the activism and advocacy with regard to aspects of citizenship and associated rules and regulation. There has been a parallel concern with regard to what one would say, the neglect of the importance and spread of regional media. Some have rightly pointed out that the cumulative spread and access to regional media far exceeds the English media. We have had research that focused on relation between capitalism and print media aspect. Some researchers have focused on journalism and media education, both pedagogy as well as the curricular aspects. Coming to the more contemporary issues, as everybody knows, social media's presence in India is not only significant, but also has attracted several concerns. There, of course, is the regulatory and the state dynamics. To the content in social media. Intersecting social media issues and concerns is the overarching question of freedom of the media that very often is the cause for both citizens and platforms to approach the court to minimize the regulatory aspects that touch upon their freedom to produce and disseminate content. The judiciary in India has also been very active in not only examining the petitions, but ruling on content. For example, the judiciary's ruling on comedy, on free speech, have at times surpassed the scrutiny of the academic community on these issues. Researchers are also focusing on inclusivity, as in professional inclusivity in the media sphere that plays a very significant role in the orientation of the media, both representation in terms of gender, caste, and class have been the subject matter. There are semiotic analysis that pertain to television content, Indian cinema, that also constitutes a significant amount of research in India. What about methodology? Is it Western or North American? To my mind, many of the perceptive scholars are not necessarily engaged in pushing this dimension. What they argue, rightly so, is the importance of the questions that they wish to raise at different levels determines the method and also guides them to seek epistemological foundations for doing their work. This is something that we need to look at. Is disruption something that we need to be anxious about, or something that we need to negotiate? The jury and the verdict is not yet out. However, there is an overwhelming argument that A, media literacy and research that supports better means of promoting media literacy is one way to go. Two, to ensure that the literacy promotes a better and a judicious use of social media and consequently reduces the state power over media content. We are not alone in understanding the media systems because, as many of you have pointed out, media systems are guided by dominant platforms, dominant mergers and acquisitions, and therefore there indeed is a larger political economy. Transcending all of this, is India vibrant enough to steer the direction of its day-to-day communication with or without the media, and whether our large network of academic institutions are gearing themselves to do research on various issues? We have some indicators of the productivity of our research, but still feel we can be better. And that is where our association with organizations such as ICA or other international acts, networks are important. So my hope is that the theme and our reflection today is going to be a direction for emerging scholars to take forward this research. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the chance to be part of this important discussion. I want to share my thoughts based on what I have observed in Nepali society. Since around 2019, and especially after COVID-19, Nepal has seen a huge shift in how people get their news. Digital media has taken over, and traditional newspapers and magazines are either shutting down or getting thinner by the day. These days, most people rely on social media and YouTube for updates. Even news portals that provide edited content are falling behind these newer platforms. The problem, however, is that many of these spaces thrive on clickbait and are run by non-professional communicators. With so much unedited and unverified content out there, fake news spreads like wildfire, and even credible online news portals struggle to keep up. As a result, our information landscape has become chaotic and unreliable, where the truth often gets lost in all the misinformation. On the bright side, social media has given people a platform to voice their opinions and push for change on important social and political issues. But when professional journalism takes a backseat, when reporting is weak and fact-checking is lacking, fearless, truthful expression gets suppressed. Another big challenge Nepal is facing is the growing tendency of those in power to control the narrative. There have been attempts to introduce restrictive laws on social media with the excuse of curbing disinformation. A recent attempt was postponed due to public outrage, but the threat still lingers. So in this new digital era, we are dealing with a double-edged sword. On one hand, the rise of misinformation, and on the other, increasing pressure to regulate speech. It's a delicate balance, and we need to be mindful of both. Nepal is no exception to this. Yes, our unique cultural, social, and political landscape plays a huge role in shaping research, theories, and practices across all fields, including communication. Nepal's rich cultural diversity, complex social dynamics, and evolving political environment provide a fascinating backdrop for communication studies. Our research is not just about media reach, it also takes into account factors like cultural diversity, multiple languages, gender representation, and varying literacy levels. But let's be honest, communication research in Nepal is still in its growing phase. Take cultural diversity and multilingualism, for instance. With over 120 languages and countless ethnic groups, each with its own traditions and communication norms, the way messages are crafted, interpreted, and shared varies widely. Most communication research here has mainly focused on analyzing audience behavior, media access, and usage patterns without considering intercultural communication. When it comes to media research, radio broadcasting has been the primary focus, while other key areas like media economics and communication outside of mass media are often left out. From a social perspective, Nepal's strong oral traditions, especially in rural communities, prioritize storytelling over written media. We could dive deeper into indigenous communication methods like folk songs or street drama to better understand persuasion and audience engagement. In recent years, with Nepal's shift to federal structure, media studies have also started emphasizing linguistic diversity and identity representation, where inclusive policy has become a key term. Then there is the issue of technological access and the digital divide. Politically, Nepal has faced decades of instability, affecting press freedom and the overall communication landscape. The ongoing tension between state control, press freedom, and activism directly influence research areas like propaganda, censorship, and audience engagement. Given this backdrop, all these factors shape how theories are developed and applied. While we often assess our surroundings through Western theories like gatekeeping, agenda setting, spiral of silence, or social responsibility, we also apply a local perspective to truly understand the context and capture Nepal's unique communication environment. In my opinion, one of the highest challenges we face in communication research is the lack of resources, whether it's skilled researchers, technical expertise, funding, access to reliable data, or even a strong research culture. On top of that, the digital divide adds another layer of difficulty. All these factors directly impact both the research environment and the quality of outcomes. Because of these limitations, research in Nepal tends to rely more on qualitative methods rather than quantitative ones, mainly due to cost constraints. Struggle with cross-national comparative studies and lean more towards theoretical work instead of empirical research. The problem is that when qualitative research becomes too superficial, it risks leading to subjective generalizations. Another key issue is that we can't simply copy-paste Western research models, especially those from the US or other developed countries. Nepal has a unique socio-political and cultural context, and if we don't consider that carefully, we could end up with misleading conclusions. Everything from research design to sampling and representation needs to be handled skillfully. In our context, urban-centric studies often dominate simply because cities are more accessible. This creates a major gap as research findings may not accurately reflect the realities of the entire Nepal. On top of that, sensitive topics like caste, gender, or social hierarchy can make participants hesitant to share openly, adding another challenge. Nepal's political landscape has also played a huge role in shaping media and communication research. First, our highly polarized politics directly influence research themes, especially media freedom, ethics and professional standards, censorship, and adversities created by partisan journalism. Researchers are increasingly studying how political transitions impact press freedom and the media's role in democracy and policy advocacy. Misinformation and propaganda are also becoming critical areas of study, particularly how the state or political parties use media to push their own agendas. Second, another major research focus is the impact of political and corporate interest on media ownership and commercialization. The funding patterns of media houses and political polarization in news coverage are key aspects of Nepal's media landscape, making it an important area for studies related to the political economy of media. And finally, the digital revolution and rise of social media have significantly shaped media research. With legacy media struggling to keep up, researchers are looking at how digital platforms are reshaping content creation, consumption, and the future of journalism in Nepal. All of these factors show just how deeply Nepal's socio-political realities shape media and communication research. If we want to strengthen this field, we need more resources, better methodologies, and research culture that truly reflects our unique context.
Hello everybody, this is Shugufat Asgir from Texas Christian University, and I would like to talk about the past, present, and future directions of communication and media research in Afghanistan. First of all, digital media have created a huge disruption in the overall ecosystem of communication and media in Afghanistan, because right before the growth of digital media in the world in early 2000s, Afghanistan was freed from the Taliban's first regime, and that was when all kinds of media somehow came to Afghanistan and people started using them. So besides the traditional media like the television, radio, newspapers and magazines and books and stuff, people started using the internet and computers and smartphones. And the interesting thing about Afghanistan is that most people did not have access to landline phones before the advent of smartphones. So all of a sudden people started purchasing smartphones, and they had access to the internet and any part of the world at any time they wanted, and all kinds of information and choices, and the freedom to even produce content and publish them. So this created a huge opportunity for people from all different corners of a mountainous country like Afghanistan, where a lot of people in rural areas didn't have access to TVs, and even radio access was not as widespread as smartphones in the country. So people started taking the opportunity to use social media and the digital media very widely. Some of the challenges are basically economic and also related to literacy in the country, because the literacy rate is still, unfortunately, very low in the country. It's in another word, 2/3 of the population is not literate, and among them, the literacy rate for women is slightly above 20%. And to also add to that, the digital literacy is also very low because a lot of the schools and universities operate in local languages, so a lot of people don't speak English, and it's sometimes, or we should say, a lot of the times, English can really help people have access to more information and more updated information, which is kind of a barrier for people that do not speak English. So that can be a challenge for Afghans. Some unique aspects of Afghanistan's media ecosystem in general and the situation in the country in South Asia is that Afghanistan has suffered from 4 decades of continuous war and civil wars and all kinds of conflicts and crises, unfortunately. And all of these wars and crises have affected the overall economic infrastructure, cultural infrastructure, and the media and communication infrastructure overall. So all of these being said, the Taliban can also be a main factor since 1994 in the situation in Afghanistan, because with the rise of the Taliban in the second half of the 1990s, and their control over most parts of the country at that time, they had very strict rules, and they didn't allow a lot of media and movies and music and a lot of things in the country. So the country was pretty much isolated from everything that was happening with the rise of early digitization of the world in the late 1990s. So later on, when the Taliban's first regime was overthrown by the US and coalition forces in 2001, the Taliban still affected the situation in the country with their activities as militias in rural areas and all those bombings and suicide attacks and stuff that were happening in the cities. And right now, since the mid-August of 2021, with the return of the second regime of the Taliban in the country, the Taliban are affecting the way that media is consumed and accessed, and the way that people produce information and publish, because the Taliban have very strict rules for freedom of speech and the press and religion and freedom of information. So basically, people and the media in general have to be aware of what they say and what they shouldn't say, because if they say anything that's against the Taliban, Islam, or Taliban's political views, or anything that is in support of democracy, they might get in trouble, because the people that have said things that the Taliban don't like have been arrested and tortured by the Taliban many times since their return to power in the country. So all of these facts have affected the country to also lose a lot of its educated people. So in another word, the country has been facing a huge brain drain since the return of the Taliban, because a lot of the people with higher education and with graduate education, like PhDs and master's degrees, that were doing academic research and all kinds of academic and scholastic work, have left the country either because of the fear that they have from the Taliban, or because right after they were threatened by the Taliban, were arrested, or tortured. So some of the main methodological challenges that Afghanistan is facing in terms of communication research are the fact that a lot of the times right now, Afghanistan is kind of out of reach for a lot of researchers, both groups, those that are interested in the topic of Afghanistan, or the Afghan academics on exile that want to do research on the country. Because it might not be very hard to travel to Afghanistan right now, but it's difficult to go and actually conduct research and ask all kinds of questions and do all kinds of comprehensive and in-depth research and observations on all kinds of topics and problems in the country. So right now, most of the research conducted on the topics of communication and media and overall on all kinds of topics in Afghanistan are predominantly based on in-depth interviews done online, or based on the data, the digital data that people can access from social media or other sources, or in some cases, secondary data. This is all about the situation of research and academic analysis in Afghanistan. If you have any questions, you can email me at is.dastgir@tcu.edu. Thank you.
Hello. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to be part of the ICA Manipal Regional Hub 2025. And the topic of the hub is something that is very close to my heart: disrupting and consolidating communication research in a transforming South Asia. In that context, I would basically be talking about perspectives and contributions in communication and media research in Pakistan, present and future directions. But before I actually come to the topic, I feel that I need to give you a little bit of a background of the digital landscape in Pakistan. As of 2024, Pakistan has nearly 46% internet users and nearly 30% are social media users. And something like 78% of Pakistanis have access to mobile phone and internet, which is a sizable number. But again, like other developing countries, there is a great digital divide. Around 54% are still offline, and there is a divide between rural and urban population when it comes to internet usage. And at the same time, women use in internet is also far below than men. Of course, in this context, we also have to see that in this digital landscape, there are many new voices that can be heard on the social media platforms, which are amplifying the voices of the marginalized groups and also of women and also the rural voices. And then the citizen journalism is there, and we are talking about protest. We can talk more freely about protests. There is a real-time activism which is also witnessed with reference to Pakistan. In Pakistan, there are many opportunities, particularly with reference to economic opportunities that are being witnessed, and you see a lot of online commerce and civic campaign and digital startups and e-commerce and with reference to public campaigns on health and education. So these are the good things that we witness in Pakistan along with other developing countries. However, at the same time, we also face a few challenges in this digital era. One of them is, of course, misinformation, where the information are not really based on facts and truth, which particularly we've witnessed it with reference to corona and also other information which relates to health. And it becomes very viral, but there is absolutely no scientific evidence to support that the kind of tips that are being given. The other challenge is with reference to disinformation, and particularly it's something that is very concerning when it comes to human rights and democracy. And the hate speech on media, and particularly on social media, has given rise to a very dark law in Pakistan, which is PICA law, that is Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act, which was though enacted in 2016, and it's basically with reference to cybercrime and cybersecurity. But it has kind of infringed on the freedom of expression here and also to access to information. And as far as in 2024, there's another part to it, is that we have had 21 internet shutdowns. This is a very challenging state when it comes to Pakistan. Then, of course, along with that, as we are supposed to have freedom of expression, but then in that context, the security of the journalist is threatened more. There is more trolling of the journalists and also of women, and they are facing harassment. And then there is surveillance. And so all these things are basically affecting the media freedom in Pakistan. When it comes to communication research in Pakistan, we need to I would like to place the contextual influences that has affected communication research. In the post-colonial legacy, and we have been trying to explore themes of nationalism and the construction of the other, like we've been working a lot on the portrayals of India, Kashmir, and internal narratives around national unity. So these have been the ideas, these have been the areas where we have been doing research. At the same time, the geopolitical dynamics and media control has also a role when we are selecting topics in communication. And we have been talking about military-civilian power dynamics and historical conflicts in Afghanistan and India. So that's in that context, we've been talking a lot about peace journalism and media censorship and propaganda studies. And it's because of this that there are more emerging discourses that are taking place are on the concepts like information and warfare and strategic communication. They're gaining more attention. As 64% of the Pakistani population is under 30, so we do see researchers on which is focusing on online political engagement of youth, digital activism, and youth-driven content creation. Because of the disinformation and propaganda, research has also been focused on media literacy, critical thinking, and education reform for informed citizenship. Gender representation and feminist communication has also been part of communication research with reference to Pakistan. We've been more interested in the way Muslim women have been portrayed, and there has been a lot of work on Muslim feminist perspectives in Pakistan. At the same time, I would also like to point out the critical gaps in communication research in Pakistan, and where we do need to have this call for contextual and transformative scholarship. There is a deficit in indigenous theory building. Communication research is more reliant on Western theoretical models, and there is an uncritical application which fails to account for Pakistan's unique religious, social, and political configuration. When it comes to media ethics, I feel that it is still underdeveloped. We do require a rigorous ethical communication framework, which should be rooted in local values and at the same time attuned to complexities of pluralism, power, and global information flows. When it comes to digital inequality and surveillance research is still very urban-centric. It ignores digital exclusion among rural populations and linguistic minorities. There is an algorithm biases and data colonialism are under-researched themes. We have also been overlooking the role of media in reconciliation, integration, or community healing. There has been a lot of talk on peace journalism, but we have not been really talking about real-time situations where privacy. So these are the things that needs more focus in communication research. There has also been a lack of research on media ownership and political economy, the influence of corporate interests, military patronage, and foreign funding on media narratives, I feel needs more scrutiny. There has also been a lack of regional comparative work, which I feel can offer shared frameworks to understand challenges like misinformation, media polarization, and cyber governance. We also lack in the Pakistani context the applied research where we are not connected with the practice. So many university research projects are not designed for implementation or social impact. We are also not bringing field interventions to test media effects, misinformation corrections, or digital literacy methods. And when it comes to applied research, we are also lacking a collaboration between universities, media practitioners, and civil society organizations. So we are missing out on opportunities to co-develop solutions for real-world communication problems. There has also been, though there has been some sort of liaison between industry and academia, but still I feel that a lot is required to promote action research. We need to make more media labs and practitioner-led studies. When it comes to communication, methodological innovation, I feel that my little experience in the field shows that we are mostly employing positivistic methodologies such as surveys and content analysis. And personally speaking, I feel that they lack the critical and the interpretive depth necessary to explore the power-laden nature of communication. And there is a lack of qualitative research, ethnographic discourse analysis and critical discourse analysis and participatory action research, which we feel would sort of give a more depth to our research and would also, I feel, will help in building up our own theories. Having said that, though we are employing most of quantitative research methodologies, but still we do lack advanced methods. For example, network analysis or LDA. These are, we lack this training in these methods and how to use them. And there are hardly any AI-driven analytics, like if we have to study the Twitter sentiments, though there are researches that are taking place, but it is still lacking. Other methodological challenges that we are facing is that we do not have access to data. There is a restriction on regional data and official statistics, which sort of hampers our research. Then there is a sampling bias where we have high literacy rates. So most of our research is done in the urban context, and we hardly go to the rural areas. And the language barrier is also there. And sometimes we don't really have the sampling frame. So most of the research is done with convenient sampling. So the generalization or the reliability of the research is, again, problematic here. Interestingly, we also have some certain safety concerns, and there are certain topics where our students cannot do research on. And so we do need, so there are like unsaid threats in that reference. And then when it comes to funding, we also have limited access to funding. And so we cannot really pick up challenging topics, mostly because of funding reasons. So what I feel the way forward now is, in this digital age, we need to become more aware of the fact that we have to look into the issues from the indigenous perspective. And the future of communication research must be ethically rooted and theoretically generative and socially responsive. We need to get out of replicating and compliance of what we are getting from the West. We need to cultivate a more critical and grounded approach. And so I feel that transformative scholarship is the need of the time. And a need to promote indigenous theorization, methodological innovation, and cross-sectoral collaboration is the need of the time. At the same time, I feel that we should have more access to data, and there has to be more advocacy for academic freedom. The research in Pakistan needs to influence more in the policy making, and on internet laws or privacy and media regulation. Some of the other university research is not being given that value that it can be part of the policy making. And last but not least, I feel that regional collaboration, cross-border research to tackle shared challenges like internet shutdowns and polarizations, and other issues like freedom of expression and disinformation, we can learn from each other, and that can be a real way forward. So with that, I would like to say thank you again to the organizers, particularly Dr. Padma and Dr. Pulveen, who has given me this opportunity to be part of this Manipal Hub. Thank you very much.